Chapter 11. I met her at the most embarrassing time. With a paw sound, a crisp slap landed on Ye Chen's face. Ye Chen's head tilted to one side and his fair skin became red and swollen. The middle-aged man frowned impatiently, pointed at Ye Chen and cursed, "How old are you, and you pushed your brother down the stairs?" Ye Chen retorted coldly, I didn't do anything." "No, Xiao Mo fell down by himself?" "You have occupied Xiao Mo's life for nearly 20 years, Ye Chen. Not only are you not satisfied, but now you even want to harm Xiao Mo." Mother Yi nodded and said, "Ye Chen, you have gone too far this time. I have worked hard to raise you for 20 years, and you actually treat your brother like this." The eldest sister Ye Yan slapped Ye Chen in the face. "Ye Chen, you really disappoint me. Although Ye Mo is not your biological brother, you can't treat him like this." "He is my biological brother." The second sister sneered. Ye Chen probably saw that Xiao Mo was back in his position as the eldest young master of the Yi family was no longer secure, so he killed Xiao Mo. "I think Ye Chen is an ungrateful person. Our family has raised him for so many years, but he actually bullied Xiao Mo." Ye Mo sat on the sofa, holding his injured leg, and tried to dissuade him. "Dad, Mom, sister, don't blame my brother. He didn't mean to do that. I just fell down the stairs accidentally. It's nothing serious. He should be fine in a month and won't delay the next trip." "Xiao Mo, you are too soft-hearted. Ye Chen treated you like this, and you actually spoke to him." Ye Mo explained harmlessly, "Dad, my brother is a very good person and would never do such a thing." Yi Sheng said coldly, "Humph, no? I think he did it on purpose. He is the fake young master of the Yi family." "Does he really think he is the young master of the Yi family?" Ye Mo's knee was bleeding, and the family doctor had not arrived yet. Ye's father paced back and forth anxiously. Mother Yi said anxiously, "Why hasn't he come yet? Please hurry up and call the family doctor. Xiao Mo has lost so much blood, it must be very painful. It's all because of this rebellious son. Ye Chen, get out of the Yi family now and never come back. Don't let me see you again." Father Yi pointed at Ye Chen's nose and cursed, spitting all over the floor. Ye Chen glanced at Ye Mo, who had a cold smile in his eyes. Ye Chen didn't explain, turned around and left the living room, as if he had gotten used to it. The weather in April was a bit cold, and Ye Chen pulled his clothes closer. At night, the capital was full of lights and wine, and all kinds of luxury cars were shuttling on the road. Imperial Capital Hotel. After Ye Chen entered, he found that his cell phone was out of battery. He turned and left the reception hall and sat on the flower bed by the roadside. A cool breeze blew, and Ye Chen shivered with cold. It happened to rain at this time, and the drizzle slowly turned into a heavy downpour. Ye Chen struggled to hold up his clothes to block the rain, and he was soaked like a drowned chicken. His face was red and swollen, and he looked really miserable. Not far away, several black figures slowly walked towards them. 8 female bodyguards led the way. The woman in the middle has a long black windbreaker draped over her shoulders, black stockings, and black high heels, looking cool and noble. The assistant beside her was holding a black umbrella, like a splash ink landscape painting. It was the first time that Ye Chen saw a woman with such a strong aura, and he couldn't help but take a second look at her. She is like the moon in the sky, and I am like the soil on the ground. Afraid that the woman would notice him, Yi silently looked away. At this moment, the woman suddenly stopped and the assistant next to her asked, "Boss Feng, what's wrong?" Feng Li turned around and slowly walked towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen's heartbeat quickened. Was she coming towards him? Why was she coming here? I am in such a mess. Will you come home with me? A cold voice sounded. Ye Chen raised his head and saw an exquisite and beautiful face. The corners of her eyes were slightly upturned, her nose was high, and her lips were slightly watery, as if she was God's most perfect darling, without any flaws. Ye Chen was fascinated by what he saw. He pursed his lips and stammered, "I. Otherwise you'll continue to be in the rain here." The woman bent down and extended a hand to Ye Chen. "Your wound will also become inflamed, and you might even be disfigured." Hearing the word disfigurement, Ye Chen stretched out his dirty hand without hesitation and placed it on the woman's hand. "When I was in the most miserable time, I met the most beautiful person. Boss Feng, why are you?" The assistant was about to speak but was scared away by Feng Li's cold look. Their president Feng has always regarded men as dirt, so how come he suddenly picked up such a handsome boy who looks to be in his early 20s? "Come with me." Ye Chen stayed far away from Feng Li, fearing that the rain on his body would get on her. "Get in the car." Feng Li suddenly said, "Take off your clothes." Ah. Ye Chen held his clothes tightly with both hands, looking like he was bullied. What do you want to do? Feng Li took off his black windbreaker and put it on Ye Chen. Your clothes are too wet, you will catch a cold, put on my clothes first. No, I'm not cold. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Chen sneezed. You know what, it is indeed a bit cold. Put it on. The extremely domineering tone is irresistible. Ye Chen put on the windbreaker and felt it was a little small. He secretly glanced at the woman next to him. The curve of her profile was perfect, especially her eyes, which looked as if nothing could cause them any disturbance. Why would you pick up such a cold person and bring him home? See Blue Manor. It covers an area of thousands of square meters, with woods on the back hill and a swimming pool. It is simply a large playground. Here, the Ye family's villa is not worth mentioning at all. Living room. There was a little kid sitting on the sofa, wearing a pink coat and a bunny hat on his head. He looked up when he heard the noise. His face was pink and tender, with a pair of big black eyes like grapes, long eyelashes, a small and cute nose, and long curly hair falling to his waist. Like the most beautiful doll in the window. Ye Chen only took one look and was almost melted by the cuteness. What a cute baby. Dad. Epsilon equals. The little kid suddenly stood up, rushed towards Ye Chen, and hugged his legs with his two little arms. Ye Chen looked at the little milk bag on his legs and fell into deep thought. He is not married yet, and has never even been in a relationship. How is it possible for him to have a daughter this big? Baby, I'm not your father. Did you recognize the wrong father? Ye Chen squatted down and talked to the baby seriously. You know what, this little guy really looks like him. Especially the eyes, nose and mouth are similar. Is it a bit narcissistic to say this? I'm back. The domineering tycoon forced love, the daughter's biological child. Ye Chen is the winner in life. Chapter 22. It's Daddy. Yes, Dad. The little kid raised his head and spoke to his dad in a baby voice. It's Dad. Mom said that one day she would bring Dad back. Mom really brought Dad back. Ye Chen touched the baby's head and said, Baby, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your father. Dad, it's Dad. Ye Chen looked at Feng Li for help. Feng Li sat calmly on the sofa with his legs crossed, obviously not wanting to make any unnecessary explanations. Ye Chen. He hasn't even gotten married yet, but he has such a big daughter? Dad, be good. The little baby rubbed his father's face with his soft face and hugged his father's neck. Be good, Tuantuan. Baby, is your name Tuantuan? The little kid nodded, tears falling from his eyes. Tuantuan, be good, Daddy. Ye Chen couldn't bear to see such a cute little baby crying, so he coaxed her softly. My dear, don't cry, I am your daddy. Ye Chen wiped away the tears from the little kid's face. Don't cry, Daddy is here. I hold a soft ball in my arms, like cotton. Are all babies so soft? The little kid lay in Ye Chen's arms obediently and didn't move. His two little arms hugged his father's neck, and his pair of big black eyes stared at his father intently. How could such a good baby not have a father? Forget it, he'll just be a dad for once. Little Milkbag pointed at his father's swollen face with his little finger, and his little eyebrows wrinkled like a caterpillar. Daddy, it hurts. Dad doesn't feel any pain anymore. Tuantuan lay on his father's face and blew on it, saying in a baby voice, It hurts, Fei. Ye Chen was amused by this little girl and pinched her soft little face. Well, it hurts Fei. Daddy doesn't feel any pain at all now. Tuantuan climbed down from his father's arms and went upstairs on his two short legs. When he came down, he had several cute little animal band-aids in his little hands. Dad, stick it on. Ye Chen took it and took a quick look. The white bear, the blue puppy, and the pink kitten were so cute and not suitable for a macho man like him at all. My dear, Daddy really doesn't feel any pain anymore. Tuantuan's little voice was soft. Daddy, it hurts, stick with me, it doesn't hurt. Feng Li stood up and looked down at the little thing on the ground. Tuantuan, your father's wound needs to be disinfected before the patch can be applied. Wait a minute. The little guy seemed to understand what his mother said. He nodded obediently, pouting his little mouth and continued to blow for his father. Ye Chen felt so sweet in his heart. If he really had such a well-behaved and lovely daughter, he would wake up smiling in his dreams. The maid had already brought the medical kit over. Boss Feng, here's what you wanted. Well, go down. Feng Li's voice was light, crisp and pleasant. Come over. Ye Chen pointed at himself. Me? Feng Li said in a domineering tone, well, come here and sit next to me, I will apply the medicine for you. Ye Chen walked over slowly and just sat down when Feng Li lifted his chin and narrowed his eyes coldly. Who caused the wound on your face? Ye Chen's eyes dodged and hesitantly said, I bumped into it accidentally. You hit your face like this? Feng Li didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the cotton swab and applied medicine to Ye Chen. He was very careful, afraid of hurting him. Does it hurt? Tell me if it hurts. Ye Chen shook his head, it doesn't hurt. Tuantuan lay beside his father and blew gently on him. Ye Chen looked at the two, one big and one small, in front of him and suddenly felt like he was dreaming? I think so. Ye Chen pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. It really hurt. So he was not dreaming, everything before his eyes was real. He was picked up and taken home, and the woman applied medicine to him. After Feng Li applied medicine to Ye Chen, the baby took out the band-aid from his pocket and put a pink band-aid on his father. Ye Chen. It is indeed a color suitable for macho men. It looks great. The band-aid Tuantuan put on Dad is really pretty. Tuantuan laughed happily and pointed at his father's face. Dad, it doesn't hurt. Yeah, Dad doesn't feel any pain anymore. His baby daughter is like a little angel, the kindest little angel in the world. Oh my God. Sister. Where did you find this little beggar? Why do you bring anyone home? Don't you hate men? Feng Yan stood at the door, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Little beggar? Are you talking about him? Ye Chen touched his hair, which was a mess. His clothes were wet from the rain. He really looked like a beggar. Little Tuantuan got down from his father's arms, walked to Feng Yan with his two short legs, raised his head, and said fiercely, Dad, I'm not a beggar. Feng Yan didn't react for a moment. Tuantuan, what did you say? Could it be that the beggar is your father? Have you found your father? Feng Yan was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and was about to teach Ye Chen a lesson. This bastard bullied her sister. The little kid stopped his father and said, You bad auntie. I'm bad? Feng Tang Tang, get out of my way quickly, or I'll beat you up too. The little kid stood in front of his father and refused to leave no matter what. Don't hit Daddy. Feng Yan picked up the little kid with one hand and said, Get out of my way. I will teach this bastard a lesson today. Tuantuan kicked his two short legs in the air and said fiercely, No. You are not allowed to hit Daddy. Ye Chen took the baby into his arms and explained in a low voice, You misunderstood, I am not Tuantuan's father. Tuantuan hugged his father with a wronged look and cried in his baby voice, It's Daddy. Now you don't dare to admit it, are you afraid that I will beat you? You look handsome and young, you little white face. Feng Yan picked up a fruit knife and said, Wait until I scratch your face, and then I'll see how arrogant you can still be. Ye Chen. For real. What did he do wrong? Feng Li said coldly, Feng Yan, stop making trouble, he is not. Feng Yan put down the knife in her hand, No? Why does Tuantuan call him Dad? It's Dad. The little kid looked at his mother fiercely, revealing his two little fangs, like an angry little wild beast. It's Dad, she won to admit her mistake. Yes, it's Daddy, don't cry. Ye Chen wiped away the tears from the little kid's face and said distressfully, It's Tuantuan's father. Stop crying, okay, baby. Tuantuan pouted and hugged her father tightly, no one could take her father away from her. Carrot. Feng Yan didn't ask any more questions. She thought it was probably because her sister picked up a pretty boy from outside and asked him to be Tuantuan's father and take care of Tuantuan. However, this pretty boy does look quite like Tuantuan. Her sister is really good at finding people. Chapter 33 I Got a Wife in My Dream. Feng Yan put down the knife and said, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. Ye Chen whispered, It doesn't matter. Why is he so excited to see Tuantuan as father and wants to kill him? Is it possible that Tuantuan as father is a scumbag? Ye Chen felt even more distressed for Tuantuan, such a young baby without a father. And she. Ye Chen secretly looked at Feng Li. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and seemed to be rich. What kind of man could abandon her? Dad, wipe it. Tuantuan quickly got a towel for his father and wiped the water off his head. He is a very considerate baby. Thank you, Tuantuan baby. Feng Li's cold voice sounded, Go to the bathroom to take a shower and change clothes first, I'll have someone arrange a room for you. Ye Chen said politely, Thank you. May I have your name? Ye Chen. Ye Chen went into the bathroom, and Tuantuan was waiting outside, afraid that his father had left. She finally has a father, and she likes this father very much. Your father will not leave. He will stay with you during this time. Little Milk continued to stand outside waiting for his daddy, calling out from time to time, fearing that his daddy would run away. Dad! Dad is here. Little Milkbag continued to wait outside with peace of mind, writing and drawing in a small sketchbook in his hand. Feng Yan came up quietly. Tuantuan, what are you drawing? Who are these three people, and who is the mouse thing next to them? Tuantuan quickly hid the notebook and didn't let his aunt see it. Feng Yan suddenly thought of something and felt that the mouse next to her was her, so she pinched the little guy's ears. Tell me, did you draw your father, mother, and you, and the mouse is your aunt? The little kid stopped talking and pushed his aunt's hand away fiercely. Don't touch me. Okay, Feng Tang Tang, you were so well behaved just now, but you were just pretending. I was wondering why you suddenly became so well behaved. Are you lying to your dad? I'm afraid that if you don't behave, your father will not want you anymore. The little kid was touched and hung his head. If she is a good girl, her father will definitely like her. Ye Chen came out of the shower with a small pendant on his leg. Dad. Baby, have you been waiting outside for daddy? Tuantuan nodded and showed the painting of a family of three to his father. It was the first time Ye Chen saw such an abstract picture, and he applauded repeatedly. Tuantuan's painting is really beautiful. This is the father. The painting is really high. Tuantuan was praised by his father, and a smile appeared on his pink and tender little face. Tuantuan, who is this mouse? Why can't Dad tell? As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yan stared at Tuantuan with resentful eyes. Tuantuan hid in Ye Chen's arms out of fear. Dad, my aunt is fierce, be afraid. Scared? Feng Yan was so angry at this little guy that she laughed. What Tuantuan fears the least is her aunt, who irritates her to death every day. If she dies in the future, it will all be the fault of this little devil. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. It's already late and it's time for Tuantuan to go to bed. Tuantuan, where is your room? Daddy will take you to bed. Tuantuan puts a little finger in the room upstairs. Ye Chen took Tuantuan upstairs. Feng Yan asked in a low voice, Sister, did you find a young father for Tuantuan? He seems to be quite good at coaxing children. Feng Li did not answer, his eyes were dark and unclear. It's good. I think Tuantuan likes this cheap dad very much. Even though he's a fake one, it's good enough as long as he can make Tuantuan happy. This is the first time I've seen a little devil pretending to be good. She's afraid her father doesn't want her anymore. Feng Yan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Sister, you still have a way to deal with this little devil. Feng Li suddenly asked, do you also think that I'm the father that Tuantuan found? Isn't it? Upstairs. Tuantuan lay obediently on the bed with her legs up in the air, her two soft little feet sticking out. Dad, go to sleep. Omega. Okay, go to sleep, baby. Ye Chen patted the little kid. Daddy will tell you a story, okay? I'll tell you the story of the little prince. Good. The little kid was in high spirits, with his big eyes open, not feeling sleepy at all. Ye Chen had just talked for a while when the little guy fell asleep with his eyes closed, his little hand still holding his wrist. Ye Chen took his hand away, covered the little guy with the quilt, and put the baby's little feet in. Dad. Even when the baby falls asleep, he still calls for Daddy. Good baby, go to sleep. Ye Chen rubbed the little guy's head and quietly left the room. As soon as I opened the door, I ran into Feng Li. She was wearing a black V-neck dress, big black wavy hair, her face was delicate and cold, and there was a hint of indifference in her eyes, as if nothing in the world caught her attention. Ye Chen accidentally glanced at her chest, silently looked away, and coughed a few times. Tuantuan has fallen asleep. You brought me back for Tuantuan, right? Don't worry, I will be a good father to her. Feng Li raised his eyebrow. Do you think so too? Isn't it? Apart from being a bit good-looking, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. No, remember, my name is Feng Li. The woman's voice was cold, clear, and pleasant. Well, I'm going to rest first. Your room is next door, it has just been cleaned. Feng Li took people to the room. The room was clean and tidy with light blue tones. Do you like it? Like. It was much bigger than his room at the Yi family. After Feng Li left, Ye Chen charged his phone and lay down on the bed. He was unexpectedly picked up and taken home. He seemed to be quite lucky. Ye Chen's steady breathing was heard and the door was gently opened. You don't even know how to cover yourself with the quilt? Feng Li looked at the quilt on the ground proudly. After a while, she picked it up and covered Ye Chen with it again. Ye Chen suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "Don't go." Feng Li lay beside him, gently touching the tip of his upturned nose with her slender fingers, and gently rubbing Ye Chen's pretty face. Ye Chen seemed to sense that there was someone next to him, and he hugged him with both hands. Soft and sweet. It looks like a woman's body. Is she dreaming? Ye Chen pinched it again, touched it everywhere, and the corners of his mouth curved up, so soft, he actually had a wife in his dream. Feng Li's eyes darkened and he stared at Ye Chen's face without blinking. Suddenly, Ye Chen felt his breath being robbed, as if he was being stared at by a wild beast and there was no way to escape. Chapter 44. Does her sister like Ye Chen? Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar environment. He lifted the quilt next to him and found it empty. Did he sleep with the quilt hugging him last night? Ye Chen threw away the quilt in his hand, remembering that it didn't feel like this last night. It's very fragrant and soft, just like a woman's body. Did he remember it wrong? The mobile phone on the table is fully charged, and countless messages pop up on WeChat. 7 groups. Go Chenner, come back soon, it's time to revise the paper. Our beautiful doctoral supervisor will be here in person this afternoon. Donkey brother, oh my god. My advisor is here. I have to dress up nicely so that the beautiful advisor can see me. I heard that my advisor is one of the most powerful advisors in the school, and the youngest doctor, who is only 26 years old this year. Panger, I've bought all my clothes and am waiting to meet the beautiful instructor. Ye Chen, brother Pang, don't you have a girlfriend? Your girlfriend is so tough, are you sure you can handle her? Panger, my girlfriend agreed to buy me new clothes to meet my mentor. She bought me leggings, Crocs, and a floral shirt. Ye Chen was speechless for a while. As expected of my girlfriend, she is such a good trickster. Su Chen, well, it's fine. I'll be back this afternoon. Go Chenner, you don't know, the 86th Imperial University Campus Prince Contest has started again. Brother Donkey, Chenner, you have been keeping a low profile for 3 years. This is your last year. When will you participate in the school hunk selection? With your face, it would be a waste if you don't participate. Peng Air, yeah, I see EMO stealing the show at school every day, it hurts more than killing me, our Shin is 100 times more handsome than him. Ye Chen, okay, I'll join. In the past, he didn't want to compete with EMO and always gave in to him, so he withdrew from every school hunk selection. What did you get in return? In return, EMO became even more aggressive and framed him. At this point, Ye Chen couldn't bear it anymore. Donkey brother, Chenner, are you telling the truth? Ye Chen, yes. Panger, okay, I've been waiting for you to say this. Let's see how EMO will act arrogantly this time. Ye Chen walked out of the room in his pajamas, forgetting that there were no spare clothes for him to change into. How could he go to school today? Feng Li sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her long legs wrapped in black stockings and high heels on her feet. Ye Chen, try on the clothes and see if they fit you well. Ye Chen picked up the clothes and looked at them. It was size M. You bought the clothes for me, how do you know my size? Feng Li said calmly, I guessed it, go change it quickly. Good. Ye Chen changed into a suit jacket and a white shirt, looking like an office worker. In fact, he will not graduate until June this year. Feng Li looked up and down at the boy in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, do you like this kind of clothes? Like. Just like it, eat. Ye Chen didn't see Tuantuan, so he asked, where's Tuantuan? Tuantuan hasn't gotten up yet. She's grumpy. I'll go call Tuantuan. Tuantuan had just sat up and was about to put on her clothes when she heard footsteps. She quickly lay down again and threw away the little skirt in her hand. Ye Chen opened the door and saw the cute little baby lying on the bed, a soft ball. Dad. Omega. Tuantuan is awake. You don't know how to dress yourself, can Daddy help you dress? Good. Ye Chen picked out a little white skirt for the baby, but after trying for a long time, he finally put it on backwards and scratched his head in embarrassment. It's a bit awkward to dress my baby for the first time. Dad, great. Tuantuan especially showed his support for his father and clapped his hands. Ye Chen was so confused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put the baby's clothes on inside out and put a small jacket on the outside. The little guy looks furry and cute. Ye Chen put on pink socks with small lace edges for the baby. The baby's feet are not even as big as his hands. The father and daughter left the room together. Ye Chen looked at the little girl's soft face and wanted to give her a kiss. But he is not the little kid's father, so forget it. Tuantuan, why did you get up so early today? You never got up when your aunt called you before, but why did you get up when your dad called you? Tuantuan hugged his father's neck and said, Tuantuan, be good. Yeah, Tuantuan is very well behaved. This is the first time I've seen such a well-behaved baby. When I saw other babies in the past, I just thought they were noisy, so annoying. But Tuantuan is different. Tuantuan is the best behaved. Feng Li curled her lips and said nothing. This little guy was really pretending. She used to throw things in bowls and had the worst temper. Even her sister couldn't control her. But now that she has a cheap father, she has become well-behaved. Ye Chen sat down holding the little baby and fed the baby the soft and sticky buns. Feng Li explained, Ye Chen, don't feed Tuantuan. She has been able to eat by herself for a long time. She doesn't need to be fed when she was 2 years old. It's okay, the baby is still young and it's not convenient for him to eat by himself. Ye Chen continued to feed Tuantuan and picked up a piece of black fungus for her. Feng Li immediately stopped him. Tuantuan doesn't eat black fungus. The next second, Tuantuan ate the fungus that his father picked up in one bite, and his eyes curved into crescents. Dad, it's delicious. Feng Li. Tuantuan is really well behaved and not picky about food at all. It was the first time Ye Chen saw such a well-behaved baby and he really wanted to take her home to raise her. Feng Li picked up a piece of steak for Ye Chen and said, you should eat too. Don't just focus on feeding Tuantuan. She can eat by herself. Feng Li's eyes were as big as bells, as if she had seen something incredible. What is her sister doing? She seems to be picking up food for the pretty boy. No way. No way. Could it be that his sister likes this type of pretty boy? Absolutely not. What kind of person has her sister not seen? Although Ye Chen is indeed very good looking, he is the most handsome man she has ever seen. After Ye Chen finished his meal and was about to leave, Tuantuan hugged his father's legs and said, Dad, Tuantuan, be good. Dad knows you are a good boy. Dad has to go to school now to deal with the thesis. Ye Chen rubbed Tuantuan's head. The baby's hair was messy and no one took care of it. He looked so pitiful. Ye Chen patiently combed Tuantuan's hair and put on 2 beautiful little butterfly clips. She became a clean little baby. Feng Li asked, Ye Chen, you are going to school today, are you still in school? I'm going to deal with my thesis. I'm going to graduate in June this year, and I've already signed an internship with a company. Well, I'll ask the driver to take you there later. Thanks. Ye Chen was about to get in the car, with the little pendant on his leg still on. He looked at his father with his big black eyes, afraid that his father would leave. Tuantuan, Dad will be back tonight. I want Daddy. The baby looked so pitiful that Ye Chen felt distressed. He turned to Feng Li and asked, Can I take Tuantuan away? I'll be back this afternoon. Feng Li answered decisively, Sure, give me your phone. Ye Chen handed over his cell phone, and Feng Li left her contact information on it. Call me if you need anything, and drive slowly. Good. Ye Chen brought Tuantuan into the car. Feng Li hung a small bottle around Tuantuan's neck and said, Drink milk when you are hungry, and don't bother your dad. Tuantuan held the small bottle and nodded obediently. Chapter 55 Ye Chen, I really don't have a wife. Imperial University. One of the top prestigious universities in the country. Ye Chen got out of the car holding Tuantuan and put on the little baby's hat. Tuantuan saw so many people and hid in his father's arms in fear. Dad. Be good, Daddy is here. The guard at the door sighed when he saw Ye Chen holding the child. These days, if you go to college, your father will be a successful person, but I still don't have a wife. Along the way, Ye Chen attracted many of his classmates' attention. He buried his round face in his chest. Building 2, Room 208. Ye Chen opened the door, and Lu Pang and others were about to go up to warmly welcome him, but they found that Ye Chen was holding a little baby in his arms. The 3 of them froze in place at the same time. Ye Chen, where did you kidnap this little guy from? He looks quite small. Yeah, let's kidnap one too. It's so cute. I really want to keep it. Before Lu Hao's hand touched Tuantuan buried her face in her father's arms and hummed in grievance, Dad. What? What did they hear? The three people's pupils trembled at the same time. Then, Ye Chen was pressed on the table by three people. Tell me, Chen'er, when did you have a daughter without telling us? Tell me the truth, why do you have a daughter, and why is she so old? Ye Chen, you are awesome. You didn't even tell us that you had a daughter. She's so cute. Why didn't you bring her here earlier? Ye Chen was pressed on the table by the three men and had no power to resist. You, listen to my explanation. What are you explaining? No need to explain. You actually have such a big daughter and we didn't even know about it. Do you think we are brothers? When Tuantuan saw his father being bullied, he grabbed the arms of several people with his two little hands and said, "No, don't bully daddy." The little kid bit Lu Hao's arm fiercely. "Baby, are you tickling your uncle?" Lu Hao stretched out his hand and wanted to pinch the little girl's face, but she dodged it, grabbed Lu Hao's hand and bit it again. Ye Chen, your daughter is too fierce. She even bites people. Ye Chen finally broke free from the few people and held Xiao Tuantuan in his arms. You misunderstood. This is really not my daughter. How could I have a daughter this old? This is the child of a friend of mine. She was too busy and asked me to help take care of her. The three of them were skeptical. Really? Without waiting for Ye Chen to answer, little Tuantuan said in a baby voice, "Tuantuan, my biological child." Ha ha ha, Ye Chen, what else do you have to explain? Your daughter said she is your biological daughter. Little cutie, how old are you this year? Hu Yuxuan pinched the baby's hand. It was so chubby, white and tender, so adorable. He dreamed of having such a lovely daughter. Tuantuan stretched out three short little fingers and said in a milky voice, 3 years old. The baby is 3 years old now. He is so cute. Lu Hao was shocked for a moment. Fuck. Ye Chen, you are a dog. You are at the peak of your life at the age of 18. You sleep with women and have a daughter. Ye Chen. Brother Donkey, you really misunderstood me. I really didn't. Look at me, do I look alike to Tuantuan? Lu Hao answered without hesitation, they are not similar, but very similar. Their eyes and nose are exactly the same. If you say they are not your biological child, no one will believe you. Hu Yuxuan made the final decision, he is definitely her biological child. Ye Chen, you are really good. Where is your wife? Bring her to us and see how she looks. You already have a wife before you even graduate. Ye Chen was speechless again, and Feng Li suddenly came to his mind. His wife? That kind of woman is not an ordinary person at all. She might be a female CEO or something. How could she fall in love with him? Ye Chen almost bit his tongue when he spoke. No wife. Hu Yuxuan snorted, you don't have a wife? Who gave birth to your daughter? Could it be that you gave birth to her? You are so stingy. If you don't want to show it to me, then don't show it to me. Chen'er is too stingy, are we going to snatch your wife? I'm getting a new hairstyle ready today. I'm going to meet our doctoral advisor, Chen'er, to help me see how it goes. Hu Yuxuan has a square face and is not very tall. With his new hairstyle, he looks a bit weird. Brother Hu, your hairstyle is not very good. Nonsense, this is a hairstyle tailor-made for me. It will charm thousands of girls when I go out. You don't understand. Hu Yuxuan continued to look at himself in the mirror, smoothing his hair from time to time. Seeing the little baby on the ground, he bent down and asked, your name is Tuantuan, right? How do you like your hair today, uncle? Tuantuan opened his big eyes and shook his head, saying in a baby voice, Daddy is handsome. Hu Yuxuan. Lu Hao laughed loudly, Tuantuan has a sharp eye. It seems that I have a better chance this time to win the beautiful doctoral tutor. Don't worry about Chen'er, your daughter is already this big. Hu Yuxuan continued to ask, who do you think is the second most handsome person besides your father? Xiao Tuantuan pointed decisively at Lu Hao. Hu Yuxuan felt a stab in the heart again and continued to ask, what about the third one? Tuantuan pointed at Lu Peng again. Hu Yuxuan completely lost his confidence and hid in the corner drawing circles. Too much. This is simply too much. Tuantuan ran over and said, Uncle is handsome. It was a typical slap in the face and then a candy, but Hu Yuxuan was very happy. He pinched the pink and tender little face, which was as soft as white dough. Wow, why does Ye Chen have such a cute daughter? I am so envious. Hu Yuxuan cried bitterly in her heart, she wanted it too. Not only Hu Yuxuan, but Lu Peng and others were so envious that tears came to their eyes, and they surrounded Tuantuan and refused to leave. Little cutie, do you want some candy? Uncle has some candy here. Just call me and I'll give it to you. Lu Peng took out a candy from his pocket to coax his girlfriend. Uncle. Baby, be good, I'll give it to you. Tuantuan just got the candy and quickly gave it to his father. Dad, have some candy. Thank you, Tuantuan. Ye Chen tore off the candy coating and stuffed it into the little guy's mouth. Tuantuan eats it, Daddy doesn't want to eat it. In the morning, Ye Chen continued to revise his thesis. Tuantuan sat with his father and looked at him obediently. Chener, let's have dinner together. Ye Chen turned around and said, there are too many people in the cafeteria. I'm afraid they will bump into Tuantuan. I've already prepared it. Brother Lu and I will go buy food together. You guys stay in the dormitory. Okay, then you two go, Pinger and I will look after Tuantuan. When Tuantuan heard that his dad was leaving, he hugged his dad's legs tightly, tears in his eyes. Dad. My dear, Daddy is going to the cafeteria to buy you food. He will be back in 20 minutes. Watch the countdown. When you finish counting, Daddy will be back. Ye Chen put the countdown electronic watch in Xiao Tuantuan's hand. Canteen. It's very lively with people coming and going. Ye Chen first bought some egg custard for Tuantuan, then some shrimp and preserved egg porridge, and bought a simple meal for himself. Just as I was about to leave, a cry of surprise was heard. The school beauty Chui is here. She is so beautiful. She is worthy of being the school beauty and the eldest daughter of the Chu family. This figure is simply perfect. If I had this figure in this face, I would just walk sideways. Ye Chen raised his head and saw a familiar face. Chui stopped beside him, wearing a white autumn dress and a hat of the same color, with chestnut curly hair falling on her chest, white stockings, and high heels. Chapter 66 Mentor Wenru is so nice to Ye Chen. At first glance, she looks innocent and lovely, but you have to ignore the ferocious look on her face. Ye Chen, don't go too far, otherwise, I will make you pay for it. Ye Chen said calmly, what does Miss Chu want to talk to me about? If not, I'll leave first. You bully EMO. Bullying EMO is the same as bullying me, Chui. Ye Chen said coldly, I think you misunderstood. I didn't bully EMO. He accidentally fell down from the building. Brother EMO is pure and kind, unlike you who thinks about how to replace him every day. You are a fake and will never be able to replace Brother EMO. Chui snorted coldly, you were kicked out by the Yi family, how does it feel to be homeless? Ye Chen smiled coldly, thank you Miss Chu for your concern, I am living a good life now. Really? Let's see where you'll go after you leave campus in 2 months. You won't be begging on the street, will you? Maybe I can even give you a meal then. Without the Yi family, you are nothing. Ye Chen's voice was as calm as water, Miss Chu, there is no need to worry about this. Chui curled the corners of her lips coldly, raised her hand to knock the food out of Ye Chen's hand, and left arrogantly. Ye Chen had a bitter smile on his face. She was clearly his childhood sweetheart, but now she had become like this. The girl who used to follow him and call Ye Chen brother is now gone. What happened? Do the school belle and Ye Chen have a grudge against each other? It looks like there should be a grudge, but Ye Chen is really handsome, much better looking than our school hunk. Of course, Ye Chen never participates in the school hunk selection, otherwise, the championship would have been his long ago. Alas, what a waste. Such a beautiful face, just give it to me. Dream on. Ye Chen looked at the food on the ground. He couldn't eat it anymore, so he could only go buy another one. However, many dishes are gone now. It doesn't matter to him, but what about Tuantuan? What should Tuantuan eat? At this time, 2 lunchboxes were handed to Ye Chen. You can take mine. Ye Chen raised his head, and a pure and lovely face came into view, with almond-shaped eyes glistening with light, very charming and touching. Song Wanning? Song Wan Ning whispered, well, I bought too much just now and didn't finish it. Thank you. How about I give you the money? Song Wan Ning said, no need, I bought too much, it would be a waste if you don't eat it. Okay, thanks. Ye Chen left with a lunchbox, which contained egg custard, shrimps, and braised chicken, enough for Tuantuan to eat. After buying food, Ye Chen met up with Lu Hao. Chener, what's wrong? Ye Chen said, it's okay, brother donkey, do people change? Of course, what's wrong with you? What happened? You don't look right. Let's go back. Tuantuan is hungry. Ye Chen felt much better when he thought of his lovely daughter. Tuantuan saw that the countdown had reached 0, but his father had not come back yet, so he anxiously poked his little head out of the door. Where's Dad? Baby Tuantuan, your dad will be back soon, let's wait a little longer. Tuantuan insisted on going out to find his father, and the two of them couldn't stop him. Fortunately, Ye Chen came back at this time. Dad epsilon equals. Dad is back. Dad brought you some food. I wonder if you like it. Like. She likes all the meals her father brings. Ye Chen fed Tuantuan and sent a message to Feng Li. The egg custard that Tuantuan ate today was delicious. Well, what about you? I had grilled eggplant, which tasted good. Have you had lunch? Just ate. That's all. Ye Chen continued to feed Tuantuan. After all, it was his first time feeding a baby and he had no experience, so he made the baby's face full of oil. Ha ha ha, Ye Chen, is she your daughter or not? How come you can't even feed her? Yes, tell me where you stole your daughter from. Ye Chen said helplessly, I told you about a friend's daughter, and you still don't believe it. The little kid held his father's hand and said, my biological child, Dad. Lu Pang and the others were amused. You and your father look so much alike, no one would believe you if you said you were not biological children. Ye Chen asked doubtfully, does Tuantuan look like me? Yeah, look at yourself in the mirror. Maybe it's a coincidence. Ye Chen said to himself. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. I only had a wet dream 4 years ago, but it was just a wet dream. Afternoon. Several people went to the tutor's office together. Ye Chen put Tuantuan at the door and put a bunny hat on her. Tuantuan, Daddy will be out soon. Can you wait outside for a while? Good. So good. Chener, is my hair messy? Show me my clothes are ready? Ye Chen was speechless for a while. Brother, we are going to meet the instructor, not to go on a blind date. Little Milkbag also nodded with a silly and cute look on his face. Blind date. Hu Yuxuan scratched his head. I just want to pay attention to my image. After entering, Ye Chen was pushed to the front by several people. Their supervisor is the youngest and most beautiful female PhD student at the Imperial University, who is only 26 years old this year. She was wearing a dignified and elegant dress, slightly curly hair, high heels, and a plump figure. She didn't look like a mentor at all, but more like a senior student. Yang Bo said softly, Ye Chen, come here. Teacher, this is my thesis. Ye Chen handed in his paper. When Yang Bo received it, he accidentally touched Ye Chen's hand, and Ye Chen immediately withdrew his hand. What happened to your face? Are you hurt? The slightly cool fingers touched Ye Chen's face, and he took a step back slightly. Nothing, I just bumped into it accidentally. The female instructor said softly, does it hurt? Do you want to go to the infirmary? I'll go with you. No need, the medicine has been applied. It was Feng Li who applied it to him personally. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth curled up. Good. Yours is passable. You don't need to revise it a third or fourth time. You can also add more at the end. If you don't understand anything, come to me. The woman's voice was very gentle, and her eyes when she looked at Ye Chen were also very gentle. Ye Chen said politely, thank you. Seeing that his tutor was so gentle, Hu Yuxuan quickly handed over his paper. However, the next moment, the female tutor's face changed. Hu Yuxuan, is this your thesis? You have revised it for the second time, and nothing I said in the first revision has been changed. What on earth are you doing? Do you still want to graduate? Hu Yuxuan. Why is it different when it comes to him? He was so gentle when he was talking to Ye Chen just now. I think I'll take it and modify it. Revise everything I circled for you. Even the formatting is wrong. Follow Ye Chen and learn from him. Good. As expected, Lu Pang and Lu Hao were criticized, scolded, and then left in disgrace. Yang Bo kept Ye Chen. Hey, you're still doing your hair, I'm already confused by the scolding. Who isn't? I'm so miserable. My mind is completely blank after being scolded. Why is the teacher so nice to Ye Chen? Ye Chen writes well, we can't compare. Xiao Tuantuan saw that several uncles had come out but hadn't seen his father yet. He anxiously poked half of his head out of the office, and with his soft little face pressed against the doorframe, he looked around and finally saw his father. Chapter 77. Why should you be so nice to him? Dad. The baby's voice was gurgling, and he was about to go in with his two short legs. Hu Yuxuan grabbed the little guy by the back of the collar. Tuantuan, don't go in. Your dad has other things to do. Be good. Uncle will play with you, okay? Hu Yuxuan picked up the little guy, pouted his lips and was about to kiss the adorable baby, but Tuantuan covered his mouth with both hands. Lu Haolei laughed loudly. Old Hu, you are disliked by Tuantuan, don't kiss me, Tuantuan won't let you kiss me. Dad. Tuantuan pointed at his father inside and wanted to find him, but his father was talking to someone else. Daddy belongs to her alone. See? Lu Hao deliberately teased the little kid. Tuantuan, if your dad has another baby in the future, will he dislike you? Dad likes Tuantuan. Little Milkbag argued with Hu Yuxuan in a baby voice, with his cheeks puffed up like a little puffer fish. How do you know? What if your father doesn't like you anymore and abandons you? Dad. Ye Chen was talking to Professor Yang Bo and vaguely heard Tuantuan's voice, as if she was crying. Teacher, I will seriously consider this matter. I have something else to do. Okay, then you go back first. As soon as Ye Chen came out, he saw the little baby with tears in his eyes. He took the baby in his arms with heartache. Tuantuan, what's wrong? Dad, don't be a grouper. The aggrieved baby was crying, looking so pitiful. Yes, why not? When he came out, many people saw Ye Chen holding a little baby, and they all speculated whether it was his sister. Ye Chen was going to take Tuantuan away in the afternoon. Hu Yuxuan held the little Tuantuan reluctantly and said, Baby, can you give uncle a kiss? The baby's head shakes like a small corsair. Lao Hu, did you see that? The baby doesn't want you to kiss her, let her go. After getting on the bus, Tuantuan stretched out his little hand and said goodbye to the uncles. Goodbye. Goodbye, Tuantuan. On the way, Ye Chen received a call. Note, Ye Qingshan. Ye Chen, come back to me quickly. Your brother said he will release a new album soon. Please write a song for him. Ye's father's impatient voice came from the microphone. Ye Chen smiled coldly. Why should I write to him? Are you going to disobey me? I am your father. I have raised you for so many years, and you have occupied Xiaomo's life for so many years. What's wrong with writing a few songs for him? Come back quickly tonight. I don't want to say this a second time. Ye's father's voice was cold. He had asked Ye Chen to get out of the house many times before, but he came back within a day. He was a little surprised that she didn't come back today. Ye Chen is still of some use now, we can't kick him out of the house forever. I won't go home today, nor will I go home in the future. I wrote 6 songs for Ye Mo, and they became popular. I have already paid off what I owed him. Ye Chen, you are really getting better and better. You actually dared to disobey me as your father. Come back tonight, or you will never be allowed to enter the house again. Father Ye said coldly and hung up the phone. He just didn't believe that Ye Chen could really stay outside for a few days. Ye Mo asked, Dad, will my brother be home tonight? My work agent asked me to release another album, and it's been 3 months since the last time. Ye's father was very confident. Don't worry, Ye Chen will definitely come back. He has no money, no house, and no job. How can he survive? Except for our Ye family, he has nowhere else to go. He is still somewhat useful now, and can still write lyrics for you. Otherwise, I would have kicked him out of the house long ago. He has no heart at all, and can even bully his own brother. Father Ye spoke coldly, his words showing his dissatisfaction with Ye Chen. Dad, my brother is actually quite nice, don't be angry. Xiao Mo, you are too kind. One day I will be mad at that rebellious son. When he comes back, I will teach him a lesson again. Their little Mo is kind-hearted. He is indeed his biological son and looks like him. The things that Ye Chen picked up have bad genes. Ye Chen brought Tuantuan back to Hailan Manor. Feng Li was wearing a slim black dress and sitting casually on the sofa with a computer on the table. She worked very hard, her fingers tapping on the keyboard. He raised his head when he heard the footsteps, and his pupils were fixed on Ye Chen without blinking. He was not wearing a coat, and the coat was draped over his body. The little kid was lying in his father's arms, seemingly asleep. You're back? Well, Tuantuan had egg custard, shrimp, and meat for lunch today. Ye Chen told Feng Li all of Tuantuan's experiences today. You don't have to report this to me. I'm not looking for a babysitter for Tuantuan. Ye Chen asked in confusion, didn't you ask me to take care of Tuantuan? Isn't that why you picked me up? Feng Li didn't say anything and stood up. Although she was wearing high heels, she was not as tall as Ye Chen. Ye Chen was 1.88 meters tall, a head taller than Feng Li. She raised her hand to straighten Ye Chen's tie and smoothed his messy hair. Are you cold? Ye Chen was frightened by this sudden concern and took a few steps back. It's not cold. Feng Li held Ye Chen's hand, and just as she expected, it was cold. Not cold? You gave your clothes to Tuantuan, what will you do? What if you catch a cold? I'm fine. I'm a grown man with a very good physique. It suddenly started to rain and it was windy today. Tuantuan was wearing too little and I was afraid the baby would catch a cold. Ye Chen looked at the little baby in his arms lovingly. The baby was sleeping soundly, his little mouth slightly pouting and his face rosy. Don't do that next time. It is still the domineering voice that is irresistible. Ye Chen nodded instinctively. Good. Put Tuantuan down. Go and have a rest. Don't forget to take your cold medicine. Ye Chen put Tuantuan on the bed and returned to his room. Feeling dizzy, he fell asleep on the bed. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the door. Ye Chen. Have you slept? Have you taken your cold medicine? Ye Chen sat up in a daze, Feng Li. The door opened, and Feng Li was wearing a sexy black miniskirt and pajamas, revealing her long and straight legs, so white that they were dazzling. The woman slowly approached, put a hand on Ye Chen's forehead, frowned slightly, and asked, didn't you take the medicine? Ye Chen shook his head blankly. I forgot. Feng Li brought the medicine in, brought a glass of water, put the medicine in Ye Chen's mouth, and said, take it. Ye Chen looked at the woman in front of him with a confused look on his face. Why did she care about him so much? His parents didn't care about him that much, they only cared about GMO. He only has one use in the Yi family, which is to write songs for GMO. So, he thought Feng Li picked him up just to take care of Tuantuan, and everyone was using him. Chapter 88 Mr. Feng likes young and pretty boys. After taking the medicine, Ye Chen looked at Feng Li in confusion. Why, are you so nice to me? Is it because of Tuantuan? Feng Li changed the subject. Go to sleep, you will be fine after a good night's sleep. Ye Chen lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep dream again. Don't chase me away. A dense layer of sweat appeared on Ye Chen's forehead. Feng Li wiped it off gently with a towel, and said in a soft voice, no one is chasing you away, go to sleep. Ye Chen suddenly grabbed Feng Li's hand and said, don't chase me away. I will write lyrics for YMO. I am still useful. I will write well. You had a nightmare, Ye Chen, go to sleep, you will feel better once you fall asleep. Feng Li patted Ye Chen's arm gently, and Ye Chen fell asleep again, without having a nightmare this time. I dreamed that he had a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. The daughter was Xiao Tuantuan, and the wife was Feng Li. Ye Chen saw the woman's face clearly and was so scared that he sat up. Ye Chen, you really dare to dream, can you even have such a dream? Feng Li's identity must be complicated. Ye Chen pinched his brows, his head aching badly when he remembered that he still had to put clothes on Tuantuan. As soon as he stood up, he fell directly onto the bed. Ye Chen, what's wrong with you? Feng Yan, go call the family doctor. The woman's anxious voice echoed in my ears. Is it Feng Li? He wanted to open his eyes, but his eyelids were heavy and he couldn't open them. If he died, would anyone really feel sad for him? He knew that none of the people in the Yi family truly cared about him. But he just wants family affection, he also wants his family. He doesn't want to be alone, it's so lonely. Ye Chen, wake up, don't sleep anymore. Dad, I don't want to sleep. I want to take a nap. The baby spoke in a crying voice, grabbed his father's arm with his two little hands, and leaned forward to kiss his father with his soft little face. Dad! The corners of Ye Chen's mouth rose slightly, as if someone was worried about him. Dad, I don't want to sleep. The little kid held his father's face, tears streaming down his face. Daddy, be good. When Ye Chen heard Xiao Tuantuan crying, he opened his eyes with difficulty. The cute and pretty little baby had turned into a little crybaby. Don't cry, Daddy is fine. Ye Chen wiped away the little guy's tears and said, "Dad just slept for a while." Tuantuan sniffed in grievance and leaned against his father's face. "Dad, I don't want to sleep." "Okay, Dad won't sleep anymore." Feng Li put a cold towel on Ye Chen's forehead and said, "The family doctor will be here soon. Just bear with it for now." "Thank you. I'm fine." Feng Yan asked quietly, "Sister, there are 3 meetings at the company today. Are you not going to the company?" Feng Li turned around and gave Feng Yan a cold look. "Feng Li, if you're busy, go to the company first." "I'm fine. I'll be fine after a rest. It's just a minor cold." Ye Chen rubbed his nose. He had always been in good health, so why did he suddenly get sick? "Feng Yan, all meetings will be moved to tomorrow." "Sister, this meeting is very important. I heard that someone from abroad is coming. Are you really not going?" Feng Li said coldly, "No, let the assistant move it to tomorrow." "Good." Feng Yan turned around and went out to make a phone call. This is the first time I see her sister so nervous about someone. Could it be that she really likes this pretty boy? He looks so delicate. It's obvious that he's a pretty boy who can't lift anything with his hands or carry anything on his shoulders. She thought her sister liked the kind of brave and strong men. "Feng Li, I'm really fine, don't worry about me, just go to the meeting." Ye Chen pushed Feng Li and accidentally touched her lower abdomen, which was flat and smooth without any fat. Ye Chen swallowed and quickly withdrew his hand. "Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Feng Li pinched Ye Chen's handsome face and said in an extremely doting tone, "Lie down well, and don't move." Ye Chen has fair skin, 3-dimensional facial features, a gentle look between his eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and a hint of pink on his lips, without any flaws. Feng Li slowly moved closer, and Ye Chen could feel her breathing getting closer and closer, their noses almost touching. What is Feng Li going to do? Should I kiss him? The next second, there was a soft little thing on his face, and Tuantuan had already taken the lead and kissed his father on the face. "Dad! Feng Li! This little bastard!" Ye Chen rubbed Tuantuan's little head lovingly. "My dear, Daddy is not feeling bad anymore. I will comb your hair later, okay?" "Good." She loves her dad the most, and her dad is the best dad in the world. "I thought it was just a cold, but who asked me to come here in person? Who is it?" When Tuantuan heard the sound, he was so scared that he hid in his father's arms. "What's wrong, Tuantuan?" Feng Li explained. "Tuantuan is afraid of Ji Wenzhou. Ji Wenzhou gave her an injection." "Don't be afraid, Dad is here." After Ji Wenzhou came in and saw Ye Chen, his jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock. Male. Feng Li is not the one who hates men the most. There is no man around her, even her bodyguards are women. Feng Li turned around and said, "Ji Wenzhou, give him a good look." "Boss Feng, where did you find this pretty boy? He's so pretty." Feng Li crossed his arms over his chest and said in a cold voice, "You don't have to worry about this, just watch it quickly." Yes. Ji Wenzhou used instruments to give Ye Chen a full body examination. "It's nothing serious, just a low-grade fever that won't go away. I'll give you in 4 and it will go away in 2 hours." "Good." Ji Wenzhou took out an 4 bottle and an extremely sharp needle from the medical box. Tuantuan knew that his father was going to get an injection. Although he was afraid, he still stood in front of his father and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, it hurts." Hearing this, Ji Wenzhou almost dropped the bottle in his hand to the ground, with an extremely rich expression. "Tuantuan, what did you say?" "Daddy is in pain, I won't hit you." Tuantuan used her 2 little arms to push Ji Wenzhou away desperately, preventing him from getting close to her father. Ji Wenzhou turned around and asked, "Really? He was the man that night?" Feng Li shook his head, "No." Ji Wenzhou breathed a sigh of relief. If it was true, he would never treat this man. It would be better to burn him to death. Tuantuan continued to stand in front of his father, holding his little head against Ji Wenzhou. "If you don't hit me, it will hurt Dad." Feng Li picked up the little girl directly, holding her collar from behind. The little girl flapped her short legs angrily. "Bad. Mom is bad." Ye Chen stretched out his hand, closed his eyes, felt the pain, and took a breath of cold air. Feng Li frowned slightly. "Be gentle. It's already very light." Ji Wenzhou raised his eyelids. When did President Feng develop this habit of liking young pretty boys? Chapter 99. Ye Chen, you owe me all these. Ye Chen pursed his lips. He seemed to have misunderstood the relationship between himself and Feng Li. I waited for Feng Li to explain, but there was no further words. Feng Li put the little baby down, and the little baby ran to his father with his two short legs and took out the candy that he had treasured for a long time from his pocket. "Daddy, eat candy, it won't hurt." Little Milkbag bit open the candy and gave it to his dad. I accidentally bit off the candy. "Thank you, Tuantuan, Dad doesn't feel any pain at all anymore." Ye Chen happily ate the candy that his daughter had peeled for him. It was so sweet. Tuantuan went to get the biggest grapes for his father and said, "Dad, eat some grapes." "Thank you, Tuantuan." Ji Wenzhou was stunned. Is this still the same little devil who only knew how to lose his temper? When he gets angry, he smashes cups and other things, and no one can stop him. Now he has become so well behaved? Because of my dad. Ji Wenzhou expressed his incomprehension. I really don't understand. Why hasn't Ye Chen come back yet? It's been 2 days, and he still hasn't come home? Father Ye's face was as gloomy as water. You are really getting more and more capable. You dare to leave home for such a long time. Dad, my brother might be really angry this time and even hit him. What should I do with my album? My agent has already agreed to it. Ye Mo said anxiously. Humph, beating him is still a light punishment. Don't worry, Xiao Mo Dad will find a way for you to get him back and make him write lyrics for you obediently. Thank you, Dad. Ye Chen received a call. He didn't want to answer it at first, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally answered it. Ye Chen, where are you now? Come back here right now. There was an angry roar coming from the phone. Ye Chen's voice was hoarse. I'm outside. I give you until tonight to come back to me, otherwise, you will never be able to enter the Yi family again. Ye Chen said calmly, what's the matter with calling me back? Of course I have something to do. Xiao Mo is going to release an album. You should come back quickly and write lyrics for him. Ye Chen sneered, so, this is the only purpose of letting me go back? What do you think? If you weren't still useful, I would have kicked you out of the house long ago. Come back here quickly. Ye Chen said coldly, don't call me anymore, I won't go back. Ye Chen, have you grown too powerful to dare not go home? Ye Chen was too lazy to listen to Ye's father's curse and hung up the phone directly. Feng Li asked, who called? Nothing. Ye Chen replied with a smile, not wanting to tell anyone about his terrible family background. He is the fake young master of the Yi family and has occupied Ye Mo's life for more than 10 years. Everyone thinks that he deserves it and should give in to Ye Mo. Even he thought so he endured it for 7 years and wrote lyrics for Ye Mo. Ye Mo became a well-known singer 2 years ago, and all the lyrics he used were the ones he wrote. Have a good rest. You are sick now. Don't be distracted by other things. Dad, go to sleep. Tuantuan's purring voice was in Ye Chen's ears, and he lay in his father's arms like a good baby. I want to sleep with my dad. Omega. Feng Li directly pulled the kid out. Your father needs to rest now, you will disturb your father's rest. Tuantuan and Dad, together. Tuantuan argued with his mother in a baby voice, and his mother grabbed his ears again, making him cry out in grievance. Your father is on in 4 drip, what if you get touched? Tuantuan shook his head like a small wave drum. Tuantuan, be good. That won't work either. Come down here. Feng Li took the little guy down from the bed, but when he didn't keep an eye on him for a while, the little kid climbed back up again. Continue to lie in Daddy's arms. Be a good baby. Ye Chen really likes Tuantuan and is reluctant to let go of him while holding him. Feng Li's dark eyes were bottomless, as if they wanted to suck Ye Chen in. Dangerous voice, do you like Tuantuan very much? Well, Tuantuan is so cute, everyone likes him, including some of my roommates. Ye Chen gently patted the little kid's back. His whole body felt soft and smelled of milk. The next second, Feng Li pulled Tuantuan out of Ye Chen's arms. The little kid was almost crying out of grievance, looking at his father with tears in his eyes. Dad. Feng Li whispered, Dad is sick and needs to rest. You are disturbing his rest. Do you want Dad to be sick all the time? Tuantuan shook her head. She wanted her father to get better soon. Well, go play. The little baby continues to draw with the small drawing board. Although he can't write a few words yet, he can already draw. Feng Li's slightly cool back of his hand gently touched Ye Chen's forehead, and Ye Chen felt a fresh fragrance coming towards him, which was not the smell of perfume that he hated. It's a very pleasant smell. He likes it very much. Back off a bit. Ye Chen nodded and said, Feng Li, you must be very busy. You don't have to keep an eye on me. I'm a grown man with a strong body. A minor illness is nothing. Feng Li said calmly, it's nothing, just a few small meetings, it doesn't matter whether it's held or not. Feng Yan was eating fruit and spat out a grape skin. Small meeting? That was a project worth tens of billions, and her sister said it was thrown away. If Grandpa knew about this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Feng Li just sat next to Ye Chen. Ye Chen always felt that there was something wrong with the way she looked at him, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Feng Li must be a very good person, because he took him home, fed him, provided him with shelter, and even took care of him personally when he was sick. He should not think too much and should not judge others by his own standards. He will definitely repay Feng Li in the future. After the drip, Ye Chen felt much better, but still a little dizzy. Ye Chen, come back quickly, I'm going to release an album. You promised me that you would always write lyrics for me, you can't go back on your word. You owe me all this, Ye Chen. You owe me all this. Ye Chen ignored Yemo and directly put him on the blacklist. He had already paid off what he owed Yemo. He has not spent any money from his family over the years, all of which was earned from his part-time job. Dad, blow it. Tuantuan grabbed her father's hand, pouted her little mouth and blew on the wound on her father's hand. Ye Chen's heart melted, his daughter was so well behaved. At this time, the cell phone rang and Ye Chen answered the call. Song Wan Ning asked softly, Ye Chen, can you come to school tomorrow? I still have some questions to ask you. Okay, I don't have anything else to do recently. By the way, I heard there's a school hunk selection going on soon. Do you want to participate? This is the last one and I'll be leaving school soon. Join. Song Wan Ning said, well, if you participate, then I will participate too. Ye Chen scratched his head. Why should Song Wan Ning participate if he participates? Does this matter? After hanging up the phone, Feng Li stood behind Ye Chen and said in a cold voice, is it your girlfriend's number? No, I don't have a girlfriend. He had only one fiancée before, but Shui broke off the engagement with him 2 years ago and was about to get engaged to Yemo. After all, he is the fake young master, and Yemo is the real one. Chapter 10:10 Is it because he can't hold it in anymore? Feng Li asked again, a call from a classmate, is it a female classmate? It's just a normal relationship between classmates, don't get me wrong. After Ye Chen finished explaining, he realized that something was not right. Why did he explain it this way? Are you afraid that Feng Li will misunderstand? But the two seem to have nothing to do with each other. Everyone thought he was the gigolo that Feng Li picked up. In fact, Feng Li has no interest in him at all. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Feng Li's eyes, so faint that it was almost imperceptible. She held Ye Chen's hand and sat on the sofa. Ye Chen, it's time to take medicine. Dad, take your medicine. Tuantuan thoughtfully poured water for his father, and held the water in his two little hands and put it in his father's hands, Yao, bitter. Ye Chen was almost moved to tears and swallowed the medicine without any hesitation. What should I do if my daughter is too sensible? Daddy, have some candy. Then he stuffed a candy into his father's mouth. The baby peeled it crookedly, and it was obvious that it had been chewed with his baby teeth, but Ye Chen didn't mind. Ye Chen had another dream when he was sleeping at night. He slept with the woman in his arms all night. Is it really because he is missing women so much that he is going crazy? How is that possible? He is not that anxious, he is only 22. Is it really that he is holding it in? No way. Ye Chen went to the bathroom to check. It's not broken at all. Don't even think about it. There's no woman. Ye Chen came out after teaching his brother a lesson. Put on a slim-fitting turtleneck sweater and a jacket in the same color, and even the shoes and socks are ready. Feng Li picked it for him. Feng Li has good taste. When Feng Li came in, Ye Chen had just put on his clothes. He was wearing an off-white coat, an off-white turtleneck sweater, and had brown hair. He was a typical sunny boy who looked to be about 20 years old. Do you like the clothes? Ye Chen pursed his lips, lowered his eyes and looked at his toes. I like it. You prepared it for me before I even said anything. I can pay for it. Although I don't have money now, I can make money in the future. I can write lyrics. All the songs I wrote before were used by Yemo. Recently he is preparing to compose a song of his own. From now on, he will completely break away from the Ye family and will no longer be manipulated by them. Feng Li smiled, Pay? Do you think I'm short of money? Ye Chen shook his head. No, you should be the president of the company. What do you need? Feng Li looked at Ye Chen with an obscure gaze, You'll know later. After? Ye Chen and Feng Li went to Tuantuan's room together. Tuantuan has woken up and is waiting for his father to come and dress him. The baby can put on clothes, but she just wants her father to dress her. She finally sees her father again, and she wants to stay with him for a while longer. Tuantuan, are you awake? Tuantuan poked his head out from under the quilt and rubbed his eyes. Dad epsilon equals. Wake up, Tuantuan, what are you going to wear today? Tuantuan picked out a beige coat for herself, which was exactly the same color as her father's clothes, making them look like father and daughter outfits. She wants to wear the same clothes as her father. Babies also have their own little thoughts. Feng Li pinched the little girl's cheeks. She was indeed a thoughtful little thing, even knowing how to wear father-daughter clothes with her father. Then, he looked at his own black clothes, all black from head to toe. Does she need to change her clothes too? Okay, then we'll wear this, it's the same color as Dad's clothes. Ye Chen changed the baby's clothes, put socks on the baby's white and tender little feet, and wore a pair of cute shoes with rabbit ears. Tuantuan pointed at his father, then at his own clothes, Dad, Tuantuan, same. Yeah, Tuantuan's clothes are the same as Dad's. Tuantuan laughed happily and grabbed one of his father's fingers. When Ye Chen went to wash up, Feng Li said to the little milk bag, Your father is going to see another woman today. Tell me, if your father has a baby with another woman, will he still want you? Meeting. The little kid was almost crying out of grievance. Daddy will never abandon her, he loves her the most. Feng Li continued to exaggerate, Really? Maybe your father's next daughter is cuter than you, and your father doesn't like you anymore. Daddy is her daddy alone, no one can take him away. After dinner, Feng Li prepared to go to work and said to Ye Chen, You are not going to school today, I will take you there. Good. As soon as Ye Chen got into the car, the little guy climbed in, Dad Omega. Tuantuan, why are you here too? Dad has to go to school to take care of some things today. Can you just stay at home and draw? Dad will bring you something delicious when you come back. Tuantuan shook his head and threw himself into his father's arms, No, I want Daddy. Good boy, Dad has an appointment today and can't take you with him. Xiao Tuantuan pouted her lips in grievance and was about to burst into tears the next second. Feng Li said, Ye Chen, Tuantuan is still so young, do you really have the heart to reject her? She is not even 3 years old this year, she is still a baby. Tuantuan, don't cry. Daddy will take care of you. Don't cry anymore. The next second, Tuantuan smiled, stuck out his tongue, and sat in his father's arms. Ye Chen. Suddenly I felt like I had been cheated. The car stopped at the Imperial University. Feng Li winked at the little kid, who acknowledged his gesture and got out of the car with his father. She will definitely keep an eye on her dad, not let him have contact with other women, and not let him have other babies. She is the only baby. Ye Chen held Tuantuan's hand and went straight to the library. When they reached the second floor, Song Wan Ning was sitting at the first entrance. Ye Chen, you are here. Well, thank you for the 2 boxes of food you gave me last time, otherwise, my daughter would be hungry. Song Wan Ning was slightly stunned, and her eyes slowly moved downwards, only then did she see clearly that there was a tiny thing on the ground. She looks to be only 2 or 3 years old. She and Ye Chen are wearing father and daughter outfits, looking so cute. This is your daughter. You already have a daughter, and you're still in college. How is it possible that you have a daughter this old? Song Wan Ning's face turned pale, she couldn't accept the news at all. It's my friend's daughter. Little Tuantuan spoke to Song Wan Ning in a baby voice, Tuantuan, Daddy, he's my biological child. Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy always said this every time he met someone, for fear that others would suspect they were fake. The smile on Song Wan Ning's face gradually returned. It turned out to be her friend's daughter. But why does she look so much like Ye Chen? Especially the eyes and nose, they are exactly the same. Is it really just a coincidence? Chapter 111 With 18 new schoolgirls, Ye Chen is so popular. Su Chen, please sit down. Song Wan Ning looked at the little baby and asked, Baby, what's your name? Tuantuan's milky voice sounded, Tuantuan Omega. Tuantuan, these are the cookies I bought today. Can I give them to you? Thank you, Auntie. Tuantuan smiled innocently, picked up the biscuits with his tender little hands and started eating. Songwan Ning coaxed Tuantuan and sat next to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, can you see what's wrong with me? I always feel like something is missing. This is how it was modified. Ye Chen and Songwan Ning were very close to each other. Songwan Ning's head was almost resting on Ye Chen's chest. She leaned closer to him, her pink little face looking extremely adorable. Omega Dad. Well, what's wrong? Dad, eat. The little kid stuffed a cookie into his father's mouth, pushed the woman next to him aside, and sat in his father's arms. Thank you, baby. Ye Chen continued to explain the thesis to Songwan Ning through Tuantuan. Songwan Ning wanted to get closer to Ye Chen but couldn't because there was a little guy between them. Songwan Ning touched the baby's face and said, Tuantuan, can you help me get that book? Tuantuan shook his head and said, Tuantuan, go to sleep. The baby closed his eyes and fell asleep in his father's arms. Even when he fell asleep, he wanted to occupy Ye Chen's arms. Ye Chen, where are you going after graduation? Ye Chen said, I signed with Tianrui Media, what about you? I'm planning on holding a piano concert. Will you come? Sure, I've also learned piano for a few days, but not as professionally as you. Songwan Ning whispered, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Okay, let's go together when we have time. Not far away, a familiar figure slowly approached. Shui came to Ye Chen and asked, Ye Chen, why are you hooking up with Songwan Ning? Ye Chen raised his head, Shui, who I am with has nothing to do with you? Shui snorted, who you are with is of course none of my business. I'm just asking. Her engagement with Ye Chen had been cancelled long ago. How could a fake young master be worthy of her? It's just that Ye Chen has always had a crush on her and followed her around, and now he is suddenly with another woman and he feels unhappy. Songwan Ning said coldly, so, Shui, please leave. Shui said proudly, Songwan Ning, why are you so arrogant? Ye Chen has always liked me. Ye Chen and I are childhood sweethearts. Can you compare? Ye Chen explained, Shui, I think you misunderstood. I never liked you before. Shui's face turned pale. Ye Chen actually dared to embarrass her in public. Tuantuan was woken up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the aggressive woman in front of him. He was so scared that he hid in his father's arms. Shui was furious, okay, Ye Chen, you are really nice, don't cry and beg me to come back next time. Ye Chen said calmly, don't worry, it won't happen. The friendship we had in our childhood had been completely consumed by Shui. Shui clenched his hands into fists. She didn't believe that Ye Chen didn't like her. Ye Chen must have liked her. When they were little, he took her out to play every day and even carried her on his back. Ye Chen must have said that in anger. Songwan Ning was not as pretty as her. Ye Chen must have said that to irritate her. Shui comforted herself and turned to leave. Ye Chen and Songwan Ning had lunch together and stayed in the library to continue reading. Tuantuan ran around the library board. Everyone who sees Xiao Tuantuan wants to pinch her face, but unfortunately the baby 1T let them touch her at all. She is so proud. Baby, can you let your sister touch you? Tuantuan shook his head, no touching. What a cute baby, what should I do if I want to give him a kiss? So cute, so soft everywhere. Tuantuan ran to his father and lay in his arms. When he was thirsty, he held the small bottle hanging around his neck and drank milk. Ye Chen, thank you so much for being busy until the afternoon. How about I treat you to dinner? Ye Chen said, no, it's still early, I'll take Tuantuan back first. Okay, I'll take you there. The two of them walking together are very pleasing to the eye, and there is a cute little guy following behind them. Is that Senior Ye Chen? He's so handsome, much more handsome than the school hunk. Yes, Senior Ye Chen never participates in the selection of the principal, otherwise, I would have voted for him long ago. So handsome, exactly like my ideal boyfriend, clean and handsome. Does Senior Ye Chen have a girlfriend? Who is the person next to him? Who is the little guy following behind him? No, I haven't heard that Senior Ye Chen has a girlfriend. The one next to him is Senior Song. I heard that he is the best piano player in the country and is already preparing for a round-the-clock performance. Little Milkbag should be Senior Ye Chen's sister. They look so similar. Then don't I still have a chance? The pretty freshman girl walked up to Ye Chen and asked in a low voice, Senior Ye Chen, can I add you on WeChat? Ye Chen has never had the habit of rejecting people. Then, a group of pretty freshmen and sophomores came running over and surrounded him. Tuantuan was pushed outside and dragged people to look for his father. At the door, a familiar car was parked not far away. The car window was opened, and Feng Li quietly looked at the scene not far away. He lightly tapped the window with his finger, and a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Ye Chen suddenly felt a chill on his back. After adding 18 schoolmates and saying goodbye to Songwan Ning, Ye Chen carried Tuantuan into the car. The air in the car was a little chilly. The poor father and daughter hugged each other. Feng Li raised his eyes and asked, Ye Chen, who was the person you were walking with just now? Songwan Ning, my classmate, is very good at playing the piano. She is the best and the youngest pianist in the country. When Ye Chen spoke, he didn't notice the woman's gloomy expression at all. You like it? Ye Chen explained, Songwan Ning and I are just ordinary classmates. I don't like her and she doesn't like me either. Feng Li's expression eased a bit, and he changed the subject, asking in a cold voice, how many schoolgirls were added just now? Ye Chen scratched his head embarrassedly, not many, only 18, the schoolgirls are too enthusiastic. Feng Li narrowed his eyes slightly, you like young schoolgirls? Now that they are here, it would seem heartless of me not to include their contact information. Feng Li raised his eyebrow, you are quite considerate of others. Suddenly, the car made a sharp turn and Feng Li's body pounced towards Ye Chen. The soft ball pressed tightly against Ye Chen's arm. Ye Chen could even feel what shape it was. His throat rolled slightly, Feng Li, are you okay? Fine. Feng Li had already sat down again, her black coat neatly arranged, her face cold, as if the person who had just pounced on Ye Chen was not her. Ye Chen's eyes involuntarily fell on Feng Li's chest. Chapter 1212 Mr. Feng's Little Lover. After getting out of the car, Ye Chen felt uncomfortable all over. The soft touch was so close to him, and the scenes just now emerged in his mind. The woman in front of me was wearing black stockings and 10-centimeter high heels with long legs. She had a perfect figure without any flaws on her body. She was so unattainable. To touch her would be like blasphemy. Ye Chen hugged Tuantuan and moved away from Feng Li. Feng Yan heard the sound and came out of the room, sister, you are finally back. Today, Mom brought you a few more men. You can handle them. They all look good. I heard that the eldest and young masters of the Li and Gu families have more distinguished backgrounds than each other, but I don't think they are worthy of you. Feng Li frowned slightly, turned around, and said to Ye Chen, come with me. Ye Chen looked confused, me? Feng Li suddenly held Ye Chen's hand, and their fingers were interlocked. Ye Chen's body stiffened for a moment. He could clearly feel Feng Li's slender fingers, which were soft and smooth and felt great. He wanted to pull his hand back, but the woman was too strong and he couldn't. It is also possible that he did not want to pull it back, after all, Ye Chen is a taekwondo master. Ye Chen was so nervous that he almost lost control of his hands and feet. I wasn't so nervous when holding Chui's hand when I was a kid. Feng Li explained, help me deal with these people. Ye Chen nodded dumbly, oh, okay. Feng Li was in a good mood and raised the corners of his lips, then took Ye Chen and Tuantuan into the living room. There were several men sitting in the living room, chatting and laughing. When they saw Feng Li, they immediately stood up and straightened their collars. Hello, Mr. Feng, I am Gu Sherhan, the young master of the Gu family, nice to meet you. Boss Feng, I'm Li Tingshan, the president of Li Group. Boss Feng, I'm the president of Li Group. Feng Li nodded lightly, not paying any attention to the man present. He pulled Ye Chen to sit on the sofa and attentively combed his hair. Ye Chen was flattered and stared at the woman's face in fascination. What a nice view. Feng Li was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her beauty was so aggressive that he could never forget her after seeing her once. Boss Feng, the one next to you is your little lover, right? She's pretty. Boss Feng, if you marry into our Gu group, I can allow you to have many lovers, and I can also treat your daughter well. Is her name Yuan? Ye Chen was speechless after hearing this. He didn't even know Tuantuan's name, and he wanted to propose marriage? Why is her name Yuan? Mr. Feng's daughter is named Ruan. Is it Ruan? Why did I hear it was Meng? Meng, come here, uncle will take a look. Yuan, come here. Uncle has some candy here. Ruan, uncle has some toys here, do you want them? Tuantuan hugged his father's arm and shook his little head like a rattle. I don't want to talk to these weird uncles. Ye Chen was even more speechless. Are these people here to make people laugh? There is not even one person who calls Tuantuan by his correct name. It's absolutely amazing. In one word, I surrender. He turned to look at Feng Li, who was obviously a little impatient, and frowned. You don't even know my daughter's name? They looked at each other and asked, what's her name? My mom said it was Mian Mian. What do you mean by Mian Mian? It's called Yuan Yuan. Several people started arguing again. Feng Li closed his eyes, unable to bear it any longer. Feng Yan, get the guest out. Feng Yan was fed up with these people, who didn't even know Tuantuan's name, so she just asked them all to leave. Originally these people were not allowed to come in, but her sister insisted on letting them in. I would have thrown this kind of person out in the past. Why are you letting him in this time? Could it be because of Ye Chen? Ye Chen reminded, the person has left. Feng Li did not hit and let go of Ye Chen's hand. Ye Chen silently withdrew his hand. They are the marriage partner arranged by your family, but they don't even know Tuantuan's name, so they will definitely not treat Tuantuan well. Feng Li raised his eyebrows. So? You don't want to marry them? Feng Li nodded and said, well, then what? I can help you take good care of Tuantuan, although I'm not very good at taking care of babies. Ye Chen touched his nose embarrassedly. He hasn't graduated from college yet. Then can you be Tuantuan's father forever? Or, marry me? As soon as Feng Li finished speaking, Ye Chen was stunned. Is Feng Li kidding him? Feng Li said casually, it was just a joke. Are you scared? Ye Chen shook his head. No, I know Mr. Feng is joking. Feng Li brought him home probably to use him as a shield. He is just an ordinary person and a fake young master. How can he be worthy of the high and mighty Feng Li? Dad, Tuantuan dad. Tuantuan lies in her father's arms and acts like a spoiled child. Her father will always be her father. Ye Chen, I won't force you to do anything. Tell me in advance when you want to leave. I picked you up and you are mine. You cannot leave here without my permission. The domineering tone echoed in Ye Chen's ears. Good. Eat well and take medicine after eating. Feng Li, from now on, you are not allowed to get sick without my permission. Ye Chen. Feng Li is really domineering. Whether you are sick or not is not up to him. Feng Li applied the medicine himself again. Ye Chen wanted to refuse, but unfortunately Feng Li didn't give him any room to refuse. Lie still and don't move. Ye Chen was lying on the sofa, and Feng Li was applying medicine on him. His movements were very gentle, and it felt itchy, and it went all the way to his heart. My brother hasn't been home for 3 days. What on earth has he been doing? Dad, I can't hold on any longer. My agent has been pushing me, and the company is also pushing me. Ye Mo asked anxiously, I have already signed the contract. If the album cannot be released by then, I will have to pay tens of millions in compensation. Ye's father called Ye Chen but couldn't get through. He was so angry that his face turned blue. That bastard Ye Chen actually blocked me. I can't contact him. Write something yourself and post it on the post. Ye Mo hesitated. Me? Dad, you know I can't do it. I don't have any talent for music. I have always relied on Ye Chen. Just write whatever you want, as long as you don't have to pay me. Now I can't contact this evil creature, so I can't do anything about it. Ye Mo had no choice but to give up and write the lyrics himself. Sometimes he was really jealous of Ye Chen's talent. Why could he write such good lyrics while he couldn't write anything? It's obvious that he has better genes. Ye Chen is just a fake. Chapter 13, Overbearing President Feng, Choose Any Luxury Car. Early the next morning, Ye Chen was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone and a soft touch in his arms. Did he fall asleep hugging the quilt again? This quilt feels really good. I'll ask Feng Li where he bought it later. Donkey brother, Chener, look, you've already left the crowd behind. Ye Chen, what? Brother Donkey, the voting for the school hunk was held early this morning. It's only been open for a few hours and you've already received more than 1,000 votes. Go Hu, Chener, you must be the most handsome boy on campus this time. Maybe the brothers can also follow you and find a girlfriend. Donkey brother, the women who want to pursue our Shin are lining up from the south gate to the north gate, but it's a pity that they don't even look at him. They only like Chui. Ye Chen, brother Lu, that was when I was a freshman. Don't talk about it anymore. I don't have anyone I like now. Go Hu, really? I saw you and that piano goddess Tuantuan walking together yesterday. It was posted on the forum that you two are together. Is that true? She is my goddess. Ye Chen, brother who, you think too much. I am not with her. We were just discussing some issues about the paper. I don't like Tuantuan. Brother who, then I feel relieved. I plan to pursue her. In the last 2 months before graduation, I will definitely pursue her. Brother who, hurry up and vote for Goddess Wan, she has surpassed Chui. Donkey brother, it seems that the school beauties and school hunks will be reshuffled this time. Ye Chen took a rough look and found that he had 2,000 votes, while Yamo's votes were still around 1,000. Chui received more than 600 votes, and Song Wanning received more than 1,000 votes. Ye Chen decisively voted for Song Wanning this time. I accidentally saw the hot search on the forum list again. Hashtag Ye Chen Song Wanning CP. Have these two made their relationship public? They seem quite close. Senior Ye Chen is single, don't talk nonsense. I think they must have been dating, otherwise why would they be together? They spent the whole day in the library. Some female students have gone completely crazy, commenting crazily below, Senior Ye Chen, single. Ye Chen himself also responded, no discussion, thank you. Now he just wants to create and write his lyrics well. Ye Chen opened the closet, inside were the clothes Feng Li had prepared for him. He picked out a gray set, put it on and went to Tuantuan's room. Tuantuan was not in the room. Ye Chen hurried downstairs. The little guy was sitting on the sofa holding a doll. Ye Chen was dazzled by the dolls of various colors. They all looked the same. Dad epsilon equals. When Tuantuan saw his father, he dropped all his dolls. Ye Chen caught the little guy and held him up. My dear, why did you get up so early today? Dad, let's draw. The little guy pouted and lay in his father's arms. Feng Li explained, today is Friday. Tuantuan has 2 art classes in the morning and 2 music classes in the afternoon. Tuantuan is taking art and music classes at such a young age. Well, don't worry. The teacher is just playing with Tuantuan. Tuantuan is too naughty and always makes the teacher run away. Tuantuan's little head shook like a rattle, and he said in a baby voice, Daddy, Tuantuan is good. Ye Chen touched the baby's little hand and said, well, Dad knows that Tuantuan is well behaved and will study hard. Dad will go to the company today. Feng Li said in a calm voice, go to the company? Go to your internship company? If not, follow me and be the manager of Feng Group. Ye Chen whispered, no, I'm signed to an entertainment company. I want to compose songs recently. Let's see what the company has planned. Feng Yan also has an entertainment company under her. If you want to come, you can. Ye Chen nodded and said, okay, I only have a 6-month contract with this company. After 6 months, I can leave without paying any liquidated damages. Feng Li said, it's up to you to decide. Now just take the medicine and apply it properly. Ye Chen pursed his lips. Will Feng Li think he is a sickly person? If your face is swollen, you put a band-aid on it. If you have a cold or fever, you have to take medicine. Dad, stick with me. The baby took out a pink band-aid and put it on his father himself, frowning with worry. Stick it on, it won't hurt. Thank you, Daddy is no longer in pain. After dinner, Feng Li said, I'll ask the driver at home to take you to the company. I'll take a taxi. Feng Li threw a bunch of keys into Ye Chen's hand, all of which were keys to famous brand cars. Go to the garage and choose a car. Ye Chen was brought to the garage by Feng Li, where he was dazzled by the variety of luxury cars, all priced over tens of millions. Ye Mo's Rolls-Royce worth more than 10 million is nothing here. He used to envy her to death, but unfortunately Ye Qingshan said, if you want a car, buy it yourself. Ye Mo is my son, and you are not. Your family gives you food, and you should be grateful. Feng Li said, don't like it? How about we go to the store to choose? There are more colors over there, you can choose any color you want. Ye Chen shook his head repeatedly, no, I'll use the car at the edge first. Feng Li frowned and said, that's the car the servants use to buy groceries. That black Bugatti is okay, why don't you try it? I can just drive a mobility scooter. Driving such an expensive car, he doesn't look like an employee. He couldn't ask for Feng Li's things anymore, as Feng Li had already given him a lot. Tian Rui Entertainment. When Ye Chen entered the company, his agent looked him up and down and nodded repeatedly. With this figure and this face, she is top-notch in the entertainment industry. Unintentionally seeing the band-aid on Ye Chen's face, the agent frowned. Ye Chen, what happened to your face? Is it disfigured? Do you know what is the most important thing for an artist? It's the face. Why didn't you protect your face? I bumped into him accidentally. I was signed for songwriting, which has nothing to do with my face. Zhang Xin said in a deep voice, since you have signed the contract, you are a member of the company. How can you mess up your face like this? How can you still? Ye Chen was puzzled. What? What are you going to do tonight? Zhang Xin changed the subject. Ahem, nothing, go to the meeting first, we'll talk tonight. Meeting room. Chen Liping is a woman in her late 60s and one of the shareholders of Tianrui Entertainment. When she saw Ye Chen, her eyes lit up. Xiao Chen is here. Ye Chen nodded and sat in an inconspicuous corner. Is this the new artist signed by our company? He looks so handsome. So handsome, even more handsome than the top star Luo Xing. Lu Shuriwei touched Ye Chen's arm and said, why did you come just now? There's a traffic jam on the road. Lu Shuriwei took out a sandwich from her bag and asked, Ye Chen, have you eaten? I have a sandwich and milk here. Chapter 14:14 Feng Li can touch him, but others can't. Ye Chen whispered, I don't want to eat anymore. Ye Chen, you are my only friend. I brought too much. If you don't want to eat it, I can only throw it away. Lu Shuriwei tugged at Ye Chen's sleeve. Good. Lu Shuriwei's eyes were filled with joy. Here you go. The door opened and another uninvited guest came in. He was wearing a gray suit and his hair was neatly combed, but his face was not very good, only of average quality. He was 178 centimeters tall, barely 180 centimeters with shoes on. This is Ye Mo from our company. He has composed 6 songs, all of which are very popular. I believe you have all heard of floating and worldly people. Our company has signed a group of new talents, and we specially asked Ye Mo to talk about his creative experience. Ye Mo spotted Ye Chen in the corner at a glance. It was like searching for someone in vain. It turned out that Ye Chen had also signed a contract with this company. Good morning everyone, I am actually a senior college student and will graduate this June. Ye Mo is amazing. He's already famous even though he's still a college student. Well, the lyrics he wrote himself are really amazing. Each one has a different feel. He is so talented. So amazing. Compared to him, I feel like a piece of crap. Ye Chen just sat below and watched Ye Mo perform quietly. He wrote the lyrics for all 6 songs. Ye Mo didn't understand what they meant at all, so he just gave some random explanations and the people below actually believed them. Ye Chen, you are also a creator. You should learn more from Ye Mo in the future. You have not created a song yet. You can ask Ye Mo for advice when you have time. Ye Chen nodded perfunctorily. May I ask Ye Mo for advice? He doesn't deserve it. Ye Mo smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will assist the newcomer well. Vice President Li said, you are the pillar of our company. We are going to release an album soon. How are the lyrics prepared? Ye Mo's eyes dodged. I have already created more than half of it. Okay, don't worry, there are still 3 days. At this moment, Ye Chen's cell phone vibrated. Tuantuan baby, Omega dad. Ye Chen whispered, dear baby, did you follow the art teacher to learn painting today? Tuantuan baby, draw, Tuantuan draws daddy. The little guy took a photo of the family portrait he drew this morning and sent it to his father. The picture shows dad, mom, and Tuantuan, with a tadpole next to them. This should be Feng Yan. Ye Chen chuckled softly. Tuantuan always managed to drive Feng Yan crazy. The painting is really good. Tuantuan should study hard. Dad will go back this afternoon. Tuantuan baby, okay, Tuantuan, be good. Dad will go back today and bring you some toys, okay? Tuantuan baby, okay. After the meeting, Mr. Chen kept Ye Chen. Ye Chen, you are a new employee. If you have any questions, you can ask me. As she spoke, her wrinkled hands gently placed on Ye Chen's hands, and Ye Chen immediately withdrew his hands. Mr. Chen, there's nothing I don't understand. I'm leaving first. Ye Chen stood up, opened the door and fled. I always feel that the old woman looks at him in a wrong way and even touches his hand. Ye Chen wiped his hands inside and out. Feng Li can touch him, but others can't. Yemo blocked Ye Chen's way. Brother, you are also in this company, what a coincidence, you haven't been home for 3 days, and your parents are very worried about you, come home with me. Ye Chen smiled coldly, go home? Why should I go home with you? That's your home. You want me to write lyrics for you, right? Brother, you misunderstood. Mom and Dad are really worried about you. You really don't want to go back? You don't want your parents anymore? They raised you for 20 years, so what's wrong with a slap in the face? It was always the same rhetoric, and Ye Chen had heard it many times. He was indeed soft-hearted before, but now, he doesn't need to be. Those are your parents. They never cared about me. When I was sick as a child, no one took me to the hospital. They used me as a substitute for you. Yemo dissuaded him, brother, you really misunderstood. Dad only said that because he was angry. Come back with me. Dad has this temper, and you know it. Yemo was about to pull Ye Chen's hand, but he dodged. What happened to Ye Chen this time? In the past, I would just say a few words to him and then follow him home and write lyrics for him obediently. Are you tough today? If it weren't for the fact that Ye Chen was still useful, who would care about him? A sneer flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. I won't go back, Yemo, you can figure out the lyrics yourself. Ye Chen, you are a lowly fake young master, maybe you came from the slums. You have enjoyed my good life for so many years, shouldn't you be grateful to me? What's wrong with writing a few lyrics for me? You have nothing to lose. Ye Chen said calmly, those 6 songs should be considered as my return to you. I will not expose you. I have not taken a single cent of the Ye family's assets. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Yemo's face was gloomy. Can you pay me back the 6 songs you owe me? Impossible, I tell you Ye Chen, it's impossible, come home with me. Ye Chen shook off Yemo's hand. He was taller than Yemo and had practiced taekwondo, so he was very strong. Yemo was thrown against the wall, grimacing in pain. Ye Chen, you are really tough now. What else can you do if you leave the Ye family? You don't even have a place to live. Yemo said coldly, you are an orphan. No one cares about you when you fall ill on the road. No one even knows who your parents are. You are an orphan that no one wants and has been abandoned. The woman's beautiful face slowly emerged in Ye Chen's mind. He has someone to look after him. He also has Feng Li. Yemo, don't worry about that. Just prepare your lyrics this time. They are too different from before. If your fans notice it, it will be very embarrassing. Yemo's face turned pale. Don't worry, I can still write the lyrics without you. Ye Chen was not fooled by his pua this time. Has he become smarter? Ye Chen longed for his family the most. Every time he was kicked out of home, he would come back on his own. Why did he suddenly change this time? Yemo was puzzled. Ye Chen was about to leave when he was stopped by his agent. Ye Chen, don't leave yet. You still have to put on makeup this afternoon, and you have a special welcome ceremony in the evening. Ye Chen asked doubtfully, welcome ceremony? Do newcomers get this kind of treatment? Well, you can go put on your makeup after lunch. Ye Chen had lunch at the company and went into the dressing room. There were 3 female makeup artists who changed him into a very strange outfit. The new clothes have a lot of holes. Could they be the latest fashionable styles? It doesn't look very serious. Ye Chen asked, is this the clothes for me to wear? Did you get the wrong one? No, this is the clothes you need to change into today. Also, the scar on your face needs to be fixed, otherwise it will spoil Mr. Chen's mood. Ye Chen? Isn't this a welcoming ceremony? Chapter 1515 Anyone who dares to touch her Feng Li. At this moment, a message suddenly came from the mobile phone. Feng Li, are you home yet? I'll be off work soon. Ye Chen, there is a welcoming ceremony tonight, so I will be back late. Feng Li, okay, did Tuantuan send you a message today? Ye Chen, she sent it and showed me her drawing. She drew her aunt as a tadpole. At this moment, Feng Yan was chasing Tuantuan around the room. Feng Tang Tang, you are really too much. You dare to draw my aunt as a tadpole. Am I not a human being? I must teach you a lesson today, little devil. Tuantuan ran with his cell phone in his arms, then quickly picked up the phone and made a video call to his father. After Ye Chen connected the video, he could not see anything. Tuantuan, is that you? Where are you? Why can't Daddy see you? Dad, my aunt is beating. Tuantuan, I'm afraid. The baby's voice was tinged with tears, and the two short legs were running very fast. The picture was very blurry. You actually called to complain, Feng Tang Tang, don't let me catch you, are you still afraid of me? Although Tuantuan ran fast, his legs were too short, and he was caught by Feng Yan and lifted up after a while. Ye Chen finally saw Tuantuan's face clearly. The little guy grabbed his aunt's arm with his two little hands. Aunt, you are bad. I'm bad? You little devil, you actually dared to draw me as a tadpole. Hurry up and draw me as a human. Tuantuan had no choice but to change the tadpole into a human, but it ended up growing a beard, which looked very ugly. Feng Yan was almost mad with anger and squatted on the ground drawing circles. Ye Chen laughed out loud. Tuantuan, Dad will be back soon, don't act naughty. Dad, be good and be good. The baby hugged the phone and kissed it. Feng Yan stamped her feet in anger. This little devil only knew how to act good in front of her father. After hanging up the phone, Ye Chen finished her makeup and looked in the mirror. Her face looked a little pale. He actually doesn't like to wear makeup, except for special requests. Manager Lu Meng nodded repeatedly. It looks good. It looks even better with this dress. Sister Lu, is the welcome ceremony so important? I have to put on makeup and change clothes, like I'm going to an event. Of course, you'll know when you get there. Send him to Chenyu Hotel. Chenyu Hotel. Ye Chen was taken to the box, and when he looked at the couple-themed room, he realized something was wrong. Is this a couple's box? Aren't they going to hold a welcome ceremony? Why are they holding it here? Ye Chen's eyelids twitched and he had a bad feeling. The room was lit with incense and filled with white smoke. Ye Chen felt his head was swollen and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. In the dim light, someone was touching his hand. So handsome, my vision is correct. She has a great figure, too. She's a top-notch girl. The man's hand reached Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes and saw Mr. Chen in front of him, with wrinkles all over his face. Ye Chen immediately pulled his hand back, feeling nauseous. Mr. Chen, why are you here? President Chen patted Ye Chen's hand gently. Xiao Chun, you served me well tonight, and you can take any resources from the company. Hearing this, Ye Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and it took him a while to react. So, there is no welcoming ceremony for new members tonight? You recruited me into the company, is it for this? Mr. Chen patted Ye Chen's face and said, otherwise, you are just a newcomer. Apart from your good-looking face, what other advantages do you have? I am the only one who recruited you into the company. Mr. Zhang and others would not even look at you. You should not thank me. Serve me well tonight. You can use all the company's resources at your disposal. If you want to create a song, I can give you the best team. Mr. Chen's hand had reached Ye Chen's chest and unbuttoned one of his buttons. Ye Chen wanted to resist, but he couldn't muster any strength in his body. There is something wrong with the incense. Ye Chen frowned and asked, what medicine did you give me? Of course it's a drug to help you have sex. You are mine tonight. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. You should serve me well in the future and I will give you a villa and a luxury car, okay? Ye Chen shook off the old woman's hand. I warn you, I don't want your luxury car, nor your resources. You let me go immediately, otherwise, I will call the police. Call the police? Do you think you can call the police now? Ye Chen's strength was dwindling, he could no longer lift his arms, and his consciousness was gradually becoming blurred. No, he absolutely couldn't. We can't let her succeed. The tie was pulled off, the coat was taken off. Ye Chen shook his head. No, Mr. Chen. The woman couldn't wait to tear off Ye Chen's clothes, like a hungry wolf that had been hungry for a long time. Ye Chen wanted to resist, but he had no strength at all. Feng Li. Where is Feng Li? He wants to call Feng Li. At this time, he could only think of Feng Li. As soon as his hand touched the phone, Mr. Chen snatched Ye Chen's phone and pinched Ye Chen's chin. Still wanna call, little baby, no one can save you, you are mine. Chen Liping rushed forward, and at this moment, the door was kicked open and 8 female bodyguards in black came in. Ye Chen raised his eyes and saw a familiar figure. He breathed a sigh of relief. The woman was wearing a black windbreaker, with big, slightly curly hair falling on her chest, and her dark eyes were like snow on an iceberg, which never melted all year round. You, who are you? How dare you ruin my good thing? Feng Li kicked Chen Liping with her high heels, her cold eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you? Tell me. I'm Mr. Chen from Tianrui Entertainment. Have you heard of Tianrui Entertainment? It's one of the 4 largest entertainment companies in the capital. If you offend me, you'll never get a chance to work here again. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Liping let out a scream, and Feng Li's high heels stepped on her hand. The woman looked down at the woman crawling on the ground, as if she was looking at an ant. Tell me, which hand touched him just now? Chen Liping was so frightened that she was shaking all over. It was the first time she saw a woman with such a powerful aura, and she was instinctively afraid. I didn't touch him. You came before I could touch him. I didn't touch anything. Feng Li's cold gaze seemed to be icy, making people feel creepy. Really? Who took off his coat? Who pulled his tie? No. It's not me. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Chen let out another scream. His hands were swollen and red from being stepped on by Feng Li, and were covered in blood. It really wasn't me. I just touched his hand and his face, but I didn't touch anywhere else. Feng Li continued to exert force with an expressionless face, and screams echoed throughout the room. If Ye Chen had not been present, Feng Li would have chopped off Chen Liping's hands long ago for fear of scaring Ye Chen. Chapter 16:16 If you dare to touch Ye Chen, your hands will be chopped off. Mr. Chen's eyes went dark and he passed out from the pain. Feng Li looked at the person on the ground like a corpse and ordered in a cold voice, "Carry the person away." Yes, Mr. Feng. Chen Liping was carried out like a corpse. Feng Li's icy expression softened a little, and there was tenderness in his eyes when he looked at Ye Chen. Are you okay? Ye Chen's face was abnormally red. No. It's okay. Feng Li frowned slightly and placed the back of his slightly cool hand on Ye Chen's forehead. Why is it so hot? Do you have a cold? Ye Chen felt something was not right with his body, so he deliberately moved away from Feng Li. I'm fine, you go first, I'll go back by myself later. Feng Li said in a deep voice, Bai Jin. Bai Jin came to Ye Chen, diagnosed him, and said respectfully, Boss Feng, Master Yi should be taking Chinese medicine. He needs to be soaked in cold water. Cold water? Bai Jin continued, there is another way. Find him a woman who can be the antidote. Feng Li's eyes darkened, woman? This one won't work, change it. Bai Jin said, Boss Feng, there are only these 2 options at the moment. How about letting young Master Yi soak in cold water first? Feng Li hesitated for a moment and said, let Ye Chen decide for himself. Ye Chen's hoarse voice sounded, Feng Li, I'm fine, I just need to take a bath in some cold water. Feng Li asked someone to prepare cold water in the bathroom, and personally brought Ye Chen in. He hooked his white fingers on Ye Chen's buttons. Ye Chen held her wrist and said, I'll do it myself. Feng Li, you go out first. Feng Li came out of the bathroom, sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, and waited quietly. Ye Chen soaked his whole body in cold water, and his complexion finally returned to normal. Just now I almost couldn't help but hug Feng Li. Yan Shi asked, Boss Feng, how do we deal with the people outside? Feng Li said in a calm voice, chop off your hands and deal with them cleanly. Yes, Mr. Feng. Feng Li waited outside for a full half hour, but Ye Chen still didn't come out. She stood up and paced back and forth at the bathroom door, knocking gently. Ye Chen. No one responded. Jiang Chen? Still no one responded. Feng Li kicked the bathroom door open. Ye Chen was unconscious while soaking in the bathtub. He had 8 abdominal muscles, smooth muscle lines, fair skin, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, a golden ratio. Boss Feng, what's wrong? Feng Li said coldly, don't come over here. Yes. Feng Li personally took Ye Chen out, changed him into clean pajamas, and took him to the car. Ye Mo returned home and complained, Dad, my brother said today that he will never come back and will not write lyrics for me. Then let him go, and don't let him come back. He is useless. The family worked so hard to support him and pay for his education, but now he doesn't even come back. With his weak character, he should come back if he is bullied outside. Ye Mo said, my brother also wants to compose songs. What if others know that he wrote my lyrics? Impossible. Will others believe you or him? He's a newcomer and has nothing, but you're already a famous singer. Who would believe him? This was the reason why he didn't let Ye Chen sign the contract with the company so early. We can't let him steal Xiao Mo's limelight. After all, his talent is extraordinary. Ye Mo showed a sinister smile on his face, Dad, you are really thoughtful. I was wondering why you didn't let my brother sign a contract with the company at that time. I thought you were really afraid of affecting his studies. Dad eats more salt than you eat rice. After all, he is not my biological son, how can I not be careful with him? Go create your music now. There are only a few days left. When you become a famous singer, your dad will also be able to benefit from it. Ye Chen smiled and said, okay. His conditions are already so good, is he still afraid that he can't compare to Ye Chen, a newcomer? Ye Chen opened Weibo and found that his number of fans had reached more than 10 million, making him a relatively well-known singer. As for Ye Chen, no one even knows his name. Yi Bao, brother Ye Chen, please look at the votes. Ye Chen beat you by more than 2,000 votes. What? Isn't it always me who wins the school hunk contest? Ye Chen actually participated? Yi Bao, is Ye Chen out of his mind? He suddenly participated in the last school idol selection contest, and his vote count has reached more than 5,000 votes. Ye Chen opened the voting list and the first one was Ye Chen, the face he hated the most. More than 2,000 votes more than him? Ye Chen made a phone call and bought 10,000 tickets directly. Don't worry, you will see different results when you wake up tomorrow. Yi Bao, brother Ye Chen, I am outdone by that little bitch Song Wan Ning. Isn't she just good at playing the piano? How can she be as pretty as me? These people are blind and voted for her. Don't be angry anymore. I'll buy you some tickets too. Baby, don't be angry. Yi Bao, brother Ye Chen is really good to me. When can we go out and get a room again? In 2 days, I am quite busy these days, I need to write lyrics. Good. The warm sunlight shines on the windowsill, casting afterglow on the ground. Ye Chen opened his eyes drowsily, and what he saw was a familiar face. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Was she worried about him? Awake, does your head still hurt? Feng Li put his hand on Ye Chen's forehead. It doesn't hurt anymore, thank you for what happened last night. Ye Chen coughed a few times, feeling a little embarrassed. Being good-looking is not a good thing either, as it makes it easy for people to target you, even boys. Dad. Ye Chen could see clearly that there was a little kid beside him, sleeping in his arms. The soft little face was pressed against his, a pair of black eyes were twinkling, and 2 little hands were hugging his neck. Dad, it hurts. Dad doesn't feel any pain anymore. Dad is fine. Ye Chen couldn't help but suck on the little baby's cheeks. His precious daughter still knows how to feel sorry for her father. She is so happy. You were drugged last night and took a cold bath. Rest at home today. Good. There's nothing to do today anyway. He didn't want to go to the company. Chen Liping's words dealt him a heavy blow. Is he really good for nothing? Except for this face. Mr. Chen recruited him into the company because of his face, not because of his talent. Feng Li, where is Mr. Chen? Feng Li replied calmly, he's been sent home, so he shouldn't come out again. Now that you have lost your hand, you should be more honest. Her people dared to move. A cold light flashed in Feng Li's eyes. Don't let her harm others anymore. She's so old, and she gave me that kind of medicine. I really didn't expect it. Ye Chen shook his head repeatedly, this society is too sinister. Feng Yan twitched her lips. She had heard what happened last night. Her sister was so cruel that she actually chopped off the person's hand just because he touched Ye Chen. Chapter 1717 Bringing Octopus Balls to Feng Li. Feng Li went to the company, and Tuantuan stayed at home with his father, serving him tea and water, and also bringing him fruits, peeling grapes and oranges. Tuantuan continued to peel the oranges in his little hands. He had already peeled 8 oranges for his father. Ye Chen stuffed an orange in his mouth. Tuantuan, don't peel oranges for Dad. Dad has eaten 8 and is really full. Tuantuan went to peel grapes for his father again. The grapes were too small, round and slippery, and fell before they were peeled. The baby stamped his feet in anger and looked at the grapes on the ground with puffed cheeks. Bad. Brother Donkey, Chenner, look at the votes. Ye Mo's votes increased by 10,000 overnight. He must have rigged the votes. He is too shameless to rig the votes at a time like this. Pang Pang, you are so shameless, relying on your wealth, young master of the Yi family. Gohu, poor Chenair. Brother Donkey, Chenner, I heard that our school will have a lecture in a week, and the most powerful tycoon in the capital will be invited. Will you come then? Donkey brother, she is a female tycoon. She seems to be the ruler of some imperial city. She sounds powerful. If she could catch my eye, I might be very successful. Ye Chen, brother donkey, you can buy a good pillow and have everything in your dream. Donkey brother, Chener, do you look down on me too? The female tycoon might like the simple and unpretentious type like me. Pang pang, ha ha ha, brother Lu is dreaming again. It's not bad for the female tycoon to like Chener. What are you looking at? What do you have? Donkey brother, we are still brothers, am I that bad? Ye Chen chuckled softly, then moved closer to his father and looked at his cell phone. The baby couldn't read, and his big eyes were wide open. Omega Dad. Dad is talking to your uncles, the ones you met last time. Uncle. The sound of milk snorting could be heard. It's Tuantuan, little cutie. Uncle misses you. When will you come to show Uncle? Have you grown taller? Old who, it's only been 2 or 3 days, how could it be possible for it to grow taller? Babies grow very slowly. Ye Chen opened the video, and a little pink and tender face appeared on the screen. Omega. It was so cute that several people were kissing their phones. Give me a kiss quickly. And me. Ye Chen hung up the video, simply because he didn't want to see these people's thick lips. Tuantuan took a row of beautiful little rabbit stickers and put one on my aunt's clothes. Auntie, please stick with me. Feng Yan was working on the computer and didn't notice the little guy at all. Ye Chen was writing lyrics nearby. Auntie, stick with me. Ye Chen closed his eyes and thought for a while, then wrote 8 sentences in a row. When he turned around, he saw that Feng Yan's clothes were covered with rabbit stickers. Ye Chen. Tuantuan continued to stick to his aunt, Bunny. Feng Yan was so angry when she saw her new clothes were covered with bunny stickers that she almost went berserk. She pinched one of Tuantuan's ears and said, Feng Tang Tang, you put these things on me again. Auntie, Bunny, it's beautiful. Tuantuan pointed at the little rabbit on Feng Yan's clothes, and Feng Yan pointed at Ye Chen, then why don't you go stick to your dad is over there. Dad, no. Tuantuan shook his head and hugged his father's arm. Feng Yan was almost mad at me, Feng Tang Tang, you only know how to bully me. I'm going to run away from home and never come back. You won't have me as your aunt anymore. Tuantuan walked with his short legs to the kitchen and got a dry steamed bun for Feng Yan. Aunt, eat on the way. I'm hungry. Even food for the journey was prepared for my aunt, the baby is very considerate. Feng Yan's eyes went dark and she was almost angry to death. Ye Chen covered his mouth and laughed secretly, and waved to Tuantuan, Tuantuan, come here quickly. He was afraid that Feng Yan would really fight back. Tuantuan stuffed the steamed bread into the hands of his aunt and climbed into his father's arms. Dad, Aunt, xiong xiong. Feng Yan squatted on the ground with a steamed bun in her hand and continued to draw circles. Every day she was on the verge of being pissed off to death by this little thing. Tuantuan, Daddy will take you out to play today, okay? Okay, Dad. Ye Chen carried the little guy out of the living room, put the baby on the passenger seat, fastened the seatbelt for the baby, but the little guy was not even as tall as the seatbelt. Ye Chen took Tuantuan to the children's playground. Tuantuan has been staying at home. Feng Li has never taken her out. When she saw so many children, she was so scared that she hid in her father's arms. Tuantuan, look, there are so many children, play with them. Tuantuan didn't want to do that and hugged Daddy's neck tightly. Tuantuan, look at that little girl. She looks like you. She's so cute. Go talk to her. Ye Chen pointed at a cute baby not far away. Tuantuan pouted and kissed her father's face, and said to her father in a baby voice, not cute, Tuantuan, cute. Omega. Dad can only like her as a baby. Yeah, Tuantuan is cute. Ye Chen put Tuantuan down. The little guy looked so fierce and aggressive that no one dared to approach him. Ye Chen picked up the baby and went to buy some octopus balls. The father and daughter ate as they walked. Tuantuan is so cute in their family, why doesn't they have a baby to play with her? Tuantuan doesn't want to play with other kids. She just wants to be with her dad and eat snacks in his arms. When I got home, Feng Li was already there. He was wearing slim-fitting home clothes and sitting on the sofa, reading a book. He looked less sharp and more gentle. Feng Li. Feng Li raised his head and raised his eyes slightly, you're back. Where did you go to play? Ye Chen walked up to Feng Li, holding a plastic box in his hand. We went to the children's amusement park. Here are some dumplings I brought for you. Try them. Feng Li took the box and put it on the table. Sit down, let me see if it's still hot. Ye Chen sat obediently beside Feng Li, like a big dog. Little baby also climbed onto the sofa and sat obediently next to his parents. The whole family sat together neatly. Feng Li took Ye Chen's temperature and found it had returned to normal. Feng Li, eat it while it's hot. It will get cold soon and won't taste good. It's octopus balls. Do you like it? Like. Feng Li's voice was faint, but his answer was decisive. Feng Li opened the box and found 6 small meatballs inside, smelling delicious. Tuantuan spoke to his mother in a baby voice, "Mom, it's delicious. Have you got a meal yet?" Tuantuan stuck out his tongue and said, "Eat, eat." He counted with his little finger, "Eat 4." Feng Li used a small fork to pick up a small meatball and put it next to Ye Chen's mouth. "Would you like to eat one?" The distance was very close. Feng Li was almost sticking to Ye Chen, and Ye Chen could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from her. Good. Ye Chen swallowed it in one gulp and almost choked. Feng Li curled up the corners of his lips and handed Ye Chen some water. When Ye Chen was getting the water, he accidentally touched Feng Li's hand. "It's icy cold." "Is she cold?" Feng Li was close to him. Why was his heart beating so fast? Chapter 18:18 The Ultimate Temptation. "Sister, where did you buy the octopus balls? They look delicious. Can I have one?" Feng Yan smelled the tempting aroma and came over eagerly. She looked at the remaining 5 octopus balls and rubbed her hands excitedly. Feng Li closed the lid and said coldly, "If you want to eat, go buy it yourself." "Sister, you are too stingy. Can I just eat one? I just want to eat one, please. I want to eat it so much." Feng Li gave one to Feng Yan and ate the remaining 4. Ye Chen pursed his lips. Feng Li likes to eat octopus balls very much, so he silently took note of it. "Sister, it's delicious. Did Ye Chen buy it for you?" "Ye Chen, you treat my sister so well, why don't you buy one for me?" Ye Chen said, "Okay, next time." Tuantuan was already full, and during the meal he tried his best to pick up food for his father, putting all kinds of fish and shrimps into his father's bowl. "Tuantuan, Dad can't finish it." "Dad, eat." In order not to waste his precious daughter's kindness, Ye Chen ate all the dishes. It's great to have a good daughter. After dinner, Ye Chen took the little guy outside for a walk. "Sleep. Tuantuan, go to sleep." Tuantuan lay in his father's arms, so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. Ye Chen put on pajamas and coaxed Tuantuan to sleep first. When I opened the door, Feng Li was standing outside. He had changed into pajamas at some point. The pure black ultra-short tube-top pajamas reveal her white shoulders, right-angled shoulders, delicate collarbones, and a slender waist that can be grasped with one hand. Further down are a pair of straight and long legs. The biggest feature of this pajamas is that the chest is translucent and white, which is very eye-catching. Ye Chen's throat tightened and he looked away, looking at the sky, the ground, and then at his toes. Feng Li, what's wrong?" Feng Li said expressionlessly, "There's a mouse in my room lately, and it makes a lot of noise at night." Ye Chen asked in surprise, "Rats? Are you afraid of them?" Feng Li is actually afraid of mice. It seems that mice are women's natural enemies. No matter how powerful Feng Li is, he is still afraid of mice. Feng Li, yeah. Don't be afraid. I'll help you catch the mouse. I'm a grown man and I'm not afraid of such things. Thanks. Ye Chen felt very happy. He never expected that one day he would be thanked by Feng Li. "It's okay. You've helped me so much. This is just a small favor. Let's go. I'll catch the mouse for you." When Feng Li turned around, a smile flashed across his fox eyes. Then, he took Ye Chen to his room. The first time Ye Chen came to Feng Li's room, the simple black tones made it look cold, just like her. "Feng Li, where is the mouse?" Feng Li pointed at the bed. "It's right under the bed." Ye Chen sat on the sofa not far away. "Feng Li, you take a rest first, I'll wait here, and I'll catch it if it comes out." "Okay, thank you for your help. Please wait here for a while." Feng Li got on the bed and lay on her side facing Ye Chen. Her long, slightly curly hair was scattered on the pillow, and her breasts were about to burst out. Further down were her long, white legs, which glowed white under the light. Ye Chen's throat felt dry and he asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you cold?" "It's not cold." Feng Li moved his body and turned his back to Ye Chen again. Feng Li has a curvy figure with a well-proportioned body, especially in bed, even her feet are beautiful. Ye Chen's throat rolled slightly, he picked up his mobile phone and started reading Buddhist scriptures, and by the way, he covered Feng Li with the quilt. Feng Li opened his eyes were extremely charming, and his slender white fingers hooked Ye Chen's tie. I told you, it's not cold. Ye Chen's Adam's apple rolled again, and he stammered, I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Feng Li raised his eyebrow, you care about me so much? I don't want you to catch a cold. Apart from his grandmother, Feng Li is the best person in the world to him. He is an orphan and doesn't even know who his parents are. He just wants Feng Li to be well. Would you like to lie down here and wait? Feng Li patted the pillow. Ye Chen froze in place and moved his mouth. Boss Feng, I'm sitting on the sofa, how can a grown man like me lie next to you? About half an hour later, the mouse still hadn't come out, and Ye Chen leaned on the sofa, drowsy. When will this mouse come out? Feng Li kicked the quilt to her feet again without knowing when, and Ye Chen stood up and covered her with it. Feng Li was very quiet when she was asleep. She had very long eyelashes that cast a row of shadows under the light. She had a high nose bridge and a mature face with a bit of charm. Ye Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances, then returned to the sofa and continued to sit and wait for the mouse. Ye Chen woke up again and it was daybreak. The bed was empty and there was no trace of Feng Li. Ye Chen tidied his clothes and left the room. Feng Yan covered her mouth in shock and pointed at Ye Chen. Why are you in my sister's room? Ye Chen explained, Feng Li said there was a mouse in her room. She was afraid of mice and asked me to kill the mouse. So I went to her room and waited for the mouse all night. Feng Yan seemed to understand something. How could his sister be afraid of mice? Not to mention mice, she is not even afraid of tigers and can catch them with her bare hands. Feng Yan said nonsense in a serious tone. Well, you can continue tomorrow. My sister is indeed afraid of mice. Even though she looks cold all day long, she can be scared to tears when she sees a mouse. Ye Chen nodded. It turned out that Feng Li was really afraid of mice. Feng Li also had things he was afraid of. From now on, the task of catching mice will be given to him, so that there will not be a single mouse in Feng Li's room. Dad epsilon equals. Tuantuan was wearing cool little overalls, a blue jacket, and a small hat. He held his father's legs with his two little hands and sat on his father's feet. Tuantuan, who changed your clothes? They're so cool? Tuantuan's milky voice, Mom. Ye Chen suddenly realized that babies raised by their mothers are all cool babies, and babies raised by their fathers are all cute babies. Ye Chen took Tuantuan to have breakfast and went to the company with the written lyrics. Preparing to release the first song in his life. After the meeting, CEO Lu smiled and said, Ye Chen, the company knows what happened to you, and we sympathize with you and offer you 300,000 yuan in compensation. What do you think? Ye Chen said, okay. Only a fool would not take the money. Where's Mr. Chen? Mr. Lu said in a deep voice, Ms. Chen's incident has had a very bad impact. The company has revoked her shares. Ye Chen, I heard that you want to publish a song recently. This is Zhang Tang from our company. He is very good at composing music and should be able to help you. Zhang Tang stood up and shook hands with Ye Chen. I heard that you have already written the lyrics. Can you show them to me? Ye Chen handed a piece of paper to Zhang Tang. I have no creative experience, I can only write lyrics. I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhang, to arrange the music. Zhang Tang looked at the lyrics in his hand and his pupils suddenly widened. Every word of the lyrics is meaningful and impressive. Is this really a lyric that a newcomer could write? If these lyrics were given to him, he would definitely become popular. As for newcomers, it is too difficult to make a name for themselves. Such good lyrics are simply a waste. Chapter 1919 Arrogant Ye Chen, I have a daughter. Okay, I'll take it back and study the music. You go back first and wait for the news. Good. After Ye Chen left, Zhang Tang took the lyrics to the music room. On the way back, Ye Chen went to the children's area of the Imperial Capital shopping mall on purpose. The waitress smiled and said, Sir, are you in the wrong place? He looks so young, only about 20 years old, how could he be a father? I didn't go to the wrong place. I bought a doll for my daughter. It was a very cute, furry doll. Seeing the cute Tuantuan hugging the soft doll, Ye Chen felt his heart melt. Okay, you can come with me here. There were all kinds of plush dolls displayed in the window in front of him. They were soft and cute, and Ye Chen wanted to buy them all for his daughter. the pink rabbit, and the white bear, the grizzly bear, and the cat. Ye Chen bought 8 and couldn't take any more. Come back to buy tomorrow. The waiter smiled and said, Sir, after the discount, the total is 68,888. You look so young, and you already have a daughter. Ye Chen took a deep breath. Are plush dolls so expensive? However, he was willing to buy things for his daughter because the company had just given him 300,000 yuan in compensation, which was just enough to buy things for Tuantuan. Ye Chen said proudly, I have a daughter who will be 3 years old soon. Ye Chen swiped the card and put the little kids in a row in the car. Tuantuan sat on the flower bed at the door, poking at little ants and waiting for his father to come back. The little ant has already moved, why hasn't his dad come back yet? The little milkbag pouted and spoke to the little ant, Daddy, when will you come back? Suddenly, a whistle sounded, Tuantuan's eyes lit up, and he ran over with his short legs. Dad epsilon equals. Dear baby, Daddy is back. Ye Chen bent down, picked up the little baby, and kissed the baby's little face. Guess what Daddy brought you today? Tuantuan said in a milky voice, Daddy, take the baby. Yes, Tuantuan is really smart. Daddy brought you a lot of dolls today. Ye Chen opened the car door, and the baby cried happily, I like Daddy. Then, she held her father's face with her 2 little hands and took a bite. I accidentally drooled on my dad's face and quickly wiped it with my hands. Ye Chen asked the maid to put the doll in Xiao Tuantuan's room. Tuantuan held the little rabbit and couldn't let it go. Daddy, Bunny. Yes, it's Bunny. Does Tuantuan like Bunny? I like it, Bunny. Tuantuan hugged the little rabbit and gave it a kiss. As soon as Feng Li came back, the little kid came to his mother with the baby in his arms and said in a baby voice, Daddy, give Tuantuan the baby. It seems like she is showing off to her mother. Her father bought her a lot of dolls. Omega. Feng Li pinched Tuantuan's face and said, Your father treats you very well. Tuantuan continued to show off the doll while holding it, and even told the maid about it when she saw her. Ye Chen was speechless for a while, this little guy is so cute. Night. Ye Chen went to Feng Li's room again to catch mice. Feng Li was wearing a black silk long dress tonight, her skin faintly visible underneath. Ye Chen didn't dare to look any further and sat on the sofa to continue waiting for the mouse. For 3 days in a row, not a single mouse was seen. I'm tired of watching Feng Li every day. Ye Chen couldn't help but ask, Feng Li, why don't these rats come out? Feng Li said calmly, maybe I was too scared of you, so I didn't come out. You don't have to come tomorrow night. I'll call you next time you come out. Good. Ye Chen tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. The image of Feng Li in pajamas kept appearing in his mind. Is he crazy? He actually coveted Feng Li. Ye Chen, don't think about it, just go to sleep. Then, Ye Chen had another gorgeous erotic dream. He dreamed of that night 4 years ago. The woman's figure gradually overlapped with Feng Li's. When they turned around, the 2 people looked exactly the same. Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes, slapped his forehead, and said to himself, Ye Chen, you really think well. #YeMO's new song is released. #YeMO album. #YeMO Gap. Brother's new song, everyone go and support it, it's only 38 yuan, buy it as a token of your appreciation, thank you. It sounds so good, wow, this is so beautiful, I have played it on repeat countless times. It was so beautiful that it made me cry. As soon as my brother opened his mouth, I felt like I was gone. Don't you think YeMO's lyrics are lame this time? His singing skills are just okay. I used to think he was good at writing lyrics, so I paid attention to him. This time it's too lame. I wasted more than 30 yuan. What the above person said is right, the lyrics are too bad, the previous lyrics were very charming and could be enjoyed repeatedly, but this time the lyrics are horrible. Is Jiang Lang running out of ideas? What nonsense are you talking about? You can listen to it or not. No one is forcing you to listen. If you don't want to listen, just get out. Yes, not everyone can appreciate our brother's songs. You can listen to them or not. No one forces you to listen, no one forces you to spend money. YeMO's army of fans have already started cursing. The front is completely occupied by his fans, and there are almost no negative reviews. After all, the previous songs have accumulated enough popularity, with tens of millions of fans. Ye Chen took a quick look at the lyrics written by YeMO. It's as ordinary as boiled water. It can't be said to be particularly bad. It can only be said to be as plain as water and unworthy of his current achievements. Even so, Yemo's album still sold 100,000 copies. Although it is far behind before, this result is still pretty good. Ye Chen called Zhang Teng. "Brother Zhang, how's the music score going?" Zhang Teng replied hesitantly, "It will be ready soon, Ye Chen, please wait a few more days." "Good." Ye Chen hung up the phone and went to Tuantuan's room next door. The little guy is still sleeping while holding the little pink bunny. His pink little face is so adorable. "Dad. What's wrong, baby?" The baby opened his eyes with difficulty. "Daddy, I won't leave." "Well, Dad won't leave. Dad will stay with Tuantuan." Ye Chen dressed the baby and washed her face with a washcloth. Her white and tender skin looked like milk. "Tuantuan, bye-bye." Omega. "Well, our Tuantuan is a clean baby." Ye Chen pinched the little guy's face, which was so pink and adorable. He took a big sip. "Let's go eat with Mom." "Eat, eat." Tuantuan cried happily. With her dad and mom around, she was the happiest baby. When Yemo saw the comments online, his face darkened and he threw the antique vase off the table. "It's all Ye Chen's fault. The response to my new album was very poor this time. The sales volume is less than 1/10 of the previous ones. These are all the die-hard fans I have accumulated in the past. If Ye Chen never comes home and doesn't write lyrics for me, what will I do in the future?" Ye's mother patiently advised, "Don't be angry, Xiaomo. I will ask Ye Chen to come back and write lyrics for you. Be obedient and eat first." Yemo threw away his chopsticks and said, "I don't want to eat anymore, Dad, please ask Ye Chen to come back." Father Yi picked up his phone and called Ye Chen. Ye Chen said coldly, "I said, I won't go back." Father Ye's tone was unusually gentle this time. "Ye Chen, your grandma is sick, don't you even care about her? Your grandma is so good to you, you can't be ungrateful." Ye Chen hesitated. Grandma was the only person who treated him well. When he was sick as a child, it was his grandma who took him to see a doctor and comforted him with candy. He was framed by Yemo and made to stand in the corner as punishment, and it was his grandmother who gave him the food. He could ignore other people in the Yi family, but he absolutely could not ignore his grandmother. Chapter 2020 Family? They are all using him. Ye Chen asked anxiously, "What happened to Grandma?" "Your grandma is sick, come back quickly, she said she misses you." Ye Chen said, "Okay, I'll go back right now." Feng Li asked, "What's wrong?" "My grandma is sick, I need to go back." Feng Li asked, "Do you need me to go with you?" "No need, you go to the company, I'll go see Grandma and come back soon." Feng Li stood up and fixed Ye Chen's hair. "Go slowly on the way. Call me if you have anything. Don't worry." "Good." The little kid hugged his father's legs and said, "Daddy." Ye Chen squatted down and said, "Good boy, Dad will be back soon, you can eat with Mom first." "Okay." Ye Chen hurried out of the living room. Tuantuan, who was so well behaved just now, refused to eat and threw his chopsticks aside. "Feng Tang Tang, eat." Tuantuan shook his head and sat on the sofa throwing toys. Feng Yan was so angry that she had a headache, so she simply ignored this little devil and continued eating. Feng Li stood up and looked down at the little thing on the sofa. She was just pretending to be a good kid these days. Although he is not even 3 years old, Tuantuan has a very high IQ. He can write and do arithmetic, and he only pretends to be a good baby in front of Ye Chen. "Your father just went out for a while. You have such a bad temper. If your father knew, would he still like you? Do you want me to take a picture of your father to see what you have done to the living room?" Tuantuan shook his head in fear, quickly climbed down from the sofa, and picked up all the small toys on the floor. The dark eyes looked at Feng Li. "Don't send it. I can choose not to send it, but you have to eat your meal obediently." The baby went to eat by himself angrily. Feng Yan gave Feng Li a thumbs up. Her sister is still the best. Ye Chen rushed back to the Yi family. The family of 4 was having dinner, and there was no sign of Grandma at all. "Where's Grandma?" "Your grandma is still resting, Xiaochen, you haven't had breakfast yet." "Mom just prepared breakfast, let's eat together," Ye's mother said enthusiastically. Father Yi smiled and said, "Ye Chen, you've been out for so many days and you didn't even call Dad. The whole family is very worried about you. Come on and eat." The third sister Yi Sheng said, "Yes, Xiaochen, I hit you last time because I was angry." Don't be angry, that's just my temper. Xiao Chen must be hungry after being outside for so long. Ye Mo also said, brother, eat quickly. Ye Chen might have been very happy in the past because there were so many people who cared about him, but now, he knows that these people are using him. Ye Chen said coldly, I have already eaten, where is grandma? Mother Yi smiled and said, your grandma is in her hometown. She is in good health. Don't worry. She won't come here if you ask her to. Ye Chen frowned, so, you are lying to me? Mother Yi whispered, Xiao Chen, Mom is too worried about you, so? I lied to you. Can you forgive Mom? Ye Mo said, brother, Mom and Dad are very worried about you. You have been away from home for a week. Where have you been? You don't have to worry about that. I'm doing well out there. Ye Chen was about to leave when his mother stopped him. Tears flashed in her eyes as she said softly, Xiao Chen, Mom really didn't mean to hit you. Please don't be angry, okay? Mom really doesn't want you to leave. Father Yi said solemnly, Ye Chen, your mother has said so, please sit down and eat. Even though their feelings were distant, they had been together for 20 years after all. How could there not be any feelings at all? Ye Chen was a very sentimental person, so he whispered to dissuade her, stop crying. Mother Yi wiped away her tears and said, okay, Mom won't cry anymore. Xiao Chen, please sit down and eat. Mom has made your favorite pumpkin rice for you. The rice in it was picked out by Mom herself. Ye Chen didn't eat, nor did he want to eat. He asked, the reason why I came back this time was because of Ye Mo. His album didn't sell as well as expected, so he asked me to come back and write lyrics for him. Several people were speechless, and Ye's mother was the first to break the silence. Xiao Chen, we are all family, we should help each other, not to mention he is your brother, you can't just watch your brother get into trouble. Father Yi said, we are all family. If Xiao Mo becomes famous, you can also benefit from it. Ye Chen smiled coldly, so, you asked me to come back just to write lyrics for Ye Mo? Not entirely. Your mother missed you. You haven't been home for a week. She was so worried that she couldn't sleep at night. Mother Yi sobbed softly and said, Xiao Chen, your room has been cleaned up by your mother. You can sleep at home tonight. Unnecessary. Ye's mother asked, where do you live? In school? You're about to graduate, and your father wants you to be his assistant. Ye Chen said in a cold voice, didn't my father say that I, an outsider of the Yi family, have no right to join the Yi group? Father Yi was choked. He always thought Ye Chen was weak-willed, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward when speaking. Your father only said those words in anger. Don't be angry, Xiao Chen. You and Xiao Mo are both sons of the Yi family. Of course, you are qualified to inherit the Yi group. Ye Chen said calmly, thank you, I don't need it. After saying that, he stood up and went to the room upstairs. Before leaving the Yi family, he had one important thing to take away. Ye Chen opened the drawer and picked up a very old dark gold jade pendant, about half the size of his palm. It was something his biological parents hung on him. Maybe he could use it to find his parents in the future. Although it is out of reach, it is not impossible to achieve. Ye Chen carefully placed the jade pendant in his pocket. Seeing Ye Chen coming downstairs, Ye's mother said with a gentle expression, Xiao Chen, are you really not at home? Mother Yi held Ye Chen's wrist and said, can you write a few more songs for Xiao Mo? I'm begging you. Ye Chen pulled his hand back, expressionless, I have composed 6 songs for Ye Mo. He is now a little famous. What about me? You have used all your efforts to cultivate Ye Mo. Have you ever thought about me? Boss Yi didn't let me sign a contract with the company 2 years ago because he was afraid that I would steal Ye Mo's limelight. After all, I'm not a member of the Yi family. You've always treated me as an outsider. Father Ye's thoughts were exposed, and he coughed a few times and said, Xiao Chen, Dad is worried that it will affect your studies. Mother Yi nodded and said, yes, Xiao Chen, isn't it good for you to quietly write lyrics for your brother? Why? Why should I write lyrics for him silently? Just because I took up his life? I already paid it back a long time ago. I have dreams too. Ye Chen finished speaking and walked out of the living room. Father Yi said coldly, you have really grown up. Your family can't control you. Don't come back in the future. Father Yi said to Mother Yi, you even made pumpkin rice for him yourself. See if he appreciates it. Ye Chen glanced at the pumpkin rice on the table, turned around and left the Yi family. When he was a child, Ye's father and mother sent him to live with his grandmother in the countryside. He was picky about food and very thin, so his grandmother would make sweet pumpkin rice for him. Every time, he can eat a lot. Chapter 21 President Feng personally coaxes Ye Chen. Tuantuan was tearing up a book when he heard familiar footsteps. He quickly picked up the paintbrush and started drawing. Feng Yan. Wasn't he this little devil tearing up the book just now? When Tuantuan saw his father coming back, he rushed towards him and pressed his soft face against his father. Dad epsilon equals. Ye Chen touched the baby's head and said, Tuantuan, Daddy will go to the room for a while. Tuantuan let go of his hand obediently, his little brows wrinkled like a caterpillar. What should I do if my dad is unhappy? Is there any way to make Dad happy? Feng Yan whispered, Sister, what's wrong with Ye Chen? He's been depressed since he came back, as if he has something on his mind. Feng Li walked upstairs in high heels and knocked on the door of Ye Chen's room. Tell me what happened. Ye Chen opened the door. Feng Li, I'm fine, I just want to eat pumpkin rice and miss my grandma. Pumpkin rice? Where's your grandmother? Ye Chen whispered, My grandma is in the countryside, very far from here. I want to go back tomorrow. I can go with you, tomorrow, the weekend. Ye Chen raised his head, his eyes shining, Really? Feng Li nodded, Yes, Tuantuan can also go with us. I heard that the old lady likes babies. Grandma might be very happy to see Tuantuan. Yes, thank you. Ye Chen's mood suddenly became much brighter. Dad, eat something sweet. The sound of milk gurgling was heard. The baby got a piece of cake from somewhere, his hands were covered with cream, and he held the cake for his father to eat. Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wiped the cream off Tuantuan's face and said, Tuantuan, where did you get this piece of cake? Tuantuan smiled with two dimples on her face, Daddy, eat sweets, be happy. Feng Li explained, Tuantuan saw that you were unhappy, so he wanted to make you eat sweets to make you happy. Ye Chen picked up the little baby and gave her a big sip, leaving cream all over the father and daughter. Thank you Tuantuan, Dad is very happy now. Feng Li went downstairs and went to the kitchen alone. Feng Yan sneaked in and asked, Sister, what are you looking for? What are you doing in the kitchen? Is the kitchen the place where her sister should be? Her sister's battlefield is in the office. Just move your mouth and you can get a project worth tens of billions. Feng Li pointed at the various ingredients on the table and asked, Feng Yan, which one is the pumpkin? Sister, you don't even know a pumpkin. I don't think I know it either. The two sisters looked at each other. Feng Li picked up his phone and searched, and finally found the pumpkin by looking at the picture. Then, I searched again, how to make pumpkin rice. There were so many tutorials that Feng Li was dazzled. Talking business is no problem, but I really can't cook. Feng Li went through the tutorial and it seemed to be just like that. First, dig a hole in the pumpkin and then put the glutinous rice in it. Feng Yan watched her sister cooking, her pupils dilated. Sister, did you take the wrong medicine today? Or did you suddenly have a brain seizure? As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped on the back of her head, and Feng Yan screamed in pain. Get out of here. Feng Yan was kicked out. Ye Chen was eating cake with Tuantuan. After they finished eating, he washed the baby's hands. The baby's hands were white, tender, and plump. Feng Yan, where's Feng Li? I don't know what my sister is doing in the kitchen. She's so mysterious. Feng Yan lay on the sofa and continued to browse her phone. Ye Mo recently released a new song. His song this time is too bad. I can't even listen to it. I actually thought he was good before. Ye Chen did not answer. Feng Yan continued to complain, he must have run out of ideas. Maybe. Ye Chen whispered. Ye Chen, don't you know how to write songs? Well, the lyrics are ready, and Brother Zhang is composing the music for me. Then please publish it quickly, I haven't had any good songs to listen to recently. Feng Yan is bored and chasing after a soap opera, a melodramatic ethical drama. Ye Chen didn't understand and was still thinking about the pumpkin rice. Feng Li came out of the kitchen, holding a large plate in his hand. It was covered with a lid so that the food inside could not be seen clearly. Sister, you finally came out. What did you do? Feng Yan was looking forward to seeing what the dark dishes her sister would make would look like. Feng Li placed the plate in front of Ye Chen. This is my first time cooking, so it might not taste good. How about you try it? Ye Chen pointed at himself in disbelief. Is this made for me? Ye Chen excitedly opened the lid and found a pumpkin inside, which was hollowed out and filled with purple glutinous rice. Something in my heart softened. Is this the pumpkin rice you made specially for me? Feng Li nodded and said, yeah. Feng Yan murmured to herself, impossible, this is my sister's first time cooking, how could she cook so well? Sister, is this really your first time cooking? You cooked so well. Feng Li said calmly, just cooking. In fact, her hands were all burned and red, but she hid them behind her back. Mom, great. Omega. The little milk bag gave a thumbs up. Ye Chen didn't know whether he was touched or what, his hand holding the chopsticks shook, and he ate a piece of pumpkin. It was very sweet, and the sweetness went all the way to his heart. Thanks. Eat more if you like. Ye Chen fed the little milk bag a mouthful. The little milk bag's big eyes flickered and he looked up at his mother. It's delicious. After all, the baby has grown up and it is the first time for him to eat the meal cooked by his mother. You are quite good at supporting your mother. Feng Li pinched the little girl's face and ravaged it. The baby pouted and lay in his father's arms to complain, Dad, Mama's bad. Pinch the group, the face. The baby pointed at his face with his little finger, looking very aggrieved. Daddy, blow it. Ye Chen coaxed the little kid gently. Feng Yan picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. It tasted really good. I didn't expect that her sister could cook such a delicious meal for the first time. He is indeed the chosen one, everything is okay. Ye Chen finished a portion of pumpkin and felt very satisfied. I haven't eaten such delicious pumpkin rice for a long time. Ye Mo watched the sales drop little by little. Not many albums were sold in a day, and the comments section was full of insults towards him. Ye Chen is not willing to listen to any soft or hard words now. If his next album is still like this, my fans will definitely not buy it. Don't worry, Xiao Mo Mom will find a way for you. Ye Chen is soft-hearted. Mom will make him write lyrics for you. Mother Yi patted Ye Mo's hand lovingly, don't worry, Mom will find a way. They owe Xiao Mo so much. Ye Mo whispered, there will be a lecture at the school in 2 days. The guest invited is the head of the Feng family, the largest chaebol in the imperial capital. I will go back to the school tomorrow. Maybe I can talk to her. That's someone your father can't even meet. I heard that although she's a woman, she's ruthless and can control the entire imperial city. If you can talk to her, your father will be able to move up a level. Ye Mo whispered, well, I've heard rumors about her, but I didn't expect the school would actually invite her this time. He is a top tycoon. If he can get close to him, he will be able to reach the top in one step. Chapter 222 Grandma, little Tuantuan will melt you. Early the next morning, Ye Chen went to Tuantuan's room. The little baby was sleeping soundly, with a pink and tender face, a pouting mouth, and a little doll in his arms. Ye Chen poked the baby's face and said, Tuantuan, Daddy will take you to see Grandma today, okay? Grandmother. The baby opened his big eyes, then closed them again and continued to sleep in his father's arms. Ye Chen dressed Tuantuan, put a small coat on the baby, put on a hat, and then carried Tuantuan out. Feng Li stood at the door, with big, slightly curly hair falling on her chest. She was wearing a black windbreaker with a black miniskirt and 10 centimeters high heels, looking dignified and aloof. Feng Li, if you are busy, you don't have to accompany me. I will take Tuantuan with me. Grandma likes babies. Ye Chen pinched Tuantuan's little face, and the baby opened his eyes, looked at his father, and smiled at him. Dad. Are you still sleepy? Tuantuan shook his head, hugged his father's neck, and said in a baby voice, Tuantuan, look at Grandma. Ye Chen rubbed the little guy's head. Why are there such well-behaved babies in the world? Feng Li said, I'm not busy today. Feng Yan sat on the sofa and muttered hesitantly, Sister, don't you have a... Feng Li swept a cold gaze over Feng Yan, and Feng Yan immediately shut her mouth. Her sister is a very busy person and she actually has to accompany Ye Chen to the countryside to visit Grandma. Feng Li, are you really not busy? Feng Li whispered, no hurry, let's eat first. After dinner, Feng Li hung the small pink bottle around Tuantuan's neck. Tuantuan shook his head, Tuantuan, I don't want to drink milk. She has grown up and doesn't drink milk anymore. Feng Li rubbed the little kid's face, drink on the way, your dad likes to drink milk, good boy. The little baby looked at his father with his big black eyes, and started drinking from the bottle with his 2 little hands. Ye Chen was simply melted by the cuteness of the baby. He even drank from the bottle. No wonder his whole body smelled like milk. Ye Chen sucked on the baby's little face. Tuantuan, drink your milk obediently and grow taller. Tuantuan drank even harder. Although she stopped drinking this kind of childish stuff when she was 2 years old, her father seemed to like it very much. Ye Chen opened the car door and looked at the pile of nutritional supplements in the car. He was stunned for a moment. Feng Li, I don't need so many. My grandma is alone at home. Feng Li said in a calm voice, there are too many things at home and we can't finish them all. Tuantuan nodded, it's too much. I can't finish it. Grandma, eat. Ye Chen laughed softly, picked up little Tuantuan and held him high up. Tuantuan is such a good baby, how can a baby be so good? Tuantuan laughed happily and got along very well with his father. Feng Yan poked her head out quietly, Sister, can I go too? Feng Li glanced at her coldly and said in a cold tone, you, stay at home. After that, the black Maybach quickly left the manor. Feng Yan stamped her feet in anger. Ever since Ye Chen, the pretty boy, came into her life, her sister no longer cared about her. She wanted to run away from home. Feng Yan saw the dry steamed bread on the table that Tuantuan had given her 2 days ago, and she burst into tears. She ran away from home and no one cared. Tian Rui Entertainment. Zhang Tang stopped the keyboard in his hand and said in a relaxed tone, the song is finally composed. Now all we need is the accompaniment and harmony. Zhou Kuan, who was tuning the music nearby, asked, this song has the most amazing lyrics I've ever seen. Was it really written by a newcomer? Brother Zhang, can you introduce this newcomer to me? Brother Zhang, I can guarantee that this song will be a hit on the internet once it's released. With Hemo's lyrics, it can sell hundreds of thousands of albums. You are so talented. These lyrics are definitely not something that an average person can write. It's amazing that you can write such a good song for your first song. Zhang Tang's men were full of praise for the lyrics written by Ye Chen. Zhang Tang nodded and said, the lyrics are indeed amazing. He is a newcomer. I heard that he just graduated from college in June this year. He may not even have a Weibo account, let alone fans. This song is a waste in his hands. Zhou Kuan showed a sinister smile on his face, since he is a newcomer? Brother Zhang, I have an idea. Zhang Tang asked in a low voice, what do you think? Tell me. Zhou Kuan said, since he is a newcomer and a college student, Brother Zhang, you can spend some money to buy his lyrics and send them out as your own. You will be the one who composed the music later, and he just wrote the lyrics. After all, college students can be given a little money. If 30,000 or 50,000 yuan doesn't work, you can give him 100,000 or 80,000 yuan. If that doesn't work, 200,000 yuan will also work. This song is definitely worth more than 200,000 yuan. Zhang Tang felt that what Zhou Kuan said made sense. He was the backstage staff member responsible for composing music, but he had no famous songs. He was still a mediocre musician with only a few 100,000 fans on his account. If this song becomes a hit, Zhang Tang couldn't even imagine how glorious he would be. Even Ye Mo, the unattainable top star in the company, would be stepped on by him. Zhou Kuan continued to dissuade him, Brother Zhang, why don't you ask him? It doesn't cost money. He's a college student, so you can get rid of him with just a little money. Zhang Tang hesitated for a moment and said, okay, I'll ask Ye Chen when I have time. Brother, we will wait for your good news. Don't forget to be with your brothers after takeoff. Rest assured. 2 hours later, the car finally left the center of the imperial capital and arrived at a country road. When Tuantuan saw the lush green wheat for the first time, he leaned against the window in amazement, pointing at the field with his little hand. Dad, there are so many. Ye Chen explained, well, that's wheat. It will be harvested in a few months. Has Tuantuan never seen it? Tuantuan nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, and his big black eyes looked around, finding everything full of curiosity. Dad, big car. Little car. Tuantuan pointed at an electric car and screamed excitedly. Ye Chen gave Tuantuan a lot of scientific knowledge along the way. Finally arrived at the town. Fortunately, the road here was relatively flat. It took a total of 3 hours. Tuantuan, we're here. Ye Chen picked up Tuantuan and looked at the familiar small bungalow in front of him. Tuantuan climbed down from his father's arms, patted the door with his 2 little hands, and rang out in a sweet voice, Grandma, Tuantuan, look at Grandma. Not long after, an old man in his 60s or 70s opened the door. He had gray hair, a kind and gentle face, a slightly hunched back, but a very good aura. Tuantuan threw himself on Grandma and called out, "Grandma!" Omega! The old lady looked at the cute little baby and was unable to react for a moment. When did she become a grandmother? Baby, did you recognize the wrong grandma? Tuantuan shook his head and said, "Yes, Grandma." Ye Chen said, "Grandma, it's me. I'm back." The old man raised his head, looked at Ye Chen's face clearly, then looked at the little baby on the ground, as if he understood something. "Chen, you have a daughter." Chapter 23 Feng Li is his girlfriend? Grandma. Feng Li said politely. The old lady looked at Feng Li carefully. He was handsome, had a good figure, and was well dressed. She nodded repeatedly, okay. Xin and her family has become successful and even has a wife. In the past, she would blush when talking to other girls. But she was very worried. What if she didn't have a wife in the future? Who knew that she would bring back such a beautiful granddaughter-in-law? Successful. You are Chen's girlfriend, right? You already have a daughter. When are you going to get the marriage certificate and hold the wedding? Ye Chen almost choked on his own saliva. He looked at Feng Li guiltily. Feng Li didn't seem angry, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma, you misunderstood, we are not in that kind of relationship. The old lady smiled and said, Chen, Grandma knows you are shy. You can't let your daughter down. Get married as soon as possible. If you can't, just do it here with Grandma. Ye Chen swallowed and said, Grandma, it's really not true. Tuantuan is not my biological daughter. Do you think we look alike? Tuantuan said in a baby voice, Tuantuan, my biological child. Grandma Yi smiled widely, they look exactly like them. The nose and eyes are carved from the same mold. They are exactly the same. My eldest grandson brought back a beautiful daughter-in-law and such a lovely daughter. Grandma Yi picked up the little baby on the ground and coaxed him gently, Baby, let Grandma get you something to eat, okay? Ye Chen. Isn't it said that rheumatoid arthritis makes walking painful? What's the matter with walking briskly while holding Tuantuan? Ye Chen turned to look at Feng Li and explained awkwardly, Grandma misunderstood. I will explain it to her. You, don't worry. Feng Li said calmly, it's okay. It's a little shabby here, don't mind, Mr. Feng. I don't mind. Feng Li and Ye Chen entered the room with their things. Although the house was small, it was clean and tidy, and things were arranged in an orderly manner. Grandma Yi greeted Feng Li warmly and took out all the food that she had stored for a long time and placed them on the table. Eat quickly. When you get to Grandma's place, you're home. You're welcome. By the way, Chen, what's your girlfriend's name? Ye Chen said helplessly, Grandma, her name is Feng Li. She is really not my girlfriend, don't get me wrong, she just came back with me. Chen, Grandma knows you are shy, but you already have a daughter, you can't be a scumbag, otherwise Grandma won't let you go home. Ye Chen couldn't explain it clearly at all, and the more he explained, the worse it got. He looked to Feng Li for help, but Feng Li's face was as calm as water, and he obviously didn't want to make any unnecessary explanations. Dad, eat. Epsilon equals. Tuantuan took a bite of the mung bean cake and thought it tasted good, so he quickly gave one to his dad. Thank you, babe. Ye Chen handed a piece to Feng Li, how about trying it? Feng Li took it, tasted it, and said lightly, not bad. You like it? Feng Li, yeah. Ye Chen silently wrote down again that Feng Li liked to eat mung bean cakes. Grandma Yi took Tuantuan out to show off to her sisters. When she came back, it was already noon and Ye Chen was in the kitchen preparing to cook. Chen, go and keep Lily company while Grandma cooks. You don't know that your grandmothers all say that Tuantuan looks a lot like you. She looks just like you when you were a child. She's so cute and pretty. Everyone is wondering how you can have such a well-behaved and lovely daughter. Your peers don't even have girlfriends, but you brought your daughter home. Grandma Yi was very proud in the village because her eldest grandson brought back a daughter and a beautiful daughter-in-law. Ye Chen asked again, Grandma, does Tuantuan look like me? Grandma Yi nodded repeatedly. Yes, I still have your childhood photo. Take a look later. Tuantuan's eyes and nose are exactly the same as yours. Tuantuan happily hugged his father's legs with his two short arms. Omega Tuantuan looks like. Dad. Ye Chen picked up the little kid and took a good look at the little guy's pink and tender face. The father and daughter stared at each other. Ye Chen frowned. Tuantuan was really like him. So that's why Feng Li picked her up and brought her home to be Tuantuan's cheap father? Feng Li stood at the door. His attire and demeanor were out of place in this small kitchen. His voice softened a bit. Do you need my help? Grandma Ye waved her hands repeatedly. No need, Lily, go sit in the house, I'll prepare the meal for you in a while, and I'll fry some pork and peppers for you. I haven't finished the meat that Chen bought for me last time. The old man drove Feng Li, Ye Chen and Xiao Tuantuan out of the kitchen together. Go sit inside, Grandma is cooking. Ye Chen hugged Tuantuan and asked, Tuantuan, who did Grandma take you to see just now? Its big grape-like eyes twinkled, and it stretched out its two little hands and also its feet. So many grandmas. Then the baby started counting on his fingers. Ye Chen knew that the baby was still young and didn't recognize his mistakes. Tuantuan, stop counting. Tuantuan said in a baby voice, 12 grandmas. Ye Chen was surprised and asked, Tuantuan can already count so many? Feng Li nodded and said, yes, she can read. Ye Chen thought Tuantuan only knew how to draw, but he didn't expect the baby's IQ to be so high. What kind of genes could give birth to such an outstanding baby? Who is her father? Ye Chen was a little jealous. Tuantuan hugged his father's neck, made a soft sound and pressed his soft face against his father. Omega. Tuantuan, smart. Well, Dad knows Tuantuan is smart. Tuantuan is the smartest baby. Ye Chen kissed the little baby, and the father and daughter continued to cuddle. Feng Li said coldly, you seem to like Tuantuan quite a lot. Tuantuan was my baby, I loved him at that time. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him became a little colder, and Ye Chen felt a chill on his back. Why did the temperature suddenly drop? Tuantuan, I like Daddy. The baby, who was craving for milk, hugged his father and took a bite, then drooled on his father's face. Feng Li pinched Tuantuan's little ear and said, Tuantuan, don't kiss Daddy from now on. Your saliva is all over my face. Tuantuan. Ye Chen smiled and said, it's okay, I don't dislike Tuantuan. Feng Li took Tuantuan into his arms. The smile on Tuantuan's face suddenly stopped. He pushed his mother and said fiercely, I want Daddy. Feng Tuantuan, be good. Your dad is tired of holding you every day. Feng Li threw the little baby onto the sofa. After a while, Tuantuan climbed into his father's arms again and lay on his back. Dad, carry me on your back. Okay, Dad will carry me on your back. Ye Chen walked back and forth in the room with Tuantuan on his back. Tuantuan happily lay on his father's shoulder and deliberately stuck out his tongue at his mother. Feng Li. This little bastard. Chapter 24 Sleeping in the same bed with Feng Li. Grandma Ye cooked 6 dishes, stewed old hen, stir-fried meat with peppers, stir-fried beef, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Although they are all ordinary dishes, the aroma is extremely rich. Tuantuan pointed at the eggs on the table with his little hand and said, Daddy, Tuantuan, eat. Okay, Dad will feed you. Ye Chen put a little yellow duck bib on the baby. Tuantuan opened her mouth wide and ate whatever her father fed her. She was not picky at all and was easy to feed. Tuantuan is so good. Tuantuan, eat more and grow up plump and white. Grandma Ye looked at Tuantuan and smiled from ear to ear. Tuantuan said in a baby voice, Fatty. The little guy ate even harder. After dinner, Feng Li took out his phone and replied to messages. Ye Chen knew that she was busy, but he still took time out to accompany him here. No, to accompany Tuantuan. Chen, Grandma found some old photos of you. Tuantuan and you look exactly like 2 peas in a pod. Grandma Ye took out a photo of Ye Chen when he was a child. Ye Chen, who was 3 or 4 years old, was holding a small toy, with a dark face and a silly smile on his face. Ye Chen took the photo, not wanting Feng Li to see him like this. So stupid. Feng Li took one and deliberately asked, Ye Chen, is this you? Yes. I was running outside every day when I was a kid, so I'm a little dark. Ye Chen quickly hid his photo behind him and touched his ear embarrassedly. Feng Li, don't look at it, it's too stupid. He was stunned by his own stupidity. Feng Li grabbed Ye Chen's wrist, and his slightly cool fingers touched Ye Chen's hand. A soft voice sounded in Ye Chen's ears, I think it's cute. His body froze in place, allowing Feng Li to snatch the photo away. Ye Chen pursed his lips and lowered his head to look at his toes. Is Feng Li comforting him? Definitely. Tuantuan came to his mother, holding his father's photo and looking at it. "Dad, you are so handsome." Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In Tuantuan's eyes, Dad might be the most handsome. "There's nothing I can do, my daughter just likes him." Tuantuan jumped around happily under the eaves, then went to look at the rabbits in the cage and the old hen laying eggs. The baby had never seen these before, and everything was full of novelty. He pointed at the white rabbit with his little hand and said, "Daddy, rabbit." "Well, Bunny, does Tuantuan like Bunny?" Tuantuan nodded his little head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Bunny. Big ears." Well, Tuantuan is really smart, and Bunny has big ears. At this time, an old hen approached Tuantuan, and Tuantuan was so scared that he screamed wow and climbed into his father's arms. Scared. "Tuantuan, don't be afraid. It's an old hen that can lay eggs for Tuantuan to eat." Ye Chen took Tuantuan to play in the yard. Tuantuan was feeding the rabbit with a small carrot. The rabbit's mouth moved and it ate with relish. Tuantuan was so happy that he touched the bunny's head with his little hand. "Bunny, be good and eat." Tuantuan and his father fed the rabbits for the entire afternoon and almost ate them to death. Evening. Ye Chen and Feng Li were about to leave when a heavy rain fell silently. Ye Chen stood at the door and raised his hand to catch a few drops of rain. "Feng Li, it's raining." "Grandma Yi dissuaded, Chen, don't go back tonight, leave tomorrow. It's raining so hard, and the road is not safe." Ye Chen looked at Feng Li. "Will you stay tonight?" Feng Li nodded and said, "Well, stay for one night. It's not safe on the road." Ye Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. "Okay, then stay for one night." Grandma Yi cleaned up a room next door and said with a smile, "Chen, you, the baby, and Lily can sleep in one room. The bed is big enough for the three of you." Ye Chen was stunned again, and asked, "Grandma, where are your other two rooms?" "Those two rooms are too dirty. It would be nice if you could just sleep in this one. Grandma has already made the quilt for you. Have a good rested night. Grandma is leaving first." Before leaving, Grandma Yi patted Ye Chen's hand and winked at him. Ye Chen. He somewhat suspected that Grandma did it on purpose. Ye Chen twitched his lips and looked at Feng Li. "Feng Li, you, don't worry, I won't sleep in the same bed with you. You and Tuantuan will sleep on the bed, and I will sleep on the floor." Ye Chen took down a quilt from the bed. Feng Li held his arm and said seriously, "It's cold. It's easy to catch a cold if you sleep on the floor. Let's sleep on the bed together." Ye Chen did not refute. Tuantuan hugged his father's legs and said in a milky voice, "Daddy, go to sleep." In order to reassure Feng Li, Ye Chen specially divided the bed into two halves, with Feng Li and Tuantuan sleeping on the larger half, and he slept on the smaller half outside. Ye Chen went to the closet to find the pajamas that he had never worn. "You can make do with this for now, the pajamas have never been worn, they are new." Feng Li took the pajamas and took off her black windbreaker. Inside was a slim miniskirt that wrapped around her exquisite figure. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings. Ye Chen's throat tightened and he immediately looked away, picking up the little kid who was rubbing his eyes sleepily on the ground. "Feng Li, I'm going to take Tuantuan out first. Change into your pajamas and call me." Ye Chen walked out of the room and leaned against the wall. Feng Li. Why does his heart beat faster when he sees Feng Li? Ye Chen, Ye Chen, can you be a little more promising? Haven't you seen a woman for hundreds of years? Dad, go to sleep. Tuantuan dozed off on his father's shoulder. Go to sleep. Omega. Good boy, mommy will change into your pajamas and we will go to bed, okay? After saying that, Feng Li's cold and queenly voice rang out, "Come in." After entering the room, Feng Li changed into loose black pajamas and sat lazily on the bed. Her long, slightly curly hair fell in front of her chest, which made her look indescribably charming. Ye Chen's Adam's apple rolled slightly. "Get in bed." Ye Chen put Tuantuan on the bed, took off Tuantuan's jacket, and stuffed it into Feng Li's bedding. Then she took her pajamas and went to the bathroom, changing into them before coming out. Thinking about sleeping with Feng Li soon, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Ye Chen patted his chest and said, "Stop jumping. No future." When I entered the room, Ye Chen was lying on the edge of the bed with half of his body exposed. Feng Li was half an arm's length away from him and could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from her body. Ye Chen turned his head and took a peek. She had fair skin, a standard oval face, three-dimensional and delicate facial features, and slightly upturned eyes. She was very beautiful. With such a beautiful person lying next to him, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile. Tuantuan rolled over and came to his father. Epsilon equals Dad, give me a hug. Ye Chen held the soft little thing in his arms and patted her back. Daddy will hold you, dear Tuantuan, go to sleep quickly. Tuantuan lay in his father's arms and closed his eyes, and Ye Chen also closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Li sat up, secretly put Tuantuan in Ye Chen's arms aside, and lay down next to Ye Chen. Ye Chen felt a soft touch on his hand, and he began to dream again. Chapter 25 Wu. Tuantuan is afraid of the old hen. Ye Chen opened his eyes. Beside him was Tuantuan, who was sleeping soundly with her little mouth pouting. He didn't know what she was dreaming about. Her mouth was moving as if she was eating something. After changing clothes and opening the door, Feng Li sat down with Grandma Yi and talked. Do you think Chen was stupid when he was little? He actually carried Yi on his back for 2 miles. Feng Li's eyes were gloomy as he asked, Grandma, who is Yi? Grandma Yi explained, they are friends who grew up with Chen. Their family and ours started a business together and became prosperous. Now they both live in the imperial capital center. Chen was introverted at that time and only played with her, but I haven't seen that girl for 2 years and I don't know how she is now. When Chen was little, he loved her very much and chased after her every day. They were even engaged. Feng Li narrowed his eyes coldly, engagement? Grandma Yi waved her hand and said, those are just verbal agreements. They don't count. Ye Chen explained, Grandma, those were things that happened a long time ago, and Chuyi's current boyfriend is not me. Grandma Yi said earnestly, Chen, I think Lily is much better than Yi. You should treat Lily well in the future. Don't let her down. She has given birth to a daughter for you. Ye Chen was choked and could only nod and agree. No matter how he explains it now, Grandma won't listen. Dad. A sweet little voice was heard, and Ye Chen hurried back to the room. The baby had already climbed up, his hair was a mess, and he was rubbing his confused big eyes. Dad Omega. Ye Chen took the little guy into his arms and kissed Tuantuan's little face. Tuantuan is awake, show Daddy. Tuantuan hugged his father happily, with his soft face pressed against his father's face. Dad. Ye Chen dressed the baby and put on his shoes, then carried him out. He combed his hair with a comb and used his fingers to braid 2 small braids for his hair. He was so adorable. Feng Li was puzzled. Ye Chen, how did you do it? Ye Chen touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly and whispered, I watched the tutorial when I was free before, thinking that I would braid my daughter's hair in the future. I didn't expect it to be realized. Although Feng Li has been a mother for 3 years, she doesn't know how to comb her baby's hair or even dress herself. It was the maids who used to do that. As a result, her relationship with Tuantuan is not very close, and Tuantuan is not very attached to her as her mother. Dad, great. The baby kissed her father on the face with her pouty little mouth. In her heart, her father is the best. Dad knows everything. After breakfast, Ye Chen and Feng Li were about to leave. Grandma Yi wanted to bring all the food at home to them, and the trunk was already full. Grandma, we really don't need so much. We have everything at home. You can keep it for yourself. Tuantuan said in a baby voice, Grandma, eat. Grandma Yi rubbed Tuantuan's head and said, Grandma gave this to Tuantuan. Tuantuan, eat well and grow taller. Come visit Grandma next time. Tuantuan nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, ran to the cage with his 2 short legs, and waved to the little rabbit. Bunny, goodbye, Tuantuan. I'm leaving. Tuantuan went to say goodbye to the old hen again, but Tuantuan was afraid of the old hen, so he waved his little hand from a distance. She quickly ran to her father, fearing that the old hen would peck her. After sending him out of the house, Grandma Yi reluctantly asked, Chen, won't you stay 1 more day? Ye Chen said, Feng Li is quite busy, we will come to see you in a few days. Grandma, please take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'm in good health. I want to watch little Tuantuan grow up. Ye Chen walked out of the room and was embarrassed again. Countless people in the village gathered at their door. Ye Chen has made great progress. The dark-skinned boy has grown up to be so handsome and brought back such a beautiful girlfriend. Is that Ye Chen's daughter? They look exactly like each other. I don't even have a girlfriend, but she already has a daughter. The person who spoke was Lu Hu, one of Ye Chen's childhood playmates. Is this Ye Chen's woman? She's even prettier than the stars I saw on TV. So envious, jealous, and hateful. seeing Ye Chen, whom they had bullied, living so well. It's even more painful than killing them. Ye Chen awkwardly pulled Feng Li's hand and got into the car. Feng Li, these are my former playmates, please wait in the car first. Good. Ye Chen got out of the car and greeted a few people. Ye Chen, your daughter is so grown up now, you are so amazing. How did you find a wife? She is so beautiful. You should find one for me too. Lu Hu held Ye Chen's hand and refused to let go. Hu Zi's mother nodded repeatedly. Ye Chen, since you are so capable, find one for our Hu Zi. He was your playmate when you were a child. Yes, and our Taidan. You are so successful now, you can't forget about them. Our Taiju also played with you when he was a kid. Ye Chen was surrounded by a group of people, and everyone greeted him with a smile. He still remembered that when he was a child, Hu Zi despised him for being weak, so he teamed up with Taidan and others to push him into a mud pit and held him there to prevent him from coming out. If his grandmother hadn't arrived in time, he might have suffocated to death. Ye Chen whispered, "This is not a marriage agency. I have no obligation to help you find a wife. Ye Chen, you are so successful now, don't you want to care about us poor relatives? You won't help with such a small matter. Yeah, isn't this a piece of cake for you? I heard that you go to the best university. Introduce your classmates to our Taidan." Ye Chen sneered, "Are you sure that your son who only knows how to sleep and eat is worthy of her? Of course he deserves it. My son is the best. How can I not be good enough for him? My Hu Zi is so good looking and handsome." Ye Chen glanced at Lu Hu. He weighed over 200 pounds, had no eyes, and looked handsome? Ye Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this group of unruly people, and it was pointless to talk to them, so he picked up Tuantuan and got into the car. Ye Chen, you've gone too far. You even ignore your childhood playmates. Yes, you are scorning the poor and loving the rich. Hurry up and open the door and come down to introduce your classmates to our Hu Zi. Ye Chen, you are so capable now, can you find a job for our Taiju and help him find a wife? Our Lao Lu, your Uncle Lu, doesn't have a wife yet. Ye Chen frowned and said, "Feng Li, let's go." Feng Li started the car and the car quickly left the village. Ye Chen turned around and saw that the people behind him all had pale faces. Cursing Ye Chen. If his grandmother hadn't continued to stay here, he might never have come to this place. Chapter 26. Don't call me senior sister, call me by my name. Afternoon. Tian Rue Entertainment. Ye Chen went to Zhang Tang's studio specifically to inquire about the progress. "Brother Zhang, how is the music composition going?" Zhang Tang turned around and said, "The music has been composed." "Thank you, Brother Zhang. Can you let me take a look?" Zhang Tang hesitated for a moment, then said, "Ye Chen, what I want to say is that you are a newcomer. Although the lyrics of this song are well written, it is difficult for it to become popular. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhou Kuan next to him echoed, "Ye Chen, even if this song is given to you, you can't become popular." Ye Chen whispered, "I know it's hard for a newcomer to stand out, but I love writing lyrics and composing songs. Even if only one person listens, I will keep working hard." Zhang Tang half leaned on the sofa and suddenly said, "Ye Chen, name a price." Ye Chen suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, "Brother Zhang, what do you mean? What price do you want me to name?" "Of course it's the price of this song. You can sell this song to me. You can name any price you want." Ye Chen was silent for a while and said, "Sorry, Brother Zhang, I won't sell the copyright of this song. This is the first song I wrote for myself." Zhang Tang continued, 200,000. "I'll buy this song." Zhou Kuan smiled and said, "Ye Chen, Brother Zhang paid 200,000 for an original song from you, and you're still a newcomer, you really made a fortune." Ye Chen smiled and replied, "Really? Then I don't want this money either. I won't sell my songs." Zhou Kuan's face changed slightly, and his tone was a little cold. "Ye Chen, don't be ungrateful. Brother Zhang bought your song to give you face." Ye Chen sneered, "In that case, I don't need this favor. Give me the lyrics. As for Teacher Zhang's composition, I won't bother you." Zhang Tang snorted coldly, "Ye Chen, you don't really think that you can become popular just by having original songs, right? Let me tell you the current situation. You don't have a good operation team, so even if you release it, it will fall on deaf ears. You might as well sell it to me and get the money." Ye Chen said firmly, "Thank you, I won't sell it." Zhang Tang continued, "You think the money is too little? How about 300,000? Thank you, I won't sell it." As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Zhang Tang's face became even gloomier. He stretched out his hand and said, 500,000. I will spend 500,000 to buy the lyrics of your original song. Zhou Kuan dissuaded him, Ye Chen, that's enough. Even if you release this song, you may not be able to make 500,000 yuan. Ye Chen stood up and said, Teacher Zhang, thank you for your affirmation, but no matter how much money you give me for this song, I will not sell it. Zhang Tang returned the lyrics to Ye Chen, his face livid. You want to be famous? Dream on. Ye Chen was not angry and left the studio with the lyrics. Zhou Kuan whispered, a newbie who doesn't know what's good for him couldn't even win 500,000. Does he think original songs are easy? Just lyrics are enough? Zhang Tang sneered. Zhou Kuan smiled sinisterly, Brother Zhang, don't be angry, haven't you memorized the lyrics of that song completely? So what? Are you going to let me? The two looked at each other, and Zhang Tang already had the answer in his mind. Ye Chen, you came so late today? Lu Shuriyue stopped Ye Chen, a smile on her bright and charming face. The milky white plush coat she wore looked a bit like a couple's outfit compared to Ye Chen's. Ye Chen stopped and said, I've been busy lately. Lu Shuriyue asked enthusiastically, what are you busy with? I heard that you are going to write an original song. Maybe I can help you. After all, I'm the #1 singer and dancer. Don't you believe in my ability? Ye Chen nodded and said, of course I believe it. Lu Shuriyue should be considered his senior, 3 years older than him, and ranked first in singing and dancing. When he first came to school, it was Lu Shuriyue who received him. She is also a very famous campus beauty at the Imperial Capital University. Let's go to my office. Lu Shuriyue pulled Ye Chen's sleeve and said, I'll help you. Thank you, Senior Lu. Lu Shuriyue waved her hand, Ye Chen, don't be so polite to me. We have known each other for several years. Just call me by my name. Ye Chen sat on the sofa and Lu Shuriyue sat beside him. She was wearing a low-cut sweater and her long hair fell on Ye Chen. From the back, the two people seemed to be leaning against each other. Lu Shuriyue asked, Ye Chen, you are so talented and your lyrics are so good, why haven't you published them before? Ye Chen was silent. He gave all the previous lyrics to Yemo became famous, but he was still an unknown amateur. I was busy with my studies before and didn't have time. It's not too late now. You are still so young. Lu Shuriyue was looking for a tune on her computer, and they were creating it together. Suddenly, Lu Shuriyue's face was pressed against Ye Chen's arm. I'm a little sleepy. Ye Chen pulled his arm back, you're tired, go and rest. I'm leaving first. It's still early, Ye Chen, shall we go out for a walk together? At this time, Feng Li sent a message. In the company? Feng Li asked again, what are you doing? Ye Chen hesitated for a while, and sent out a message, composing music with colleagues. Feng Li, colleague, male? Ye Chen, female, one of my senior schoolmates. Feng Li sent another message, I checked the surveillance video, Tuantuan has been looking for you at home. Okay, I'll be back right away. Ye Chen took back his phone, Senior Lu, I'm going to go back first. I have something to do at home. I'll accompany you next time when I'm free. Okay, go back quickly and don't delay your business. Lu Shuriyue sent Ye Chen out of the company. There was a roar of rage behind me. Shuriyue, why are you with him? Lu Shuriyue turned around and said coldly, He Junming, it is my freedom to be with whomever I want. It seems that you have no right to control it. Ye Chen recognized him. The person in front of him was also a well-known singer with 2 or 3 original songs. He debuted through a talent show. Shuriyue, I just think he has other intentions towards you. Don't be fooled by this pretty boy. He Junming glanced at Ye Chen with contempt, besides his good looks, I don't know how he got into the company. Ye Chen said, I won't let you worry. Shuriyue, I'm leaving first. Lu Shuriyue waved her hand, okay, go back quickly, see you tomorrow. Ye Chen got in the car, started the car and left. He Junming taunted, it's just a shabby car worth less than 100,000 yuan. Shuriyue, what on earth do you like about this poor loser? Lu Shuriyue said coldly, even if Ye Chen is wearing a sack, he is still 1,000 times better than you. He Junming's face turned pale and he looked at Ye Chen's leaving back with a gloomy look. If you dare to compete with him for a woman, you must be prepared to die. He picked up his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 27 Will her sister give Tuantuan a younger sister? Ye Chen just got home and saw the little kid standing at the door waiting for his dad. When he saw his dad's car, he ran away very fast with his short legs. Dad epsilon equals. Ye Chen picked up Tuantuan and held him high up. Tuantuan baby, daddy is back. What do you want to eat tonight? Tuantuan pointed outside with a little hand in a baby voice, Daddy, eat the ball. Omega. Tuantuan, do you want to eat the octopus balls that daddy took you to eat last time? Wow. Tuantuan happily opened his mouth and ate the little hands, he was so greedy. Okay, dad will take you to eat, little greedy cat. Ye Chen lovingly placed Tuantuan in the passenger seat and fastened the seatbelt. The baby was so small that you couldn't see anyone from behind. Ye Chen went to the nearest snack street, where all kinds of hawking sounds mixed together. The smell of fireworks was strong, and the fragrance was tangy. Tuantuan's mouth was watering with greed, and he pointed at the skewers with his little hand, Daddy, Tuantuan, eat. Ye Chen bought several kinds of skewers for Tuantuan, and the little guy ate them with relish. Does Feng Li like to eat skewers? She probably doesn't like it. Ye Chen still brought some with him, just in case he liked it. After buying several bags of barbecue skewers and meatballs, Ye Chen left with Tuantuan in his arms. What a cute baby, the dad looks so young too. Maybe he's a single dad. Do you want to add him on WeChat? Go quickly. Several beautiful young ladies walked up to Ye Chen and said, Brother, can you add me on WeChat? Tuantuan hugged his father tightly with his little arms, looked at them defensively, and said fiercely, Tuantuan's father. Little baby, are you in need of a mother? Can you think of me? The little sister wanted to touch Tuantuan's face, but Tuantuan refused to let her and lay in her father's arms. No. Ye Chen said, Sorry, I didn't bring my phone today. After saying that, he left with Tuantuan in his arms. The little guy pressed his face against his father's. Daddy, it's so cute. Omega. Ye Chen looked doting. Yeah, Tuantuan's dad, the little clingy guy. When Ye Chen brought the baby back, the sun had already set. Tuantuan was held by his father's hand. He held a small skewer in one hand and ate it with gusto, his little face chubby. Feng Li raised his eyes and asked, Where did this go? I'm taking Tuantuan to eat skewers today. Do you want to eat? Ye Chen placed a few bags of skewers on the table. String? Have you never eaten the skewers sold at the stalls outside before? Feng Yan smelled the aroma and came over. Sister, it's so delicious. I know you don't like it. As soon as his hand touched the bag, Feng Li snatched it away. She opened the bag and ate a skewer of grilled squid, eating it elegantly without getting any grease on her lips. It tastes good. Take me with you next time. Ye Chen nodded dumbly, okay. It turns out Feng Li likes it too. Feng Yan was stunned. Doesn't her sister hate greasy things the most? When she was with him before, her sister almost threw him out. Ye Chen said, There are also octopus balls, Feng Yan, you have one too. Feng Yan couldn't wait to take it. Ye Chen, thank you. Tuantuan stretched out his little hand and took one. Feng Yan was so anxious that she screamed, Feng Tang, this is mine. You are not allowed to eat it. Tuantuan opened his mouth wide and bit off half of it, then handed the remaining half to Feng Yan. Feng Yan gnashed her teeth in anger. Feng Tang, you were so cruel. I won't eat what you left. Eat it yourself. Tuantuan continued eating while holding the little meatball. After finishing, he went to Feng Yan to get it. Feng Yan held Tuantuan's chubby little paws. Feng Tang, you come here to steal food again. Tuantuan had a smile on his cute little face and called out in a baby voice. Auntie. Then, Feng Yan was tricked into making another octopus dumpling. This little devil is so adorable, I can't help it. So angry. Night. Ye Chen had just fallen asleep when there was a knock on the door. Ye Chen. Ye Chen recognized it as Feng Li's voice, so he got up from the bed and opened the door. The woman was wearing a black silk pajamas with suspenders. Her white shoulders were smooth as jade, and below them were two snow-white masses. One could vaguely see the scenery in between. Ye Chen coughed a few times. Feng Li, what's wrong? Her messy hair fell on her beautiful face, and she whispered, There's movement under the bed, probably a mouse coming out. Okay, I'll go take a look. Ye Chen and Feng Li returned to the room together, lay on the ground and looked for a long time, but did not see any mouse. Feng Li, the rat should have gone in again. I'll be waiting here. Don't be afraid. Take a rest first. Good. Feng Li turned his head, his eyes slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Ye Chen sat on the sofa, staring at the bottom of the bed. This mouse is really good at hiding. It's been several days and it still hasn't come out. Feng Li seemed to be asleep. The white light shone on her body, making her whole body crystal clear, as if glowing. It was the first time Ye Chen saw such a beautiful woman with a good figure and long legs. She must be very powerful, a female president. I don't know who she will marry in the end. But she would never marry him, because he was just a little beggar picked up by Feng Li. Ye Chen quietly walked over and covered Feng Li with the quilt. Go to sleep. Feng Li suddenly grabbed Ye Chen's hand and placed it on his chest. Ye Chen swallowed and could clearly feel the outline there. He wanted to pull his hand back, but Feng Li was holding him too tightly. Finally, Ye Chen was so sleepy that he fell asleep next to Feng Li. It's getting light. Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was lying on Feng Li's bed. I was so scared that I rolled off the bed. What is going on? How did he climb onto Feng Li's bed? Probably didn't do anything else. No. He wouldn't be so rebellious. Feng Li is his great benefactor. Ye Chen checked his clothes carefully, finding that he had not taken off his shirt or pants, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing should have happened. Ye Chen opened the door and tried to sneak out, but ran into Feng Li head-on. Unlike last night, she was wearing a formal black coat and had a cold face. Feng Li, please listen to my explanation. Last night. Feng Li said calmly, I know, no need to explain, you were very tired last night, have a good rest today. Ye Chen. What did he do last night? Feng Yan pricked up her ears and listened, as if she heard something incredible. No way, you're sleeping already? Will her sister give Tuantuan a younger sister? Chapter 28 Ye Chen, Danger. Feng Yan quietly opened Tuantuan's door. Tuantuan thought it was his father, so he opened his eyes and then closed them again. Feng Yan whispered, Tuantuan, you will have a brother or sister soon. Are you happy? Tuantuan was rubbing his eyes in a daze just now, but after hearing these words, he was no longer sleepy at all, and got up from the bed to go find his father. She doesn't want brothers or sisters, dad belongs to her alone. See? Ye Chen was getting ready to wash up, and there was a little baby bump on his legs. He was wearing pajamas and no shoes. Ye Chen picked up the baby and asked, Tuantuan, why are you up? You don't even have shoes on. Tuantuan hugged his father's neck with his two little arms and shook his head, Dad, I don't want a sister. Ye Chen was confused, what? Tuantuan, you don't have a sister. I don't want a younger brother. Tuantuan spoke to his father in a baby voice. Ye Chen thought the little guy was not awake yet, so he washed the baby's face and changed his clothes. No, sister, brother. Tuantuan shook his head, saying these words all morning. Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tuantuan, you don't have any brothers or sisters. Are you dreaming? Tuantuan shook his head and said, no. Okay, no, just Tuantuan. Ye Chen finally coaxed the baby into submission. As soon as he picked up his phone, he was bombarded with messages from 7 groups. Brother Donkey, Chener, please come back soon. You must not miss tomorrow's lecture. Everyone in our school has come back, even the seniors who graduated from the previous, and the previous class are here. Ye Chen, so exaggerated? Who is the person giving the lecture? Could he be the president of the United Nations? Go who, it's not an exaggeration, it's just that the person is too amazing. Do you know who she is? The first chaebol in the capital. I heard that she has successively founded 6 brands, all of which are well-known domestic brands. She is still very young. Pang he doesn't even have time to attend the United Nations meeting, and he is talking about $1 billion project, but he actually came to give a lecture at Imperial University. Who wouldn't want to meet him? Ye Chen, so exaggerated? Is this man a god? So powerful? How come he hasn't heard of it? Donkey brother, I'm not exaggerating. Most people can't see this. Chener, you must not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Come back quickly this afternoon and prepare some nice clothes. Maybe the female tycoon will really fall in love with you. Ye Chen hesitated for a moment. How is that possible? Let me see if I have time. Go who, Chener, come back soon. I'll have no regrets in my life if I see you. Ye Chen, okay, I'll go back this afternoon. Is this guy really that powerful, even more powerful than Feng Li? Ye Chen didn't want to go at first, but his roommate urged him too much, so he changed his clothes in the afternoon and prepared to leave. Tuantuan hugged his father's legs and made a baby-like sound. Dad. Ye Chen bent down and touched Tuantuan's little head, saying lovingly, "Good boy Tuantuan, Daddy is going out for a while and will be back tomorrow. Go to bed obediently tonight, and Daddy can't tell you a story." Tuantuan shook his head and hugged his father's neck tightly, with his soft little face pressed against his father's face. "Dad, I won't leave. Dad is going out for a while and will be back tomorrow afternoon. Be good, baby. Dad will be back to accompany you tomorrow afternoon." Tuantuan nodded obediently. "Tuantuan, be good. You are really Daddy's good baby." Ye Chen kissed the baby's little face and reluctantly left the living room. The little guy followed him outside and waved his little hand to his father. After Ye Chen left, Tuantuan started throwing toys and tearing up books angrily again, and the toys were scattered all over the living room. Feng Yan stamped her feet in anger. "Feng Tuantuan, you are throwing your toys around again, pick them up quickly, or I will take a picture of your dad and send it to him so that he can see what kind of baby you are." Not allowed. The little Tuantuan, who was so fierce and aggressive just now, is now squatting on the ground picking up toys obediently. Feng Yan sat on the sofa and watched happily. The nemesis of this little devil was her father. Ye Chen was driving a broken car steadily on the road when his eyelids suddenly twitched. He had a bad feeling. Ye Chen slowed down again, and when he turned a corner, an out-of-control truck suddenly hit him from the front. Ye Chen's pupils suddenly tightened and he turned the steering wheel sharply. The car made a violent friction sound and then crashed into the flower bed next to him with a bang. The airbag popped open instantly, and Ye Chen was wrapped inside. The accident happened very quickly and many surrounding vehicles stopped. Someone said anxiously, "Call an ambulance quickly, someone is injured." Ye Chen's head was dizzy. He felt someone talking in his ear. His ears were buzzing, his eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness completely. Imperial Capital Central Hospital. "How is it? How is he?" Ye Chen vaguely heard a familiar voice in his ears. "Boss Feng, don't worry. The patient's condition has stabilized. He just suffered a minor blow and will wake up tonight. Sister, Ye Chen is fine. He was driving slowly and crashed into the flower bed next to him. There are airbags in the car, so he only suffered a minor impact." Feng Li's eyes were as sharp as a knife. "Feng Yan, go down and check the car carefully. This matter is not that simple." "Yes, sister, I'll check it out right away." Feng Li sat next to Ye Chen, touched his forehead with his finger, frowned and said, "So careless? What will you do without me by your side?" Tuantuan hugged his father's arm, rubbed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, and his baby voice was filled with sobs. "Dad, I don't want to sleep. Dad." Ye Chen vaguely felt that there was something soft in his arms. He opened his heavy eyelids and a cute little baby appeared in front of him, with tears on its chubby little face. "Dad. Baby, why are you crying?" Ye Chen's voice was hoarse. He wiped away the tears from the baby's face distressfully and kissed her little face. "Don't cry." Tuantuan hugged his father and continued to cry, rubbing his eyes aggrievedly. "Dad, I don't want to sleep." "Okay, Dad won't sleep." Feng Li's cold face softened a little, and he asked softly, "Are you awake? Does your body still hurt?" It didn't hurt. There were airbags. I turned the car to the flower bed next to it and was not hit by the truck. Feng Li pinched Ye Chen's face and said coldly, "Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to get hurt without my permission?" Ye Chen felt wronged. "I didn't mean to do that. It was the truck that insisted on hitting me. I'm still a patient." "Feng Li, it hurts." Feng Li withdrew his hand. "Does it hurt?" She didn't use any force at all. Tuantuan pouted and blew on the baby's face. "Daddy, it doesn't hurt." "Thank you Tuantuan, Daddy is not in pain." It was a blessing in disguise that Ye Chen was not injured. Chapter 29, The Cruel Feng Li. "Chener, it's already dark, why haven't you come yet? You're not really going, are you?" "Chener, don't be confused. With your face, it's not impossible for a female tycoon to be infatuated with you. Come back soon, Chener, our dormitory cannot be without you, the beauty in charge." Ye Chen picked up his phone and countless messages popped up. Ye Chen replied, "I had an accident on my way home this afternoon. I am in the hospital and may not be able to go tomorrow. You guys go." "Go who? What happened?" "Chen Air, are you okay?" Ye Chen, it's nothing serious, just rest for 2 days. You guys go to the lecture tomorrow, you can take a picture for me so I can see the legendary #1 Chable. Donkey brother, okay, we'll go early tomorrow and take 360-degree photos for you. Dad, eat oranges. Epsilon equals. Xiao Tuantuan peeled an orange for her father and fed it to him attentively. Ye Chen was overwhelmed with happiness. How could he have such a well-behaved daughter who could take care of her dad? He was so lucky. Thank you, baby. The father and daughter were so close to each other that Feng Li couldn't help but pick up little Tuantuan. Tuantuan looked at her mother with her big, puzzled eyes. Mom, no hug. Dad needs to rest, so he'll stay with Mom tonight. Ye Chen said, Feng Li, I want to go back tonight. Feng Li whispered, you need to stay in the hospital for observation tonight. Although you don't appear to be injured, your body has been impacted. You will need to be examined tomorrow. Good. After Bai Jin came in, she placed the incubator on the table and said, Boss Feng, here's the meal you requested. Well, get out. Bai Jin closed the door. 8 female bodyguards in black stood outside and gossiped, Sister Bai, is Mr. Feng too nice to that pretty boy? Bai Jin said, don't try to guess what Mr. Feng is thinking. Feng Li opened the box and found that the home-cooked meals were all Ye Chen's favorite flavors. Have a meal. Feng Li personally fed Ye Chen with chopsticks. Ye Chen was flattered and said, no, I can do it myself. My hand is not broken. Lie down nice and still. The overbearing tone cannot be ignored. Ye Chen could only lie there obediently, like a useless person, with his mouth open, allowing others to feed him. Feng Li. Why are you so nice to him? After all, it was the first time for Mr. Feng to feed someone, so he was not very skilled and got Ye Chen's clothes dirty. Tuantuan held a small bowl, wore a small bib, and ate his own food. Ye Chen felt distressed when he saw this. He wanted to get better soon and take care of Tuantuan. After dinner, Feng Li pointed at Ye Chen's clothes and said, your clothes are dirty. Do you want to change? No need to bother. Feng Li, you and Tuantuan should go back and rest. It's already late. Tuantuan lay on the bed, hugging his father tightly, and refused to leave no matter what. Good boy, Daddy is fine. Come home and sleep with Mommy, okay? Tuantuan nodded obediently and said in a baby voice, okay. Feng Li said, I will stay here with you, you go to sleep first, and Tuantuan and I will leave after you fall asleep. Ye Chen closed his eyes, and soon, he began to breathe steadily. Tuantuan also fell asleep in her mother's arms, and Feng Li handed Tuantuan to Si Yun beside her. Take Tuantuan back to the manor. Yes, Mr. Feng. Feng Li walked slowly towards Ye Chen, his cold eyes softened, and he gently touched his cheek. You get hurt so easily. If I lock you up, you won't get hurt, right? Those dark pupils were like huge black holes, sucking Ye Chen in tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Ye Chen felt in his dream that he was being targeted by a ferocious beast again. He kept running but could not escape the dark cloud. A dark and damp basement. The woman sat on a black chair with her legs crossed and her forehead supported by one hand. Her body seemed to be surrounded by a thin layer of ice, making people afraid to approach her. The 8 female bodyguards in black around her stood tall and straight like pine trees. Do you still have the law? How dare you arrest people in broad daylight? Let me tell you, I am Dao Yi. Do you know who Dao Yi is? There was an arrogant voice outside. Feng Yan bent down and said, Sister, we have already found out that it was done by Dao Yi's men. Feng Li said coldly, he is the head of one of the famous underground organizations. He has committed countless murders. As long as you pay him, he can do anything. Sister, they did it. I don't know how Ye Chen offended Master Dao. Feng Li raised his finger, no, bring the person up. I'm warning you, I'm Master Dao, you all should be careful. Knife revenge. The cold voice was like the sharp tip of a knife. The woman's dark pupils were like ice, making people shudder. Dao Yi was so frightened that he knelt down on the spot, cold sweat pouring down his head, and he crawled on the ground. You are Feng. President Feng, Feng Li. Feng Li said in a deep voice, it seems you know someone. How do you want to die if you touch my people? Dao Yi was so frightened that his whole body was shaking, and his voice was trembling as he spoke. I was blind and didn't know you were Mr. Feng's men. Please forgive me, Mr. Feng. Forgive me. How do you want me to forgive you? You want me to pay with your life? Feng Li was playing with a black dagger in his hand, and suddenly, the dagger was thrown out along with Dao Yi. The sharp tip of the knife pierced the ground, right between his legs. Dao Chou was so frightened that his face turned pale and he even wet his pants on the spot. Dao Yi, who was always used to seeing bloody scenes, was actually scared like this by a woman. His men were so frightened that they lay on the ground and dared not look up. Mercy. Feng Yan chuckled, sister, it seems that the legendary Dao Yi Dao Chou is just like this. I was scared to the point of peeing my pants by you. Feng Li glanced coldly at the people on the ground, like ants. Tell me, who told you to do this? Ye Chen won't mess with you. I know his temper. Dao Yi was so frightened that he is still sitting on the ground, trembling and not daring to move. Boss Feng, it's He Junming. He's a singer. He's willing to pay 2 million to get rid of Ye Chen. If we knew he was your man, we wouldn't dare to touch him at all. He Junming. Feng Li narrowed his eyes and talked to himself. Sister, I found out. He Junming is the illegitimate son of the He family. Feng Yan placed the computer in front of Feng Li. It's him. He works in the same company as Ye Chen. Feng Li stood up and casually ordered, by Jean, deal with the person. Yes, Mr. Feng. Dao Yi knelt on the ground and begged repeatedly, Boss Feng, please spare our lives, Boss Feng, we will definitely turn over a new leaf in the future, please give us a chance. Boss Feng, please. Feng Li ignored her and walked out of the basement in her high heels. Feng Yan, have someone go to the He family tomorrow to hand over a contract. The He family has been quiet for too long. Yes, sister. Feng Yan looked up at the sky. The weather was getting colder, and the He family was about to go bankrupt. Chapter 30 Feng Li takes action. Dare to touch her people? The second day. Ye Chen was awakened by the sound of his phone vibrating again. Donkey brother, ah. Chener, the lecture is over. Go who, the lecture was suddenly cancelled. I heard that the tycoon had important things to deal with. He said it would be held in 3 days. Donkey brother, I just bought the clothes, just put them on, but cancelled the purchase at the last minute, so I quickly changed them and will wear them again in 3 days. Ye Chen, why was it cancelled so suddenly? The tycoon had something urgent to do. What was it? Was he going to the United Nations for a meeting? I don't know. Let us talk about it in 3 days. Chener, your votes have surpassed us again. Even though Ye Mo cast 10,000 votes, he still doesn't have as many votes as you. Ye Mo must be so angry. I really want to see his expression. It must be very vivid. Ye Chen refreshed the vote count. His votes were more than 21,000, while Ye Mo's were more than 15,000. The door opened and Feng Li came in carrying an incubator, holding Tuantuan's hand, with Feng Yan following behind him. Ye Chen raised his head and said, Why are you here so early? Aren't you going to work? I'm fine now and I can be discharged from the hospital today. I have nothing to do today, let's eat first. Tuantuan stuck his little butt out and lay down next to his dad, then he held his dad's face and took a bite. Dad, eat. Omega. Good. Ye Chen kissed the little kid's face and sat up to eat. Feng Li, this car accident was caused by the truck driver suddenly changing lanes. Was he drunk? Feng Li nodded calmly, he was drunk, but he's fine. I'm glad you're okay. Feng Li, have you eaten? Have eaten. Ye Chen continued to eat and fed Tuantuan a few shrimps. The father and daughter ate with gusto. Feng Li took out a light blue amulet from her bag and gently placed it in Ye Chen's hand. This is a lucky charm I just asked for. I will wear it with me from now on. Ye Chen asked in surprise, amulet? Feng Li said casually, well, just ask for it, just take it with you, it will keep you safe in the future. Feng Yan curled her lips. She would never say that it was. Her sister went to the abbot to ask for it last night. She knelt in front of the Buddha for a whole night and prayed for the amulet with sincerity. I really don't know what it is about Ye Chen that catches her sister si. He won to be her brother-in-law in the future. But their family situation is a bit special. Ye Chen put the amulet in his pocket, unable to hide the smile on his face, thank you. It was the first time someone asked him for a talisman. Fine. Ye Chen went for another full body checkup and all his physical indicators were normal, so he was discharged directly from the hospital. Tuantuan happily lay in his father's arms, Dad, come home. Okay, let's go home. Ye Chen held Xiao Tuantuan high in his arms, and the family went home together. He Junming was slapped to the ground by his father. You rebellious son, what have you done these days? All our company's business is gone? Tell me, have you offended the Feng group? He Junming covered his swollen face with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and retorted, I don't know the Feng group, and I haven't offended President Feng. Then why is she targeting our company? What is so attractive about our small group that she is interested in? Who have you offended recently? He Junming was slapped on the left cheek again. He was just an unfavored illegitimate child in the family, so the head of the He family beat him to death. He Junming suddenly thought of something and said to himself, Ye Chen? How is it possible? How could that poor loser know Mr. Feng? No. Rebellious son, you actually offended the Feng group, you don't want to live anymore. He Junming was beaten and thrown out like garbage. Hashtag He Junming was expelled from the He family. Hashtag He Junming is suspected to have been abandoned by the He family. Hashtag He Junming terminated his contract with Tianrui Entertainment. Hashtag He Junming retired from the entertainment industry. Many hot searches topped the list. What happened to brother Junming? Why did he suddenly quit the entertainment circle and was suddenly abandoned by his family and company? Please give me an explanation. Why did my brother pass away suddenly? So pitiful. Did someone do something to him? This is too much. Who is messing with our brother? Ye Chen vaguely felt that he had seen this person before. He was the one who scolded him that day. How come he suddenly became like this? He seemed quite arrogant that day. Is it God who has opened his eyes? Dad, stick with me. Epsilon equals. Tuantuan had a lot of band-aids in his hands and wanted to give them to his dad. The baby thought that he needed to be bandaged if he was injured, so he covered his dad's face with pink cat band-aids. Ye Chen. Baby, daddy is fine, no need for a band-aid. Feng Li tore off the band-aid on Ye Chen's face and said, Tuantuan, your father's face isn't injured, why are you putting so many band-aids on him? Dad, it hurts. The little kid raised his head and argued with his mother in a baby voice. Carrot. Daddy doesn't feel any pain anymore, baby, thanks for the band-aid. Ye Chen was reluctant to tear it off, so Feng Li sat beside him and helped him tear it off gently. You dote on Tuantuan too much and let her do whatever she wants. Ye Chen kissed his baby daughter with a doting look on his face. Tuantuan is still young, it's okay. Dad. Afternoon. Ye Chen went to the company to discuss the accompaniment with Lu Shuriwei. Lu Shuriwei whispered, He Junming is in trouble, do you know? Why did something happen to him suddenly? Wasn't he fine the day before yesterday? I don't know. Maybe he was tricked. He was fired from the company today. I heard that he offended some big shot. Even the He family kicked him out. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside, followed by a burst of curses that echoed throughout the hall. Ye Chen, come out here. Ye Chen, get out here, you little bastard. When Ye Chen walked out of the door, He Junming's face had swollen like a pig's head. Ye Chen almost didn't recognize who he was at first glance. Are you He Junming? How did you become like this? He Junming saw Ye Chen as if he saw an enemy, his eyes were red, he quickened his pace, and raised his fist towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen grabbed his fist effortlessly. He Junming, are you crazy? Why are you hitting people? Why did you hit someone? Aren't you the one who knows best? Ye Chen, you are really capable. You actually managed to hook up with that person. I am in this miserable state now because of you. He Junming screamed heartbreakingly and was about to grab Ye Chen's face with his other hand, but Ye Chen was prepared and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. He Junming's whole body was shaking with pain. Ye Chen looks like a weak pretty boy, but I didn't expect him to have such ability. I really underestimated him. Ye Chen said calmly, I have no grudge against you, why did you attack me? He Junming stood up and sneered, why? You are still pretending, Ye Chen, why didn't that car hit you to death? Chapter 31:31 Don't go to another girl's house at night, it's not safe. Ye Chen frowned, car? You mean that car, He Junming, did you do that? So what? I have turned into this ghost now. If you have the guts, kill me. Go ahead. He Junming shrugged his shoulders. He was now in disgrace, so what if he admitted it? He walked to Lu Shuriwei morbidly. Lu Shuriwei, I have liked you for so long, why can't you see what Ye Chen has? He is just a gigolo who relies on his body to get ahead. Lu Shuriwei hid behind Ye Chen. He Junming, I've already said that I don't have any feelings for you, so don't bother me. Ye Chen did not take any action, but called security to get the person out. It's Feng Li, it must be Feng Li. It wasn't an accident, someone wanted him dead. Is Feng Li protecting him? It feels good to be protected. Lu Shuriwei held Ye Chen's arm and said pitifully, Ye Chen, He Junming is so scary. Can you take me home tonight? Ye Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening when Ye Chen sent the man home. Lu Shuriwei smiled and said, Ye Chen, thank you for sending me back. Why don't you come back to my house and sit for a while and have a cup of tea before leaving? No, it's not convenient for me, a grown man, to go to a girl's house. I'll leave first. Ye Chen was about to leave when Lu Shuriwei grabbed his hand and said, Ye Chen, I suddenly got an inspiration. I got an inspiration for your prelude. Come on. Ye Chen followed Lu Shuriwei to the living room. The house was very big, probably more than 200 square meters. It was a small villa with a clean and bright living room. Lu Shuriwei took the computer and opened the editor. Ye Chen was watching from the side, very seriously. It only took Lu Shuriwei half an hour to adjust the prelude, and she was so tired that she fell on the sofa. Ye Chen, I finally got something done. I'm so tired. Ye Chen took a glass of water and gave it to Lu Shuriwei. Drink some water. Thanks. Lu Shuriwei touched Ye Chen's hand, and a smile flashed in the corner of her eyes. Ye Chen, I have helped you this time, how do you thank me? Ye Chen pulled his hand back and whispered, I will treat you to a meal? Lu Shuriwei blinked and said, how about tomorrow? Maybe not tomorrow, I have to go to school. In 2 days, when you are free, I want to go to the amusement park. You come with me. Ye Chen hesitated and said, okay. After all, Lu Shuriwei helped him so much, so it would be okay for him to play with her for a day. Ye Chen, do you have a place to live? If you don't have a place to live, you can come to my place. I'm a little scared to live alone in such a big villa. Lu Shuriwei's watery almond eyes stared straight at Ye Chen, and her meaning was so obvious. But who is Ye Chen? He claims to have a negative emotional quotient, so how can he possibly understand what women mean? If you're scared, just pick a few door gods to put on the door. I think Yuchi Gong and Qin Shon would be fine. Lu Shuriwei was silent. At this time, Ye Chen received a video. Where are you? Why haven't you come back? The cold and royal sister voice. Lu Shuriwei looked at Ye Chen suspiciously. It was impossible for Ye Chen to have a girlfriend, so who was the person who called? Ye Chen explained, I sent a colleague home today. She helped me compose music. I stayed at her house for a while and will be back soon. Feng Li narrowed his eyes coldly, female? Yes, she is one of my senior students. Feng Li said coldly, come back quickly, Tuantuan is looking for you. Tuantuan's cute little face was lying on the screen and looking around. Omega. Seeing his father, the baby smiled happily. Okay, I'll go back right away. Ye Chen hung up the phone and said to Lu Shuriwei, I'm going back first. Lu Shuriwei deliberately asked, who was that person just now, urging you to go home, could it be your girlfriend? Ye Chen shook his head. You misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend. She is my friend. I live in her house. I see. Then you should go back. Good. Lu Shuriwei looked at Ye Chen's back, her eyes becoming increasingly darker. Ye Chen must be hers. She was chosen when she first entered school 4 years ago. When Ye Chen returned home, Tuantuan was waiting for her father at the door wearing a pretty little dress. Dad Omega. Baby, Daddy is back, have you eaten yet? Feng Li walked slowly towards them in high heels, and a layer of frost seemed to have condensed on her cold face. Take it off. Ye Chen took off his coat obediently like a big dog. Although I don't know why. Have a meal. Feng Li took Ye Chen's hand and sat down. In front of them was hot food with white mist coming out. Ye Chen put a small bib on Tuantuan, and the baby sat obediently beside his father. Daddy, eat. After dinner, Ye Chen took Tuantuan to the pond outside to catch fish. I caught 2 little red carps for my baby. He was so happy that he couldn't let go of the fish tank and even held it in his arms until he fell asleep. Ye Chen put the small fish tank in Tuantuan's hand on the table and covered her with a blanket. Bathroom. Ye Chen had just taken off his shirt when Feng Li suddenly rushed in. Ye Chen put his clothes in front of him and asked in surprise, Feng Li? Did you go to the wrong place? Feng Li did not answer. He slowly approached, pushed the man into the corner, and lifted Ye Chen's chin. Did you have fun today? Ah. Feng Li's eyes darkened. Did she touch you here? Ling Bai's slender fingers pointed at Ye Chen's lips. Ye Chen shook his head. No. Here? Feng Li held Ye Chen's hand. His hands had distinct joints and looked very nice. No. Ye Chen shook his head again. Lu Shuriwei and I are just ordinary friends. She composed music for me. Do I need to compose music at her home? Ye Chen stammered. Something happened to her today, so I sent her home. She suddenly had an inspiration, so I went to her house. What a coincidence. Ye Chen nodded and said, It's a coincidence. Lu Shuyue is my senior schoolmate. She helped me a lot when I was in college. Feng Li's face became colder and colder, as if covered with a layer of ice. You two have known each other for a long time? Well, she was the one who received me on my first day at university. She's a very nice person. Ye Chen was unaware of the danger, and his eyes were full of sincerity. Feng Li trapped the man in the corner, stood on tiptoes, and tried to block his lips fiercely, locking him in the room for her to see only. Unfortunately, I was afraid of scaring him. He pinched Ye Chen's chin and said softly, Don't go to other girls' homes at night. It's not safe. Chapter 32 He won't dress up for other women. Good. Before leaving, Feng Li deliberately tore off Ye Chen's clothes. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, 8 abdominal muscles, smooth muscle lines, and fair and clean skin. The woman's cold, slender fingers gently stroked Ye Chen's lower abdomen, and she raised her eyes. You have a good figure. After saying that, she left the bathroom in her high heels. Ye Chen stood there in a daze, his heart beating wildly. It took him a while to react and he quickly closed the door. What did Feng Li say just now? He has a nice body? He must have heard it right. It's so hot. Ye Chen took off his clothes and took a cold shower. Afternoon. Ye Chen was preparing to go back to school, with a small milk bag hanging on his legs, and he said in a milky voice, Dad, I won't leave. Ye Chen squatted down and touched the baby's hair. Tuantuan, Dad will be back tomorrow. Dad, come home. Dad will be home tomorrow. You can draw first and show it to Dad when you're done. The little kid nodded, really let go of his father, and continued drawing with the small drawing board. Dear baby, Daddy is leaving. Ye Chen left the living room. Xiao Tuantuan followed behind his father, running very fast on his 2 short legs, and watched his father's car leave the manor. Goodbye, Dad. After seeing his father off, Tuantuan returned to the living room, threw away the small toys on the table, and lay on the table to draw. Feng Yan asked, Feng Tang Tang, your father is gone, and you've shown your true colors again. Tuantuan continued to draw, and this time he drew his aunt as a caterpillar. Feng Yan was so angry that she almost collapsed. She picked up the little guy and gave him a severe beating. Dormitory 208. Ye Chen knocked on the door. Brothers, I'm back. The door was opened instantly, and several people leaned out to look for Tuantuan. Where's the little cutie? Where's the little Tuantuan? Why didn't Tuantuan come? Chinner, where is your daughter? Why don't you bring her here? Lu Hao looked around but couldn't find Tuantuan. Where is my baby Tuantuan? I want to hug him. Ye Chen explained, I need to stay here tonight and can't bring Tuantuan with me. When they heard that Ye Chen did not bring Tuantuan with him, the 3 of them directly kicked him out of the dormitory and closed the door. Ye Chen. After a while, Lu Hao opened the door and said, Come in, my brothers and I are going to submit our resumes to your company. How is your company? Ye Chen said, It's okay, I signed a 6-month contract. Let's give it a try. We brothers should stay together. Chenner, show me how this suit of mine looks like. Does it make me look like a business elite? Will the female chaebol like me? Hu Yuxuan is a bit fat and has a square face. Even when he wears a suit, he doesn't look like a business elite but rather a worker. Ye Chen nodded perfunctorily, Sure, I think so. Hu Yuxuan smiled charmingly, If I am favored by a female tycoon, I will not work anymore and will just eat, drink and have fun every day. Lu Hao rolled his eyes, Brother Hu, you'd better save your energy. No one likes your face. I think it would be better if I cut off 2 pieces of your jawbone and fix your face properly. The female chaebol must like someone like Chen, who is pretty, tall, and fair-skinned. Ye Chen was embarrassed by the compliment and touched his nose. Actually, I don't think female chaebols are that good. Anyway, it's definitely not as good as Feng Li. Hu Yuxuan opened his eyes wide. You don't like it? I don't like it. I'll wear this outfit tomorrow. Ye Chen was wearing a cream-colored slim-fit jacket, wide leg pants, and white shoes, and looked like a youthful and sunny college student. You look good even in a torn sack. I won't compete with you. I want to continue choosing clothes. Hu Yuxuan gnashed his teeth in anger. He refused to compete with Ye Chen. The 3 of them were busy picking out clothes, while Ye Chen turned on the computer and continued to study the accompaniment. Brother Pang, don't you have a girlfriend? Why are you still picking clothes? Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will beat you to death? I just want to look nice, what's wrong? Ye Chen shook his head helplessly. The female chaebol has seen all kinds of people. How could she like us who just graduated from college? Chen, those female tycoons might really like college graduates like us, who are young and handsome. Ye Chen was not interested and did not want to be noticed by that female tycoon. He just wanted to take a look at what kind of woman she was. Could she be better than Feng Li? Wow, whoa. Degree. Ye Chen clicked on the voice chat and heard Tuantuan crying. Baby, what's wrong? Dad, Auntie, bullying Tuantuan. The baby's milky voice was heard. Ye Chen called the video and saw the baby sitting on the sofa pitifully, with a pouty mouth and a puffy face, like a little puffer fish. When Lu Hao and the other 2 heard the baby's voice, they quickly gathered over. Ye Chen asked, Baby, how did your aunt bully you? Aunt, play group. The baby complained pitifully, tears of grievance almost falling. Don't cry, baby. I'm Uncle Lu. Do you still remember me? I'll make faces for you. Lu Hao made a face and Tuantuan laughed happily. The 3 of them took turns teasing Tuantuan, who cried loudly. Feng Li, I have to attend a lecture tomorrow and won't be going home tonight. Before going to bed, Ye Chen left a message for Feng Li. The other party replied with one word, okay. The next day, Ye Chen was woken up before dawn. Hu Yuxuan whispered, My clothes, Brother Lu, you are wearing the wrong clothes. They are my clothes. Is that wrong? You insisted on putting the clothes together last night, and now I can't tell whose they are. Mine. Ye Chen opened his eyes and saw 3 black shadows on the ground. Brother Donkey, turn on the light, I'm awake. Good. After turning on the lights, Ye Chen could see clearly that the clothes the 3 people were wearing were crooked and he laughed out loud. What are you 3 doing? Lu Hao felt a little embarrassed seeing that he was wearing his clothes backwards, so he took them off and changed them, then admired himself in the mirror and used hairspray to style his hair. By the time the 3 of them finished dressing up, it was already 3 hours later. Ye Chen took a nap in the middle, washed his face casually, and combed his hair with his hands. The hair on the sides was curled due to sleep, and Ye Chen was too lazy to take care of it. Let's go. Hu Yuxuan pushed Ye Chen's arm. Chen, you are like this? That is so perfunctory. Ye Chen shrugged, what else? He doesn't like that female chaebol, so why does he dress up so beautifully in front of her? It would be better to show it to Feng Li. Thinking of Feng Li, Ye Chen pursed his lips and took out the amulet from his pocket. Feng Li asked for it for him personally. Chen, what's in your hand? Show us, brothers. Chapter 33, The First Financial Group, Feng Li. Ye Chen put the amulet away again. Nothing. Chen, you are so stingy. Show us, brothers, what it is. It's so precious. Ye Chen's hands were forcibly pried apart by 3 people. In the palm of my hand lies a blue amulet with a gold border, which looks very beautiful. Lu Hao picked it up and took a look. It's a peace charm, Chen, who asked for this for you? It can't be your wife, right? When can you let us see your wife? Is she pretty? Ye Chen opened his mouth and almost bit his tongue again. Really not, this is a peace amulet that a friend of mine asked for me, give it back to me. Ye Chen put the amulet into his pocket like a treasure. When we went downstairs, it was very crowded with people, all rushing to the gymnasium. I heard that this chaebol boss is very powerful. He is the largest chaebol in the capital. If he stamps his feet, the whole capital will tremble. So exaggerated? I've heard that too. Ordinary people can't even see her. I heard she's the most powerful person. My dad has never seen him, and he said I was lucky to meet the legendary President Feng. A girl in a cream-colored coat was standing outside the dormitory, seemingly waiting for someone. It's Song Wan Ning, the goddess. Who is she waiting for in Building 2? You don't know this yet. Ye Chen from Building 2 and Ye Mo from Building 3 are the two most handsome people in our school. She's so beautiful, she's my type. Don't think about it, just take a look, they are waiting for you, let's go. Song Wan Ning walked to Ye Chen and whispered, Ye Chen, let's go together. Good. Hu Yuxuan stared with his eyes wide open and stammered, Song classmate, hello? Song Wanning greeted politely, hello. Ye Chen, let's go quickly. If we go too late, there might not be a place to sit. Ye Chen and Song Wan Ning are very pleasing to the eye when walking together. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. They are a perfect match made in heaven. Hu Yuxuan silently wiped his tears in the back and whispered, Goddess Song only has Chun'er in her eyes. On the way, I met Ye Mo and Chui. Both of them were very good looking, and Chui ostentatiously held Ye Mo's arm. If any female classmate dared to look at Ye Mo for even a second, Chui would glare at her. Ye Chen, when did you get together with Song Wan Ning? Ye Chen didn't want to pay attention to Chui and was about to leave, but Chui stopped him. Ye Chen, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Ye Chen said coldly, Chui, who I am with has nothing to do with you, please get out of the way. Chui hugged Ye Mo's arm. I just want to remind you that Song Wan Ning is a disaster star. I heard that all her family members were killed by her. Song Wan Ning's face turned pale instantly. Ye Chen frowned slightly. Chui, I thought you were kind-hearted, but now you really disappoint me. Chui said confidently, I'm just kindly reminding you not to be fooled by her. After all, we grew up together, and I don't want you to die. Ye Chen comforted him, Student Song, Chui is just like this. She is spoiled by her family. Don't mind it. Song Wan Ning shook her head and said, Chui is right. I am indeed a disaster star. Song Wan Ning walked away from Ye Chen calmly and walked alone in front. Ye Chen caught up with her, Song Wan Ning, I never believe these things, so don't take them to heart. Song Wan Ning raised her head, and the light in her eyes lit up again. Thank you, Ye Chen. Several people entered the gymnasium together. The gymnasium was already crowded, with only a few seats in the back row. Shu Yi pouted. If I had known I would have come later, Brother Ye Mo would have no seat. I can't stand that female chable. I heard that female chables are all ugly and old, maybe Brother Ye Mo doesn't like them. Ye Mo pulled Chui and walked quickly. We'll sit on the edge of the third row from the back. Good. After Ye Mo and Chui sat down, there were 2 fewer seats. Chen'er, there's no room left. We can only sit in the last row. Oh my god, how can I see my goddess clearly from such a distance? Lu Hao took out a telescope from his pocket and said, with this, I can see it no matter how far it is. Ye Chen was speechless for a while. This female chable may be a woman in her 50s or 60s. Look at what she is doing. Chen'er, I heard you're quite young, only in your 20s, otherwise why would I hold a telescope? Song Wan Ning asked in a low voice, Ye Chen, you are not interested in this female tycoon, right? Ye Chen shook his head decisively, I'm not interested in her. I'll go to sleep first. These people were a bit noisy last night. Song Wan Ning secretly rejoiced in her heart, I'm not too interested, let's just sit in the last row. Ye Chen said indifferently, okay. At this time, a staff member stopped Ye Chen, are you Master Ye Chen? Please follow me. Ye Chen was confused, where are we going? Aren't we supposed to attend a lecture today? The young staff member took people to the first row, where no one was sitting. Master Ye Chen, you and your friends can sit in the first row. Ye Chen was surprised and said, I can sit in the first row. Did you recognize the wrong person? That's right, please. Then, Ye Chen sat in the first row with a confused look on his face. The people nearby were also confused. Lu Hao asked, Chen'er, did you open a VIP account? Ye Chen said innocently, I said I don't know what's going on, do you believe me? Lu Hao and others shook their heads decisively. Chen'er, this time we are also thanks to you, we can see the female chable up close, so we don't need this telescope anymore. Lu Hao put the telescope in his pocket. When Ye Mo saw this scene, he clenched his fists and his face turned pale. Why can Ye Chen sit in the first row? Why? He is just a fake young master. Brother Ye Mo, don't be angry, maybe it's because Ye Chen is lucky. Lucky? He can sit in the front? Ye Mo was really a little worried. What if that female tycoon fell in love with Ye Chen? Wouldn't Ye Chen be able to rise to prominence overnight? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Ye Mo tugged at his tie irritably and pulled his arm out of Chu Yi's arms impatiently. What's the point of him having a girlfriend who only knows how to act like a spoiled brat? After waiting for a while, the person still didn't arrive. Ye Chen closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap, but at this moment, a cheer rang out. Lu Hao excitedly shook Ye Chen's arm. "Chener, don't sleep, I'm coming. Chener, wake up. Wake up. Fuck. Haomi. Chener. Open your eyes quickly. My dream goddess, this is too beautiful." The woman was tall and slender, wearing a black suit and a black miniskirt. She walked slowly onto the stage in 10-centimeter high heels, looking dignified and aloof. Her big black curls fall on her chest, her face is delicate, her facial features are three-dimensional, the corners of her eyes are slightly upturned, and she has a cold and majestic face. She is like a snow lotus on an iceberg, out of reach, and her cold eyes seem to look down on everything. Ye Chen opened his eyes and saw a familiar face. The whole person became sober instantly. It's Feng Li. Chapter 34 Chen Air, are you interested in the female chable? Feng Li's gaze swept across Ye Chen, and a hint of imperceptible tenderness flashed in his eyes. Ye Chen immediately lowered his head, afraid that Feng Li would notice him. He didn't even comb his hair or change his clothes today, he just washed his face. If he had known it was Feng Li, he would have combed his hair. Ye Chen regrets it now. So, the number one chable mentioned by Brother Lu and the others is actually Feng Li. Fuck. Chener, she's so beautiful. Look at her figure and legs. They're absolutely amazing. The key is that I'm still so young. That face is the one I saw in my dream. Chener, do you think your chable will be interested in me? Hu Yuxuan laughed foolishly. Ye Chen said coldly, don't dream, she won't like you. Lu Hao also had a silly smile on his face. Chener, this is my dream lover, I will have material for my dreams in the future. Ye Chen said coldly, don't dream. Lu Hao asked in confusion, Chener, didn't you just say you were not interested? Now you are so overbearing that you even want to control my dreams. Could it be that you also like this female tycoon? Ye Chen stammered in retort, I didn't. Lu Hao put one hand around Ye Chen's neck and raised his eyebrows, really not, I see you like this female tycoon very much, you sit upright, didn't you say you wanted to sleep just now? Song Wan Ning also looked at Ye Chen, as if waiting for his answer. I'm suddenly not sleepy anymore. I don't want to sleep. Come on and listen to me. Ye Chen pushed Lu Hao away and silently pulled his hair. There was another commotion below. The male students in particular were completely crazy, and there were many people watching with binoculars behind them. Shu Yi snorted coldly and said, what's so good about her? She's just a female tycoon. She just has some money. I think she's just average looking. Shu Yi didn't see Feng Li's face clearly at all, she was too far away. Ye Mo, who was standing next to him, took out a folding telescope from his pocket, covered it with his sleeve, and took a secret look. Shu Yi stamped her feet in anger. Brother Ye Mo, she just looks like that, not pretty at all. She must be very fierce and very old. Shu Yi hugged the man's arm and continued to act coquettishly. Ye Mo stared blankly at the woman in front of him. She was so breathtakingly beautiful that one could never forget her at first sight. Brother Ye Mo, what's so good about this? Stop looking at it. Shu Yi grabbed Ye Mo's hand and tried to take the telescope from him. Ye Mo said sullenly, stop messing around. Shu Yi's body froze in place. In her impression, Brother Ye Mo had never spoken to her in this tone before, and he was always gentle and kind every time. Brother Ye Mo, I won't make trouble anymore. Don't be angry, and don't look at her, okay? Ye Mo said coldly, I just want to see what she looks like. Do you think I really like female chables? I knew that Brother Ye Mo wouldn't like this female chable. Let me take a look. Maybe she is an old woman in her 30s. Chu Yi took the telescope. The woman on the stage had a strong aura and was extremely beautiful. She could never compare to her. Shui seemed to be hit hard. He put down the telescope and looked unhappy. Brother Ye Mo, why is this female chable so young and beautiful? She looks only in her 20s. Shui, who has always been very confident about her appearance, is nothing in front of Feng Li. Ye Mo didn't even have time to say words of comfort. He picked up the telescope and continued watching. Feng Li stood on the stage and spoke. His voice was cold, crisp, and pleasant. Ye Chen always felt that Feng Li's eyes were always on him. Did Feng Li see him? Feng Li should know that he is studying in college here. Lu Hao asked in a low voice, "Chener, is that female Chabel looking at me? Why are you looking at you? You're obviously looking at me. What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at me." "Stop arguing." The three of them argued about it, and Ye Chen said helplessly, "They are just taking a look." Lu Hao's face was filled with a smile. "Chener, she must not just be looking at us casually. She has been looking at us. Maybe she really likes me." Ye Chen felt that Feng Li was most likely looking at him. Song Wan Ning whispered to Ye Chen, "Ye Chen, you don't like this type of woman, right?" Ye Chen hesitated for a moment. I think it's good." A flash of disappointment passed through Song Wanning's eyes. "I thought Ye Chen didn't like this kind of strong and overbearing queen type." Song Wan Ning whispered in Ye Chen's ear. The two of them got very close, and Song Wan Ning's arm grabbed Ye Chen's sleeve. "So what kind do you like?" Before Ye Chen could answer, he felt as if a cold gaze was staring at him. He raised his head and met Feng Li's eyes, which were as cold as a layer of ice and piercingly cold. Ye Chen moved away from Song Wan Ning, sat down obediently, with his eyes lowered, looking at the ground not far away. "Ye Chen, you haven't answered my question yet." Song Wan Ning moved closer again and Ye Chen moved to the side. Hu Yuxuan was jealous. Such a beautiful woman threw herself into his arms, but he didn't know how to cherish her. It would be great if she was given to him. "It's all right, everyone has their merits." Song Wan Ning lowered her eyes shyly. "Ye Chen, would you like to have lunch together?" Hu Yuxuan pushed Ye Chen's arm, and Ye Chen agreed, "Okay." Ye Chen sat obediently in his seat like a big dog, occasionally raising his head to secretly glance at Feng Li. She was like the star that everyone looked up to, looking down on everything, as if she didn't take anyone seriously. Only when he saw Ye Chen did his eyes show a few different colors. So beautiful, so powerful, I wonder what kind of man she likes. Don't think about it, this is not something we should think about. I've made it big. I actually got to meet President Feng. I can go back and show off to my dad. The central gymnasium was packed with many people standing in the corners. The entire venue could accommodate more than 10,000 people. Amid cheers, Feng Li finished her speech. She glanced at Ye Chen and walked down the stairs in her high heels. The principal, chairman, and managers are waiting outside. When they saw Feng Li coming out, they all licked his face and smiled. "Boss Feng, why don't you take a rest in the office and have a cup of tea? We will welcome you at noon." "Yes, Mr. Feng, you've been tired all morning, why don't you stay and have a cup of tea?" Feng Li said calmly, "Okay." The top executives looked at each other. "Whenever I graduated from school before, I would always invite Mr. Feng, but unfortunately Mr. Feng never gave me face. I don't know why he came this time." They were also flattered and immediately arranged for Feng Li to go to the school director's office. Chapter 35, Mr. Feng, it's not good to be seen by others. This was followed by speeches from the leaders. More than half of the people below have already left, and the leaders are very angry. After that, Ye Chen and Song Wan Ning went to the cafeteria. "Ye Chen, what do you like to eat?" "It will be all right." Ye Chen bought a plate of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. Just as he sat down, his cell phone rang. It was a video call from Tuantuan. After Ye Chen answered the call, a pink and tender little face appeared on the screen, with big black eyes that twinkled and a small and cute nose. "Dad Omega." A sweet little voice was heard, and Lu Hao and a few others immediately surrounded it. Then, Tuantuan saw a few big faces. "Hello, uncle." "Xiao Tuantuan, the uncles all miss you. When will you come?" "Tuantuan misses Dad. Omega." Lu Hao and the others were heartbroken because their little darling didn't miss them. Ye Chen said, "My dear, have you eaten?" "Eat." Xiao Tuantuan is wearing a pink kitten bib and eating with a small spoon in her little paws. Dad and Mom are not around, the poor baby has to eat alone. "Tuantuan, Dad will be home this afternoon. Can I have dinner with you tonight?" Tuantuan nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. "Eat, Daddy, eat." The little hand took a small glutinous rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth. His cheeks were bulging with food, which was very cute. Lu Hao and the others were so touched by this cute thing. When will they have such a lovely daughter? Eat slowly, little cutie. Tuantuan continued to eat and watched his father eat. Song Wan Ning greeted her on the phone. Xiao Tuantuan, do you still recognize me? Tuantuan said in a milky voice, Auntie. Well, I'm Aunt Song. Tuantuan is really smart. Song Wan Ning observed the environment around Tuantuan and thought that he should be a baby from a wealthy family. Dad. No more kisses, dear. Wait until Daddy comes back. Dad, come home. Okay, go home right away. After hanging up the phone, Ye Chen looked up and vaguely saw a familiar figure. It seemed to be Feng Li. Chenner, I'm going to wash my hands in the bathroom in the office next door. It's closer. Good. Ye Chen and Song Wan Ning went to the office corridor together. There were not many people there. Song Wan Ning also went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. Ye Chen was waiting in the corridor. Suddenly, the door behind him opened and Ye Chen was pulled in by a hand. Everything happened very quickly, and when Ye Chen reacted, he was already pressed against the door. There was a familiar face in front of me. Ye Chen stared at the woman in front of him without blinking. Feng. President Feng. Feng Li pinched Ye Chen's chin, his voice low and dangerous. Boss Feng? Now you don't even call me by my name? Ye Chen was trapped in Feng Li's arms and he couldn't break free. Boss Feng, this is a school. It's not right for you to do this. Let me go first. Feng Li grabbed Ye Chen's collar and asked, how's school? Did you seem happy when you were having dinner with that female classmate of yours just now? I didn't. Song Wan Ning is just an ordinary classmate of mine. I have nothing to do with her. Really? You know my identity and are afraid of me? Feng Li pinched Ye Chen's face and asked, are you afraid of me? No. The legendary female Chabel was right beside him, and he had been with her for such a long time. Ye Chen felt like he was dreaming when he thought about it. Don't call me Mr. Feng anymore. Ye Chen nodded and raised his eyes to meet Feng Li's. She seems more beautiful up close, and she is also beautiful when she is on the stage. She is beautiful at any time. Chenner, where are you? Are you still in the bathroom? Where's Chenner? I didn't see him go to the bathroom. He was right here and suddenly he was gone. Song Wan Ning said, I don't know either. Ye Chen was here just now. He disappeared when I went to the bathroom. Ye Chen said in a panic, I'll leave first, my classmate is still outside. Feng Li let the man go, and Ye Chen opened the door and fled. Feng Li looked at his back, his eyes becoming darker. Chenner, why did you run to the office? This is the principal's office, don't run around, let's go. Good. Ye Chen almost lost his balance when he walked. Lu Hao asked in confusion, Hey, Chenner, why is your face so red? I'm wearing too much and it's a bit hot. Lu Peng asked, Really? It's not hot today. What did you do in the office just now? Ye Chen said nonsense seriously, I was a little thirsty, so I went to the office to drink some tea. Drink tea? That's the school director's office. Ordinary people are not allowed in. Was there anyone else inside when you went in? Ye Chen shook his head, no, it's just me. Lu Hao patted Ye Chen on the shoulder and said, You are lucky. The school director should be having dinner. I heard that he is going to welcome the tycoon. Ye Chen scratched his head. Didn't Feng Li go to eat? Would he be hungry? Brother Donkey, you guys go first, I have something to do. Let's take a nap first. We got up too early this morning. Lu Hao yawned. Such beautiful clothes, but the female tycoon didn't even look at them. Several people returned to the dormitory dejectedly. Song Wan Ning followed Ye Chen and asked, Ye Chen, what are you going to do? Should I go with you? Ye Chen said, No need, you can go back and have a lunch break first. Ye Chen trotted all the way to the cafeteria and ordered seafood, meat, and a rice. Handsome guy, you ordered so much, are you ordering it for your girlfriend? Ye Chen nodded randomly, yeah, she's very picky. Then your girlfriend is really lucky, the total is 138. Ye Chen paid with his mobile phone, returned to the school director's office with a bag of food, and knocked on the door gently. Who? An icy cold voice. Ye Chen replied, Boss Feng, it's me. 2 seconds later, the door opened and Feng Li stood at the door with his arms folded across his chest. Why did you come back? Aren't you afraid of me? Ye Chen glanced around and said casually, I was free, so I went to the cafeteria to take a look. There are still some leftover dishes. I guess you haven't eaten yet, so just make do with what you have. A smile flashed across Feng Li's eyes, for me? Ye Chen nodded, looked at the sky, looked at the ground, but didn't look at Feng Li. I'm leaving now. Take your time eating. It wouldn't be good if others saw him, in case they misunderstood his relationship with Feng Li. Feng Li grabbed Ye Chen's wrist and brought him in. The door was closed and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Feng Li spoke first, eat with me. I'm leaving first. There are cameras here. It would be bad if someone saw us. Feng Li approached slowly, and Ye Chen kept retreating, with a cold wall behind him. Are you afraid of being seen by others, afraid that others will say that I support you? Chapter 36 Enthusiastic Female Doctoral Supervisor. It's not good for your reputation, Mr. Feng. I'm leaving first. Feng Li blocked Ye Chen's way and said coldly, sit down. Ye Chen sat down obediently like a big dog. Feng Li ruffled Ye Chen's hair. Why is your hair so messy? Ye Chen said, I got up late today and didn't take care of it. If he had known that Feng Li was coming to give the lecture, he would have definitely tidied up his hair and changed into nice clothes. Come home with me later. Boss Feng, this isn't a good idea. What if someone sees us? You should go back first. I'll go back by myself this afternoon. Feng Li's eyes darkened, so what if someone sees you? I pick you up, you're mine. Ye Chen explained in a low voice, I know you saved me, but I don't want to affect your reputation. I don't want people to say that you support a male college student. You care so much about me? Ye Chen's ears turned red. He opened the bag and found several kinds of vegetables inside. Eat first. The food in the cafeteria is rather simple and not as good as at home. Feng Li seemed to be in a good mood. He picked up the shrimp with chopsticks, peeled it himself and put it into Ye Chen's mouth. Mr. Feng, I've already eaten. Feng Li pinched Ye Chen's face and said coldly, scream again. Ye Chen said obediently, Feng Li. Feng Li was satisfied and stopped bullying Ye Chen. I'm leaving now. Take your time eating. Ye Chen stood up, and a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard outside. Boss Feng, are you still in there? Ye Chen recognized it as the principal's voice. He looked around anxiously and hid behind the table in desperation. Feng Li's cold voice, don't come in. Several people were waiting at the door, looking at each other. Feng Li pulled Ye Chen out from behind the table and said with a half smile, are you so scared? Ye Chen said in panic, I can't ruin your reputation. Pushing Ye Chen against the table, Feng Li propped his hands on the tabletop. If they come in now, do you think you can explain it clearly? Ye Chen shook his head, it's hard to explain. So, what are you going to say when you go out now? Can I tell them I'm in the wrong place? Will they believe me? Feng Li raised the corners of his lips and let go of Ye Chen, go ahead. The door opened and the senior executives opened their eyes wide. It was not President Feng who came out, but a familiar person. Ye Chen. Ye Chen, why are you here? He is Ye Chen from the music performance department. Why is it him? How did he get into the office? Ye Chen explained hesitantly, I went to the wrong place. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Ye Chen fled without even looking back. After a group of senior executives came in and saw unfinished food on the table, they looked at each other and seemed to understand something. She is probably Mr. Feng's mistress. The cold-blooded and ruthless President Feng actually likes this innocent male college student. He. Ye Chen walked out of the office, patted his chest, and tried to calm himself down. No one should misunderstand the relationship between him and Feng Li. Ye Chen, have you returned to school? Bring your paper to the teacher's private office. Ye Chen just turned on his phone and saw a message from Professor Yang Bo sent 10 minutes ago. Good. Ye Chen returned to the dormitory. His 3 roommates were sleeping like pigs. He took his thesis to his tutor's private office. Teacher, I'm Ye Chen. Come in. A soft voice sounded. Ye Chen opened the door. Instructor Yang Bo was half leaning on the sofa and opened his eyes lazily. Xiao Chen is here. Ye Chen put the paper on the table and said, Teacher, I have added some more conclusions. You can take a look. Yang Bo sat up, wearing a thin coat on the outside and a suspender dress underneath, which wrapped around her curvy figure. Ye Chen looked away and said, "Teacher, if you take a lunch break, I will come later." "How about I go back first?" "No, I'm not sleepy. Come and sit next to me. I'll tell you what's wrong." Ye Chen sat on the sofa, half an arm's length away from Yang Bo. I used to discuss issues in the public office, so it was a bit uncomfortable as it was my first time in my tutoress' private office. Everything here is well written, except for the ending where something needs to be added. Ye Chen stood up and said, "Okay, teacher, if there is no problem, I will leave first." "Ye Chen, you don't have anything else to do?" "I still have several papers to read." "Can you help me take a look?" Then, Ye Chen was trapped in the office. I originally wanted to go back early to accompany baby Tuantuan. "Drink some water." Ye Chen nodded, took a sip of water, and quickened his work, as he still had 8 papers on hand. "Have a snack. There's no rush. You still have the whole afternoon." Yang Bo sat next to Ye Chen, bringing him water and food from time to time. Ye Chen thought that the instructor was very free, so why didn't he read it himself? Yang Bo supported his forehead with one hand, watching Ye Chen writing and drawing on the paper. He felt confident and the corners of his lips rose unconsciously. "Don't worry, there's still plenty of time." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ye Chen finally finished reading the 8 papers. "Teacher Yang, the mistakes are marked in red." "Okay, do you want to take a nap?" "I have a place to rest here." Yang Bo vacated the sofa and said, "Sleep for a while before leaving." "Teacher, no need, I'll go back first, I have something else to do." His baby daughter is still waiting for him at home. "I missed my good boy Tuantuan so much after not seeing him for a day." "Okay, next time you come back, I'll treat you to a meal out." Ye Chen smiled and said, "You are my mentor, how can I let you treat me to a meal?" "You're not doing me a favor. I've had a severe headache lately and haven't had time to revise my thesis." Yang Bo rubbed his head. Ye Chen left the office and answered Feng Li's call. "Where?" "My supervisor asked me to help her mark her papers, and I just came out of the office." "Tutor? Female?" Ye Chen explained, "Well, the school's youngest doctoral supervisor. I heard that she has studied several major projects, and she has a headache recently, so she asked me to help her revise her thesis." "Turn right after you leave the school gate. My car is waiting for you here. Tuantuan is making a fuss at home and you haven't been home all day." "Okay, I'll be right there." Ye Chen ran all the way, and just as he reached the school gate, he bumped into the 2 people he least wanted to see. Shui held Ye Mo's arm, and the 2 of them were talking and laughing. They must have just returned from eating outside. "Ye Chen, why aren't you with your girlfriend? Could it be that Song Wanning dumped you?" "I told you that Song Wanning is not a good person," Shui said in a sarcastic tone. Ye Chen whispered, "Song Wanning is not my girlfriend." Shui smiled and said, "You don't want a date because of me, right?" "Ye Chen, I don't like you anymore. I only like brother Ye Mo now. Don't like me anymore, it's useless." Chapter 37. Do you want a beautiful tutor or a daughter? Ye Chen said coldly, "Shui, you think too much." Shui snorted, "Ye Chen, is it so difficult to admit that you like me? When you were a kid, you carried me on your back and followed me around every day." Ye Chen was too lazy to make any extra explanations as Feng Li was still waiting for him. Just as he was about to leave, Ye Mo grabbed his wrist and asked, "What happened today? Why do you have the privilege of sitting in the first row?" "Ye Mo, what does this have to do with you?" "Ye Chen, you don't know Mr. Feng, do you?" Ye Mo felt that it was impossible. How could Ye Chen, a fake young master and a poor loser, possibly know her? "What does it have to do with you?" Ye Chen shook off Ye Mo's hand. Ye Mo suddenly said, "Ye Chen, I advise you not to participate in this school idol selection competition." "Ye Mo, I've let you go for 7 years, I don't owe you anything." Ye Chen left a cold word and turned away. Ye Mo clenched his fists, his face turning pale. Ye Chen seemed like a different person now and was no longer at his mercy. A familiar car was parked in front. Ye Chen opened the car door and saw Feng Li wearing a black slim dress, black stockings, with her legs crossed, looking cold and dignified. As soon as Ye Chen got into the car, Feng Li seemed to smell something and said in a deep voice, "Take off your coat." Ye Chen obediently took off his coat, wearing a white sweater underneath. He looked clean and tidy, like a harmless dog. "You are quite helpful, helping the tutor revise the paper. After all, she is my mentor and has a headache." Feng Li was skeptical. "Really? Why didn't you ask someone else to go, but you?" I don't know either. Ye Chen scratched his head. Feng Li pinched Ye Chen's face and said, "From now on, you are not allowed to go. She is my mentor after all. If she asks me to go, it would be embarrassing for me to refuse." Feng Li said coldly. Tuantuan cried at home today and insisted on looking for her father. "Do you want a daughter or a mentor?" "Of course I want a daughter," Ye Chen answered decisively. The cute little Tuantuan melted his heart. Tuantuan hadn't seen his father for a day and was in an extremely bad mood. He stood on the table and threw things, and the servants couldn't stop him. Feng Yan said with a headache, "Tuantuan, stop making trouble and come down quickly. Your father will be back soon." Tuantuan heard the word dad and raised his head, looking at Feng Yan with a pair of big black eyes. "Dad. Be good, Tuantuan, come down quickly. Your dad will be back soon. This time, your aunt won't lie to you." Tuantuan threw the small toy in his hand to the ground. "Daddy, I want daddy." Feng Yan couldn't stop it at all and sat on the sofa with a headache. At this time, a whistle sounded. Tuantuan climbed down from the table and ran out on his short legs. "Dad. It's Dad who is back. It must be Dad who is back." The baby runs very fast. As soon as Ye Chen opened the car door, a little ball jumped into his arms. "Dad epsilon equals." Ye Chen held the baby high in his arms. "My baby, did you eat well today? Do you miss your daddy?" "I miss my dad." "You miss daddy, and daddy misses Tuantuan too." Ye Chen kissed the baby's pink little face. Feng Li pinched the baby's face with one hand. "Don't you miss your mother?" Tuantuan shook his head, lay in his father's arms, and hugged his father's neck. "Mom, bad." Her face was pinched so hard that it hurt. Feng Yan breathed a sigh of relief. "Ye Chen, you are finally back. You don't know how hateful this little devil is. I can't keep an eye on her at all. Look at this room, she did it all." The living room was a mess, with dolls scattered all over the floor, and the servants were working hard to clean up. Tuantuan's little head shook like a wave drum, and his voice was soft and cute. "Daddy, no, Tuantuan is good." "It's not Tuantuan. Dad knows Tuantuan is a good kid." Ye Chen hugged his darling daughter, not believing at all that it was his daughter who did it. "Feng Tang, have you learned to lie now?" Tuantuan lay in his father's arms feeling aggrieved, not daring to move. Feng Yan continued, "Ye Chen, you must teach the little girl a lesson. She has a very bad temper." "Dad, my aunt is bad." The baby pointed at his aunt, his face puffed up like a little puffer fish. "Hit, Tuantuan." The baby was so aggrieved that he lay on his father's face and complained. "Did I hit you? Feng Tuantuan, did I hit you? Don't frame me." Feng Yan was so angry that her head was buzzing and she felt like she was about to be pissed off to death by this little guy. Ye Chen hugged the baby and kissed him. "With daddy here, no one will bully Tuantuan." Tuantuan glanced at his aunt and stuck out his tongue. "Dad." Holding dad's face, he bit his face. Ye Chen felt like he was being washed. "Feng Tuantuan, come here." Feng Li pulled the little guy out of his father's arms and put him on the ground. "You are already 3 years old. You can't let Dad hold you every day. Dad is very tired." Tuantuan held up 2 fingers in a baby voice. "Tuantuan, 2 years old. 2 years old is quite big. You're going to be 3 years old soon. You're a big baby." Tuantuan shook his head and continued to hug his father's legs, and even hugged his father when he slept at night. "Daddy is handsome and good looking. He is her daddy and no one can take him away from her." Omega. Ye Chen took the baby's 2 little paws away from his neck. "Be good, go to sleep." Ye Chen was lying on the bed. In the middle of the night, he felt something sweet and soft beside him, like a woman, so he hugged her. If only it were Feng Li. I dream of hugging Feng Li. She is so nice. The next day. Hashtag new song by famous composer Zhang Tang. Hashtag Zhang Tang's new song is released. Hashtag teacher Zhang's first song. Hashtag ups and downs. So nice. Several hot searches topped the list. Teacher Zhang Tang's new song is absolutely amazing. I admire the lyrics. You are indeed a great guy. The first song is so amazing that I can't listen to any other songs from now on. Wow, this is so beautiful, much better than Nemo's song, Teacher Zhang Tang YYDs. Teacher Zhang Tang is amazing. He can create such amazing lyrics. I can play it on repeat endlessly. It's so good, this song is the best song I have heard this year. Ups and Downs released by Zhang Tang instantly occupied various hot search lists and major music charts. Ye Chen saw this news by accident. Zhang Tang released a new song. Isn't he a composer? Ye Chen listened to the song with a try-it attitude, and when he heard the first sentence, he found that the song was very familiar. Isn't this the lyrics he wrote? Chapter 38, Arrogant. Ye Chen, so what if I plagiarized your lyrics? Ye Chen thought it was a coincidence, so he listened to it again and it was exactly the same as his lyrics, not even a single punctuation mark was changed. So, Zhang Tang really copied his lyrics verbatim? Ye Chen believed in Zhang Tang and composed music for his lyrics, thinking that he was an old composer and would not do such a thing. Unexpectedly, he actually did it. Ye Chen changed his clothes and left the room. Boss Feng, I have something urgent to deal with today. Please take care of Tuantuan first. Feng Li asked with concern, what happened? Ye Chen said, my lyrics seem to have been plagiarized. I'm going to the company first. Tuantuan hasn't gotten up yet. Will you help Tuantuan put on clothes? Feng Li raised his eyes, don't I know how to do such a small thing? Go to the company and take care of your business. If there's anything you can't solve, you can call me. Ye Chen lowered his eyes, thank you, Mr. Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Li lifted his chin and slapped his face fiercely. Call again. Ye Chen said obediently, Feng Li. Go ahead. Ye Chen left the living room and randomly found a small broken car. Tuantuan woke up and lay on the bed with her eyes wide open, her legs up in the air. She glanced at the door from time to time, waiting for her father to come and dress her. The door opened and Tuantuan excitedly got up from the bed, but unfortunately it was not his dad. Tuantuan sat on the bed like a deflated ball. Feng Li pinched the baby's little ear and said, you must be disappointed to see that it was me. Isn't it your father who came? Bad. Tuantuan took his mother's hand away and continued to roll around on the bed, refusing to get up at all. Feng Li patted the baby's little butt and said, hurry up and eat. Your dad has important things to deal with today and can't accompany you. Tuantuan continued to lie on the bed, grabbing the quilt with his two little hands to cover himself and continued to sleep. Feng Li took the little guy out and put his clothes on him, but he buttoned his clothes crookedly. Taking care of a baby is indeed the most troublesome thing. Mom, stupid. Feng Li put clothes on Tuantuan again and brought him out. Tuantuan didn't see his father and refused to eat. He sat on the sofa and drew, and even smashed the small bowl he used for eating. Feng Yan gnashed her teeth in anger, sister, look at this little thing, without her father around, she is simply a little devil. Tuantuan with a father and Tuantuan without a father are two babies. Tian Rui Entertainment. Ye Chen parked the car in the parking lot and drove all the way. As soon as she entered the company, Lu Shuriyue asked, Ye Chen, your lyrics were plagiarized. Do you know about this? Ye Chen said in a low voice, I know, I came here today for this. I gave my lyrics to Zhang Tang some time ago and asked him to compose the music for me. He actually used my lyrics and released it directly. Lu Shuriyue said angrily, Zhang Tang is too much. He is a famous old composer, but he did such a thing. Zhang Tang and his friends opened a glass of champagne in the studio to celebrate with bright smiles on their faces. It's very popular, teacher Zhang Tang. You really have the ability. Zhang Tang whispered, you're welcome. It's also thanks to you guys. Our studio has finally released an original song. Let's go to the night scene tonight and have some fun. Okay, if teacher Zhang Tang invites me, I will definitely go. Before he finished speaking, the door was opened. Ye Chen stood at the door with a cold expression, Zhang Tang, why did you publish my lyrics? Zhang Tang smiled and replied, Ye Chen, what are you talking about? How can a newcomer like you have lyrics? How come I don't know them? Zhou Kuan raised his eyebrows proudly, Ye Chen, I don't understand what you are saying. The lyrics of that song were originally written by our brother Tang. You will pay the price for spreading rumors like this. Yeah, you can't just put the blame on us because we're famous. Do you have any evidence to prove that this song is yours? Ye Chen looked at the group of evil people in front of him, anger rising, he clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. I didn't sell you the lyrics, and you're using this method? It's disgusting. Lu Shuriyue said, Teacher Zhang, I have always thought that you are a famous composer and I respect you very much. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Publishing Ye Chen's lyrics, even if it becomes popular, do you feel honored? Zhang Tong shouted, Lu Shuriwet, don't talk nonsense here. This song is my original work. Lu Shuriwet sneered, really? I composed music with Ye Chen a few days ago and saw this song of his. I can serve as a witness. Zhang Tong was not panicked at all. Whatever. Let's see whether others trust a newcomer or me. Ye Chen resisted the urge to hit someone, took a deep breath, and punched the door. The society is too dangerous and he trusts others too easily, which leads to the consequences today. Zhou Kuan smiled and said sarcastically, Ye Chen, I gave you money at the beginning, but you didn't want it. Now you can't even get the money. Ye Chen was unwilling to give up, so he went to find Mr. Lu again and explained the whole story. President Lu said, Ye Chen, this song has already been released. If it is revealed to be plagiarized, it will affect the company's reputation. Vice President Zhang nodded repeatedly, yes, you are a newcomer, no one believes you, is that song really your original work? Ye Chen said confidently, yes, this song is definitely my original creation. I composed the music for Zhang Tang, and he offered me 500,000 for the lyrics, but I didn't agree. Alas, it's too late now, Ye Chen, let's just let this matter go. Don't make a fuss. It will be bad for the company if you make a big fuss. Ye Chen, just bear with it and it will pass. Ye Chen frowned and said, it's over? Those are my lyrics, I wrote them myself, why should I give them to Zhang Tong? You're a new artist, so even if you create a song, it won't be popular. Yeah, you're a newcomer, you think you can do it just by having the lyrics? Mr. Lu dissuaded him, Ye Chen, stop making trouble. Can the company compensate you with 200,000 yuan? Ye Chen said coldly, 200,000? I don't need compensation, I just need justice. Fair? You can't win that fight. No one would believe you even if you tell others. It's better to take the 200,000 yuan and let the company give you some resources and let you show your face. Maybe you can become famous. No one in the company was willing to help Ye Chen. Between the newcomer Ye Chen and the veteran composer Zhang Tang, everyone chose Zhang Tang. Ye Chen sat on the sofa in disappointment and said in a deep voice, I thought Zhang Tang was not that kind of person, but it turns out I was wrong. Lu Shuriwei comforted him, you are not wrong. You just entered society and don't know how dangerous these people are. Ye Chen, don't give up. I will accompany you and serve as a witness for you. Ye Chen raised his head, his eyes shining again, Lu Shuriwei, thank you. Chapter 39, The Arrogant Plagiarist. You can post your creative inspiration and draft online and let netizens judge. Zhang Tong only took your lyrics, not the draft. Ye Chen nodded, well, I'll go back and find the old drafts. I've revised this song many times, and the song Zhang Tang created is not what I want to express. Ye Chen, go back first and don't think too much. Ye Chen came out of the lounge and bumped into Zhang Tang and others. He was about to go out to celebrate with a very arrogant attitude. Ye Chen, what are you going to do now? Are you going to sue Brother Tang? A lawsuit requires witnesses and physical evidence, which is very troublesome. Look, no one in the company is willing to help you. Brother Tang's song is a big hit, there must be a lot of villains who want to take advantage of the popularity. If you are not afraid of being scolded to death, just come. Zhang Tang smiled and said, stop talking. Let's go to Yisei and have some fun tomorrow night. I'll treat you. Zhou Kuan deliberately said, thank you, Brother Tang. Ye Chen, do you want to come together? It's also your contribution. Ye Chen clenched his fists. It was the first time he saw someone plagiarizing so arrogantly, without any intention of repentance. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, no need. Lu Shuriwei said coldly, Zhou Kuan, don't go too far. Do you feel proud of bullying a newcomer like this? As a new artist who wants to stand out, isn't it normal to suffer some setbacks? You don't really think that the lyrics you can write are great, do you? Zhang Tong walked up to Ye Chen and said, Ye Chen, how about you come to my studio to write lyrics? I'll give you 200,000 a month. How about that? Ye Chen pushed Zhang Tang away, thank you, I don't need it. Looking at Ye Chen's leaving back, Zhou Kuan snorted coldly, what an ungrateful person, even 200,000 is not enough. Brother Tang, ignore him, let's go, he's just a little talented, there are many talented people in the world. Anyway, no one believes what he says. He's just an amateur. Brother Tang has hundreds of thousands of fans. He can be scolded to death. Several people went out to have fun at night. Ye Chen had just returned home. Tuantuan stood on tiptoe and held the drawing board in his little hands to show his father. Dad, let's draw. Ye Chen picked up the baby and said patiently, Tuantuan drew again today. His drawing is really beautiful. Is this Daddy? His drawing is really tall. Dad, great. The baby gave his father a thumbs up. Ye Chen was so touched by the cuteness that he put all the unhappy things behind him and kissed the baby's face. Thank you, Tuantuan. You can draw first. Dad will go find something and come back to play with you later, okay? Good. Tuantuan sat obediently on the sofa and continued to paint. Ye Chen went upstairs and sorted out all the drafts in the room, as well as his creative inspiration, a total of more than 10 pages of ideas. He posted everything online, but unfortunately he only had a few hundred fans, some of whom were zombies, and there was no traffic at all. There were only a few people working downstairs. Thumbs up. Originality is not easy. Ye Chen went downstairs. Tuantuan seemed to see that his father was in a bad mood, and he held a candy in his soft little hand. Dad, eat. Sugar. Thank you, Tuantuan. Ye Chen ate the candy Tuantuan peeled, and his mood became much better. After all, it was his beloved daughter who peeled the candy for him. Although most of it was bitten off. Ye Chen checked his Weibo posts from time to time, but there was still no traffic. He had never experienced such a thing before. He was just a college student who had not yet graduated. When faced with such a thing, he didn't know what to do and just sat on the sofa in a daze. Without anyone to help him, what else can he do? Feng Li had just got off work. She took off her coat and handed it to the servant next to her, then slowly walked over in high heels. Ye Chen, what are you thinking about? How are things going at the company? Ye Chen's voice was muffled. My lyrics were plagiarized by someone. They were arrogant and refused to apologize to me. The company also didn't care, fearing that I would damage the company's reputation. I can only publish some evidence online to prove my innocence. Plagiarism? Ye Chen nodded and said, yes, but there is no traffic on my account, and no one reads it. No one believes what I say. Feng Li's eyes darkened a little. Don't worry, justice will prevail. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Let's have a good meal tonight. Dad, eat, don't be sad. Tuantuan shook her head and gave her father a small glutinous rice ball, which was her favorite. Thank you, baby. Daddy is not sad anymore. Feng Li asked with concern, eat more. Have you lost weight recently? I think I've gained some weight. Feng Li continued to pick up food for Ye Chen, eat more fat, or the wind will blow you away. Ye Chen pursed his lips and continued eating. The dish Feng Li picked for him. Good. After dinner, Ye Chen accompanied Tuantuan to watch The Little Lamb. Tuantuan laughed happily, Dad, brother Yang Yang. Ye Chen fell into deep thought as he watched a group of lambs on TV. Isn't this something he has seen before? You know what, it looks pretty good. A father and his daughter are watching a flock of sheep together. Study. Feng Li sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, tapping the table with his fingers. Feng Yan, make sure Ye Chen's Weibo post becomes a hot search topic tomorrow. Sister, why don't you just deal with it? Feng Li raised his eyelids, not yet. Yes, I'll go right away. Feng Li left the study and there was no one in the living room. Ye Chen took Tuantuan upstairs to sleep. Tuantuan held his father with his two little paws and even held him when he fell asleep. After spending a long time with Tuantuan, Ye Chen returned to the room, picked up his phone, and looked at the Weibo he posted, but there was still no data. What to do? Are you just giving up like this? Go to sleep first, maybe you'll have some traffic when you wake up. Ye Chen thought about this and fell asleep on the bed without realizing it. After an unknown amount of time, the door was opened. Feng Li covered Ye Chen with the quilt, put the mobile phone in his hand on the table beside the bed, and rubbed his hair. Go to sleep, everything will be better tomorrow. Ye Chen suddenly hugged the woman's soft hand and placed it on his face. So soft, I wish it was Feng Li's hand. Feng Li is the best. The best person in the world. When I woke up the next day, the soft touch was still there. Ye Chen rubbed his eyes and immediately picked up the phone. Number 1 on the trending search list is #Zheng Teng plagiarized newcomer. #Zheng Teng's lyrics are plagiarized. Ye Chen rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. How come in just one night, the Weibo post he posted became a hot search, received over 100,000 likes, and his fans increased by more than 10,000? Sure enough, justice is clear and there is still fairness in the world. Chapter 40 Ye Chen, come home with me. Ye Chen excitedly scrolled down to the comments. How could Mr. Zhang Tun plagiarize? Is this newcomer slandering him? Yes, it must be slander. Seeing that teacher Zhang Tang has become popular, they want to take advantage of the popularity. How can his scribbled draft be used as evidence? Moreover, how could Mr. Zhang Tang plagiarize a newcomer like him? Yes, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Stop slandering our teacher Zhang Tang here. Teacher Zhang Tang finally became famous, and some people are jealous. Who is this? He is just an amateur. How could he write such beautiful lyrics? Anyway, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It slanders teacher Zhang Tang. I advise you to delete your Weibo immediately. Almost all the people in the front row came to scold Ye Chen. Ye Chen scratched his head in annoyance. Things were not as he imagined. He had traffic now, but others did not believe him. Zhou Kuan looked at his phone and chuckled. Brother Tung, Ye Chen is quite capable. He posted a Weibo post accusing us of plagiarism, and it went viral. What? How is that possible? Where did he get the traffic? Zhang Tang asked in a low voice. Does anyone believe what he said? Of course not. He is just a newcomer and has no representative works. How can he compare to Brother Tang? Netizens are scolding him to death. Ye Chen must be furious. From now on, he will be like a rat crossing the street. Everyone will shout and beat him. Zhang Tang shook his head and said, Ye Chen is still too young. If it were me, I would just take the money. Now I'm being scolded and have no money. It's not good for both ends. He is just arrogant and thinks he is great because he can write lyrics, but now no one believes him. Even if he throws out evidence, no one will believe him. Zhang Tang asked again, Zhou Kuan, has the company taken any action? No, the company doesn't care about this matter at all, for fear of getting into trouble. A group of senior executives of Tianrui Group are holding an emergency meeting. Contact Ye Chen directly and ask him to delete the Weibo post to avoid affecting the company's reputation. Ye Chen, the company will compensate you, so let this matter go, okay? You've made such a big fuss now, and others don't believe you, and they're throwing dirty water on you. Ye Chen sneered, I just want to make a big fuss. This matter will not be let go. Zhang Tang is plagiarizing. If you don't testify for me, I will do it myself. After saying that, Ye Chen hung up the phone. Brother Donkey, Chener, I heard that your lyrics were plagiarized. I've given you a comment. Beat those plagiarists to death. Kohu, yes, beat him to death, he is a famous composer. Bah, he is just like that, he only knows how to steal other people's things. Pang Pang, Chener, I can testify for you. Ye Chen, thank you. Ye Chen threw out several more proofs of his creations, including the sources of inspiration, each of which was very detailed. It seems to be true. Could it be that we have wronged Ye Chen? That should be the case. His draft and inspiration sources are really detailed, but Mr. Zhang Tang didn't T-post anything. Could it be that we really wronged Ye Chen? Impossible, teacher Zhang Tang is a very good person, how could he plagiarize others? The hot search stayed on the list for a whole day. After Feng Li came back from get off work, he looked at the depressed Ye Chen and rubbed his hair. Rest when you are tired. Ye Chen shook his head, I'm not tired, I'm going to file a lawsuit against Zhang Tang for plagiarizing my lyrics. Feng Li nodded and said, okay, do you need my help? No, I can do it myself. Feng Li continued, I have a friend who is a lawyer. He's quite capable. I'll ask him to come over tomorrow. Okay, thank you Mr. Feng Li. Daddy, sweetie. The baby peeled a big dragon fruit for her father. Her little hands were red and her white skirt was also stained red. Ye Chen was silent. Tuantuan, how did you get yourself into this state? Dad, eat, sweet. Ye Chen was fed a mouthful of dragon fruit. Sweet. Tuantuan also took a bite, and both the father and daughter had red faces, fearing that it would not look like the real thing. My dear, Daddy will take you to wash your hands and change into new clothes, okay? Tuantuan nodded, wow, wash your face. Ye Chen washed the baby's face and changed his clothes. With Tuantuan around, Ye Chen's mood improved a lot, and Tuantuan would make him happy. The next day. This topic is still very popular. Zhang Tang's new song was also greatly affected by this incident. Many people accused him of plagiarism and refused to buy it. Zhang Tang posted a Weibo post to prove his innocence. The lyrics are the result of my 3 years of hard work, but someone actually accused me of plagiarism. It was this person, a newcomer to the company, who just wanted to stand out. Zhang Teng directly posted Ye Chen's photo on the internet. Ye Chen went to the company, and Zhang Teng and others blocked his way. Ye Chen, if you remove that Weibo post, I can give you 500,000. Ye Chen smiled coldly, sorry, I don't need your 500,000 yuan. I will definitely continue to fight this lawsuit. He just wants justice. Zhou Cohen was furious and gnashed his teeth and said, Ye Chen, I warn you, don't mess with my brother Tang, otherwise, I will make you pay for it and I won't even know how you die. Really? Then come on. Zhou Cohen grabbed Ye Chen by the collar, Ye Chen, don't be ungrateful. Ye Chen took Zhou Cohen's hand away and gently pushed him against the wall. Zhou Cohen, you'd better not mess with me. Ye Chen, you should keep the trending search going. Not many people believe you. Zhou Cohen tugged at his tie with a fierce look on his face. Ye Chen left the company and saw a lot of people gathered outside, holding signs with Zhang Teng's name on them. Zhang Teng Original. Support brother Zhang Teng. It was him. He tried to extort money from brother Zhang Teng. Brother Zhang Teng finally became famous. This is too much. This guy just can't bear to see brother Zhang Teng get angry. A newcomer wants to cheat him. How shameless is he? Yeah, how shameless. Our brother Zhang Teng finally created an original song, but he is framed like this. There was constant cursing in the crowd, and Ye Chen fled there in embarrassment, walking aimlessly on the road. Ye Chen stumbled and sat down beside the flower bed in disappointment. Bean-sized raindrops fell again, hitting his face and causing pain. Just like half a month ago, when he was kicked out of the house, now he is like a rat crossing the street, everyone is shouting and beating him. Not far away, a black figure slowly approached, and the woman next to her held an umbrella for her, like a painting. Ye Chen raised his head and seemed to see the light. Feng Li stopped, stretched out his hand, and whispered, Why are you sitting here again? Come home with me. Familiar scenes, same people. Ye Chen slowly stretched out his hand, which was held by Feng Li. Chapter 41 Feng Li protects him. Dad, water. Tuantuan pointed at the water on his father's body, his little eyebrows wrinkled like a caterpillar, and he walked with his 2 short legs to find a small towel, then lay on the sofa to wipe his father's face. Feng Li wiped Ye Chen's hair himself and glanced at the little baby on the ground. You can even wipe Daddy's face. Daddy loves you well. Ye Chen's face was doting as he picked up Xiao Tuantuan and said, Baby, Daddy is fine. Tuantuan rubbed his father's face with his soft little face and said in a baby voice, Dad, Tuantuan is not angry. Dad. Epsilon equals. Dad knows that Tuantuan is a good kid. Ye Chen kissed the little kid's face and said, Our Tuantuan is the most obedient baby. Feng Yan gnashed her teeth in anger, This is too much, those people are too much. It's simply a false accusation. You are obviously the original author. How dare they? How dare Zhang Teng be so arrogant? Tuantuan nodded and imitated his aunt in a baby voice, arrogant. Carrot. Ye Chen was amused by the cute baby and pinched the baby's pink and tender nose. Can you imitate your aunt's speech? Tuantuan said fiercely, Bad. Bad guy. Bad guys bully Dad. See? Feng Li put down the towel and said, Ye Chen, go to your room and have a good sleep. You will feel better tomorrow. Ye Chen was about to take a rest, with a little baby hanging on his legs, and he said in a milky voice, Daddy. Tuantuan, accompany Daddy. Ye Chen took Tuantuan to sleep together, but before Ye Chen fell asleep, the baby in his arms had already closed his eyes and was sleeping soundly with his little mouth pouting. Ye Chen poked the baby's face, Tuantuan, didn't you say you would sleep with Daddy? Why did you fall asleep by yourself? Tuantuan moved his little mouth, and I wonder what delicious food he was dreaming about again. Ye Chen quietly carried Tuantuan back to the room and placed him in the crib. Feng Li sat on the sofa, supporting his forehead with one hand, his eyes becoming darker, Zhang Teng. Feng Yan whispered, Sister, I have contacted Shen Yu. Tomorrow I will bring disgrace upon Zhang Teng. The cold voice was creepy. Feng Yan shrank her neck. It was over. Her sister was really angry. That guy named Zhang Teng was dead this time. Ye family. Ye Mo said in a deep voice, Dad, Ye Chen's lyrics were plagiarized. I heard that it was on the hot search for a day. The lyrics written by Ye Chen this time are better, much better than the previous ones. He must have been reserved when he wrote them for me. I didn't expect Ye Chen to be so scheming. Now it's been copied by others, and that old bastard Zhang Tang got the advantage. Zhang Tang and his team are not good people. They almost screwed me last time. Father Yi smoked a cigarette, with smoke all around him. It's better to give it to you than to let others copy it. But not many people on the internet believe him. After Ye Chen suffers a setback, he will go home and write lyrics for me. I will wait for him to come back. Ye Mo half leaned on the sofa and continued to watch the show. He wished that Ye Chen would be scolded to death and have nowhere to go, so he could only go home obediently and beg them to take him in. Father Yi nodded and said, well, Ye Chen's personality is such that he won't make any waves. He will be back in 2 days. He can only suffer in silence if he is copied by others. On the second day, Xin Yu, a famous domestic lawyer, released a piece of news that shocked the entire internet. It has been confirmed that Zhang Tang plagiarized Ye Chen's original lyrics. The evidence is here. We are ready to take legal action at. There was even a big V who released evidence that Zhang Tang had plagiarized, and everyone was blasting Zhang Tang and his team. Lu Shiyue sent a message under pressure. I can testify that I composed the prelude with Ye Chen and have read his lyrics. Oh my god. It's confirmed. It's confirmed this time. Let me see if there are still people trying to wash it. Zhang Tang is a well-known composer after all, but he plagiarized the lyrics of a newcomer and even proved his innocence. This is the fruit of your 3 months of hard work. May I ask, where is your face? They have no shame at all. They will do anything to gain fame. The newcomer is so pitiful. No one believed him even though he was plagiarized. He was scolded and I heard he was even cyberbullied by Zhang Tang's fans. How pitiful. Please give the new brother a follow. My brother is really miserable. He was cyberbullied by Zhang Tang's fans for 2 days. How is it possible? The evidence is fake. Teacher Zhang Tang is highly respected. How could he plagiarize a newcomer like Ye Chen? The above, is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Brother Tang, this is bad. This is terrible. They sent us a lawyer's letter and are going to sue us. Zhang Tang continued to edit the sound on the computer, calm and composed. So what if they send a lawyer's letter? They don't have any evidence. Zhou Kuan panicked and said, it's Xin Yu, the top lawyer in the country. He has evidence that Ye Chen created, and there are witnesses. Zhang Tang was shocked and stopped what he was doing. What, Xin Yu? How could Ye Chen possibly hire Xin Yu, who claims to have never lost a battle? Xin Yu is not someone you can hire just because you have money. Rumor has it that she only takes 1 case a month, and only top-level people can hire her. Brother Tang, what should we do? Are we finished? Why is this newcomer Ye Chen so tenacious? Zhou Kuan said with a grim face. Zhang Tang frantically looked through the online comments, and everyone sided with Ye Chen and accused him of plagiarism. His fans from hundreds of thousands dropped to 180,000. Only then did Zhang Tang realize that something was wrong. Could it be that there was some expert behind Ye Chen? At this moment, Ye Chen had just woken up and opened his eyes in a daze. He sat up and turned on his phone immediately. Shan Yu? He didn't seem to find a lawyer. Was it Feng Li who did it? Ye Chen immediately changed his clothes and went downstairs. Feng Li was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. She was wearing a short black dress. Her long and straight legs were wrapped in black stockings and black high heels. The gold-rimmed glasses on his cold face made him look more elegant. It was the first time Ye Chen saw Feng Li wearing glasses. He couldn't help but take a closer look and said softly, Feng Li. Yeah, wake up, come here. Ye Chen sat obediently next to Feng Li. His hair was messy and he hadn't had time to tidy it up yet. Feng Li rubbed his hair. The matter has been resolved. Can we have a good meal today? Her tone was as if she was saying that the weather was very nice today. To her, this matter seemed like a trivial matter. It's really you. I thought I could handle this myself. Ye Chen lowered his head, he seemed a little useless. You haven't graduated from college yet. You can figure it out on your own later. Feng Li coaxed Ye Chen as if he was coaxing a child. Ye Chen raised his head and asked, who is Xin Yu? Is he your friend? Well, barely. Boss Feng, I helped you a lot, but I can only be considered your friend? A faint voice sounded, and a woman slowly approached. She was wearing a dark red coat, had big curly hair, and a charming face that was very alluring. Chapter 42 Feng Li, he won tea sleep with me. Xinyu, why are you here? There was a smile on Xinyu's charming face. Unlike Feng Li, who was cold and reserved, the woman in front of him was charming and playful. I came to see what the little lover that President Feng cared so much about looked like. Ye Chen scratched his head. Little lover? Talk about him? It's not him, he was picked up by Feng Li. Xinyu walked up to Ye Chen and said, handsome boy, are you Feng Li's lover? You look good. Feng Li, where did you find a lover? Find one for me too. I also like this kind of clean boy. Feng Li glared at her coldly and said in a deep voice, he is timid, don't scare him, I picked him up from outside. You picked it up? You can pick up such a handsome one just by picking it up randomly. Pick one up for me. Where did you find it? Xinyu bent down and was about to poke Ye Chen's face, but Feng Li grabbed his wrist. Don't touch it. What a treasure, I can't help but touch it. Xinyu sat next to Feng Li, I have already done what I was asked to do. The evidence is irrefutable. Within a day, Zhang Teng and his team will pay the price. Feng Li nodded calmly, yeah. Boss Feng, don't you always use force to solve problems? Why did you let me do it this time? Feng Li didn't say anything. Xinyu raised his eyebrows and whispered, you are afraid that your lover's reputation will be affected, so you asked me to take action. Feng Li said coldly, shut your mouth, I've seen the person, let's go. Xinyu curled his lips, Boss Feng is so heartless, he just throws it away after using it. Where's Tuantuan? I came here to see Tuantuan, where's my baby Tuantuan? Ye Chen replied, maybe he hasn't woken up yet. I'll go check it out. After saying that, Tuantuan, wearing her pink bunny pajamas, climbed down the stairs with a confused look on her face. When he saw his dad, he ran over happily. Dad! Ye Chen took the soft little milk bag and said, baby is awake, why aren't you wearing shoes? Xinyu's pupils trembled, and he looked at Ye Chen in surprise, you are Tuantuan's father. Then, roll up your sleeves and prepare to punch. Feng Li stopped her and asked coldly, Xinyu, what are you doing? I'll beat him up. That bastard bullied you. Xinyu hated evil. After all, she is Feng Li's best friend who grew up with her, and she must avenge Feng Li. Tuantuan hugged his father, opened his mouth in a fierce look, and showed two little canine teeth. No, hit daddy. Feng Li whispered, he is not. Xinyu retracted his fist, that's right, he looks so young, maybe he's 20 years old? Ye Chen replied, 22 this year. Still in college? Ye Chen nodded. Xinyu patted Feng Li's shoulder and said, a male college student, young and handsome, not bad, you know how to enjoy yourself, I'll get one too. Feng Li gave her a cold look. I picked it up, not to sleep with you. Xinyu whispered in Feng Li's ear, oh, you haven't fallen asleep yet. Come on, then. Ye Chen looked at the ground awkwardly. Sleeping with Feng Li. Ye Chen secretly glanced at Feng Li and immediately lowered his head. How could Feng Li let him sleep with her? Feng Li didn't like him either. Dad. The dazed little Tuantuan kissed his father and continued to lie in his arms. Xinyu touched the baby's white and tender little hand, Tuantuan, do you still recognize me? Tuantuan pouted and said in a baby voice, pretty auntie. Tuantuan is so good, he still remembers his pretty aunt. Give him a hug. Tuantuan hugged his father's neck with his little arms and shook his head. You don't want to be hugged by your aunt. Do you not want your aunt anymore now that you have a dad? Little Milkbag put the doll on the sofa in Xinyu's arms. Auntie, hold the doll. Xinyu glanced at Feng Li and said, your daughter won't let me hold her. Feng Li raised his eyelids and said in a light tone, she only wants her dad now, and she doesn't need her mom either. Ye Chen carried Tuantuan upstairs to change clothes. Xinyu touched Feng Li's arm and whispered, you found a father for Tuantuan who can take care of the baby. You are worthy of being such a young father. Feng Li explained, I didn't want him to take care of the baby. Tuantuan liked him and recognized him as dad at first sight. It seems that Tuantuan and him are very compatible. You are so lucky to have found a free nanny. Tuantuan picked out a pink dress for herself. Although the baby is very small, he can already choose clothes, and his shoes are also little pink bunny ones, so cute. Ye Chen put shoes on the baby and combed Tuantuan's hair. It was a beautiful princess hairstyle with a small bow, which was cute and pretty. Xinyu's pupils trembled, Ye Chen, you can actually comb Tuantuan's hair. Feng Li, What kind of godly nanny have you found? Xin Yu was envious. Not only was he young and handsome, but he could also take care of children. Dad, great. Omega. Tuantuan happily gave her father a thumbs up. Her father is the best in the world. Xin Yu nudged Feng Li with his elbow and said, why don't you have a few more children so that he can take care of them? Feng Li. Ye Chen. Xin Yu, shut up and don't speak. No one will think you are dumb. The handsome little boy you picked up is so handsome. It would be a shame for your genes if you don't have more children. He might be even better looking than Tuantuan. Tuantuan hugged his father possessively, shaking his head like a rattle. Daddy, Tuantuan daddy. Daddy belongs to her alone. Not long after, the hot search list exploded. Hashtag Zhengtang plagiarized. Exploded. Hashtag sinking and floating is removed from all platforms. Hashtag original lyrics by Ye Chen. Ye Chen's name was on the hot search list for the first time. Who is Ye Chen? Why haven't I heard of him before? How come he can create such amazing lyrics? He should be a newcomer. So pitiful. He was copied and then beaten back. Zhengtang really has no shame at all. Now that he has been proven to have plagiarized, he still refuses to admit it. Zhengtang's entire team scattered or ran away. Zhengtang sat in front of the computer for 3 hours without moving, and instantly looked several years older. Zhou Cohen sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette. Brother Tang, what should we do? We are now ruined. What else can I do? Now that the truth has come out, everyone on the internet knows that I plagiarized. Zhengtang covered his head in pain. All his years of hard work went to waste. What awaits him is disgrace, and he will never have a place in the circle again. Brother Tang, Ye Chen is such a good kid. So many big verses on the internet are speaking for him. Even lawyer Xin Yu is here. Zhou Cohen threw away the cigarette in his hand, his face turned ashen, and his shoes stepped on the cigarette butts on the ground. This matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. He will deal with that little bastard Ye Chen himself. Chapter 43. I don't want money, I want you. I'm leaving, handsome boy. Xin Yu stood up with her bag and threw a coquettish glance at Ye Chen. Ye Chen said seriously, thank you for helping me this time. Xin Yu approached again, blinked his eyes, and deliberately said, if you want to thank your sister, why don't you go home with her? Tuantuan hugged his father with his two little arms and argued with Xin Yu in a baby voice, I won't leave, Tuantuan dad. Feng Li's cold eyes fell on Xin Yu. Want it? Xin Yu raised his eyebrows. Who doesn't like a handsome and young little puppy? He's so handsome. If Mr. Feng is tired of him, don't throw him away. Give him to me. Impossible. Feng Li spat out 3 words coldly, leaving no room for negotiation. Xin Yu pinched the baby's little face and said, Tuantuan, Aunt Xin is gone. Tuantuan quickly stretched out his little hand and said goodbye to his aunt. Now that her aunt is gone, she won to compete with her for her father. Daddy belongs to her alone. Dad. Ye Chen was bitten several times by the baby. Xin Yu suddenly turned around and walked straight towards Ye Chen. Handsome boy, can you add me on contact? I'll invite you to dinner when I'm free. Can. After adding the contact information, Xin Yu returned the phone to Ye Chen. Hi handsome, let's chat on the phone when we have time. Feng Li turned his head and said, don't chat with her if you have nothing to do. Oh. Ye Chen nodded obediently. Why did he feel that Feng Li was angry? Achoo. Ye Chen suddenly sneezed. He put Tuantuan down, fearing that the virus would infect the baby. Feng Li placed the back of his hand on Ye Chen's forehead. Caught a cold again? Ye Chen shook his head and said, it's nothing, just a small cold, probably because I got caught in the rain last night. Tuantuan frowned worriedly, lay in his father's arms, and put his face against his father's. Dad. Ye Chen pulled the small baby bag off his body and placed it on the sofa next to him. Dad is fine. Tuantuan, stay away from Dad. Dad will pass on his cold to you. Don't be afraid, Tuantuan is not afraid. Tuantuan shook his head like a rattle, climbed down from the sofa, and ran upstairs on his short legs. When he came down, he was holding several boxes of medicine in his arms. A milky voice said, Daddy, take medicine. Feng Li took a look at the medicine the little guy was holding, none of which was edible, and pinched Tuantuan's pink little face. Put it back, your dad can't eat these. Tuantuan shook his head and said, Dad, take medicine. The baby knew that he had to take medicine when he was sick. He didn't know many words, so he took a few boxes of children as cold medicine for himself. Dad, eat. Tuantuan took out a packet of medicine for his father and handed it to Ye Chen with his little paws. Baby, this is for you to eat, not for Daddy. Daddy can't eat it. Ye Chen patiently explained to the baby. Feng Li took out cold medicine from the drawer and said, take the medicine. After Ye Chen took the medicine, Tuantuan quickly peeled a candy and stuffed it into his father's mouth. Daddy, sweetie. Sweet. How can the candy my daughter peels not be sweet? Feng Li took an electronic thermometer to measure Ye Chen's temperature. Ye Chen whispered, thank you for this time. If it weren't for Feng Li, he didn't know what would happen to him. Maybe he was being cyber-bullied by Zhang Teng's fans. Feng Li raised his eyebrows, thank me? Just say it? I don't have money now. When I have money in the future, I will repay you. Ye Chen's voice became smaller and smaller. Money? Do you think I'm someone who needs money? Ye Chen shook his head decisively. In the entire imperial capital, who is richer than Feng Li? Feng Li looked Ye Chen up and down, curled his lips, and suddenly said, I am not short of money. If you really want to repay me, you can. Feng Li whispered in Ye Chen's ear, gently uttering two words, pay with your flesh. Ye Chen's pupils suddenly tightened, and he leaned on the sofa nervously, Boss Feng, you don't joke. Feng Li's eyes darkened slightly, and he leaned closer to her beautiful face, are you scared? Ye Chen stared at the face in fascination. Just kidding. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Turns out it was a joke. Feng Yan twitched her lips. Doesn't her sister never joke? Why didn't you kiss? I'm waiting to see. Her sister can't do it. Tuantuan pushed his mother away with his two little paws and lay in his father's arms, being very bossy. Feng Tang, what do you mean? Feng Li pinched Tuantuan's little ear and asked. Tuantuan complained to his father with a pout, Dad, Mom is bad. Feng Li snorted, it's no use complaining to your father. I can also bully your father. Feng Li started to ravage Ye Chen's face again, and angrily pushed her mother's hand away, don't touch Daddy. Your father is entirely mine, so of course I can touch him whenever I want. Feng Li touched Ye Chen's hand again, and Tuantuan opened his mouth as if to bite him. The grumpy little milkbag is like a wild beast. Feng Yan knew that the little kid had gone crazy, so she quickly hid far away from him, fearing that she would be affected. Ye Chen stopped Tuantuan and rubbed the baby's head. Good boy Tuantuan, don't be angry anymore, Daddy is fine. The irritable little beast just now instantly turned into a well-behaved little rabbit, lying in his father's arms. She is Daddy's good girl. The second day. Tianrui Entertainment issued a notice. #@STeam and the company have terminated the contract. The company was not aware of the plagiarism incident. The company strictly prohibits plagiarism. This incident has a serious impact. Ad and his team will never be hired again. Well done to Tianrui Entertainment. People who plagiarize should be fired directly. Well done, you should have done this a long time ago. You have been pretending to be dead for so long, and now you are finally willing to speak out? They only spoke out after the plagiarism was proven, and they still won favor. They are worthy of being operated by a big company. May I ask where were you when Ye Chen was wronged? The company doesn't pay attention to newcomers and allows others to plagiarize. This company is not a good company. Don't go there. You're right. When Ye Chen was wrongly accused, you were speechless. When Ye Chen saw this notice, he curled the corners of his lips coldly. Tianrui Entertainment has completely distanced itself from the matter. When he was wronged, the company was busy covering it up, leaving him to suffer the loss in silence. Fortunately, the contract is only for 6 months. As for Brother Lu and the others, it is better for them not to come, so as not to be cheated. When the people from Zhang Teng's team were kicked out of the company, there were a lot of people gathered outside, most of whom were his fans. Zhang Teng, you have disappointed us so much. You are a respected old composer, but you actually copied the lyrics of a newcomer. Yeah, so disappointing, how could you do such a thing? I even scolded Ye Chen. Now think about it, I really shouldn't have done that. Zhang Tang and his companions moved awkwardly among the crowd. Ye Chen stood behind and watched quietly. Suffer the consequences of your actions. Zhou Kuan stopped and smiled coldly. Ye Chen, you are really good. I am impressed by you. How could they be forced to this point? Chapter 44 What should he do if Feng Li gets married? Ye Chen sneered, isn't this what you deserve? Ye Chen, you think you can become famous just by releasing a song, but I tell you, it's impossible. I won't let this go, just wait and see. Zhang Tang swept a cold gaze over Ye Chen, opened the car door and got in. Zhou Kuan said angrily, Brother Tang, I can't swallow this. Ye Chen, that little bastard, must pay the price he deserves. Zhang Tang closed his eyes and said solemnly, don't worry, I've already thought of how to let him die. Brother Tang, if you have a solution, I will definitely help you teach that little bastard a lesson. Ye Chen actually dared to mess with Brother Tang, he is really courting death. After all, Zhang Tang used to be in the underworld, and he had a cousin who was a local thief. Crushing Ye Chen, the little bastard, to death was like crushing a grasshopper. Ye Chen entered the company and ran into Lu Shuriwei head-on. Ye Chen, what are your plans next? Zhang Tang has been fired by the company. Are you going to continue releasing your songs or write another one? Ye Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I want to continue to publish the song, but my song and Zhang Tang's song have different meanings and tunes, so it will take some time before it can be published. Sure, I can help you compose music, too. Lu Shuriwei pulled Ye Chen's sleeve and pulled him into her office, listen to the prelude. Ye Chen and Lu Shuriwei spent the entire morning together, and some people in the company had already begun to speculate about their relationship. Are Ye Chen and Lu Shuriwei in that kind of relationship? I heard them making noises in the office. Ah, really? Lu Shuriwei looks like a pure goddess, how could she do something like that? Ye Chen wouldn't be that kind of person, clean and tidy, if he is really that anxious, he can't wait in the office. Ye Chen had just come out and when he heard these words, the tips of his ears turned red and he left the company with his head down. Lu Shuriwei chased after Ye Chen with his coat. Ye Chen, you didn't take your coat. Ye Chen stopped, took the coat from Lu Shuriwei, and said politely, thank you. Lu Shuriwei said with concern, Ye Chen, it's cold outside, put on your coat first to avoid catching a cold. I see you have caught a cold recently, have you taken your medicine properly? Is there anyone taking care of you? Ye Chen nodded. Feng Li would personally feed him medicine every day. Lu Shuriwei helped Ye Chen put on his coat, which in the eyes of outsiders further confirmed the relationship between the two. Lu Shuriwei is so thoughtful that she even helped her boyfriend put on his coat herself. Ye Chen looks to be in his early 20s, much younger than Lu Shuriwei. It seems so. It's a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. They are both very good looking. They are a perfect match. When Lu Shuriwei came back, she listened to the discussions around her and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. These people have pretty good vision. She and Ye Chen are the best match. Tuantuan, why are you wearing such beautiful clothes today? And you even changed into a new set of clothes. Feng Yan looked at the little girl on the ground, her little hands still adjusting the hem of her skirt. If you didn't know better, you would think this little kid was going on a blind date. Tuantuan ran to the bathroom again and pulled his aunt over. The baby's legs were too short to reach the sink, so Feng Yan had to hold her in her arms to wash her face. Tuantuan, did you change your clothes and wash your face because your daddy is coming back? You got paint on my clothes just now. The little baby seemed to have been caught on camera, and smiled awkwardly at his aunt, Tuantuan, bye-bye. Well, it's really clean today. The little dumplings smelled milky and Feng Yan couldn't let them go. The little devil was still very cute when he wasn't crazy. Tuantuan heard the sound of a whistle outside, climbed down from Feng Yan's arms, and ran out on his short legs. Dad, I'm back. Feng Tang, am I a tool? I'll just throw it away after use, and think about your dad every day. When Tuantuan saw his dad, he couldn't see anyone else and ran very fast on his two short legs. Dad epsilon equals. The baby's little arms hugged Ye Chen's legs. Tuantuan is dressed so beautifully today, let your father see it. Ye Chen picked up Xiao Tuantuan and held her high. Little Tuantuan cried happily, Daddy, Tuantuan bye-bye. Omega. Well, Tuantuan washed really clean today. Ye Chen held the baby and sucked her little face. After entering the house, he asked, Feng Yan, your sister hasn't come back yet? Maybe the meeting started too late. My sister is very busy, and the second wife is not an easy person to deal with. I heard that they recently negotiated a big project. Ye Chen nodded thoughtfully. This kind of wealthy family must be full of intrigue. Ye Chen waited for a while, but Feng Li had not come back yet. He usually got home at 5 o'clock, and now it was almost 6 o'clock. Ye Chen really couldn't wait any longer, so he took Tuantuan with him to pick up Feng Li. As soon as he went out, he bumped into Feng Li. His big waves fell on his chest, and he looked noble and cold. You're back. Feng Li approached Ye Chen. Well, what are you going to do? Ye Chen hesitated and said, I took Tuantuan to catch fish. Tuantuan likes small koi. We caught a few last time and he wanted other colors. Yeah? Feng Li pinched her eyebrows, took off her high heels, and leaned back on the sofa. Feng Li, what's wrong with you? Ye Chen put Tuantuan down and asked nervously. Tuantuan grabbed her mother's arms with her two little hands. Mom. Omega. Feng Li half closed his eyes and rubbed the baby's hair. It's okay. I was too tired today and my temple hurts a little. Are you too tired from the meeting? I'll make you some red date porridge. I heard that drinking it will relieve the pain. Feng Li asked in surprise, You can cook porridge? Well, I learned it before. I was kicked out of my home for a while and had to rent a house by myself. On the eve of the college entrance examination, his grades were much better than Ye Mo's. Out of jealousy, Ye Mo framed him for cheating in the exam. At that time, his parents were called in. Ye Chen was very angry and slapped him in the face. Get out! Get out of the Ye family, you shameful thing. Later, Ye Chen watched the surveillance video and found that he did not cheat, but Ye Chen did not believe it and kicked him out of the house. In the end, it was Grandma who found him. Feng Li raised his hand and pinched Ye Chen's face. You don't have to rent a house and live alone in the future, live with me. Ye Chen lowered his head and looked at his toes. After a long while, he uttered a word, okay. He glanced secretly at Feng Li from the corner of his eye. The woman had a cold face, a perfect figure, long and slender legs, a noble status, and was the #1 tycoon in the imperial capital. Why is this kind of woman so nice to him? He was just a poor guy who was kicked out of his home. Can he really live with Feng Li forever in the future? What if Feng Li gets married? Tuantuan also calls other men dad. Ye Chen felt a suffocation in his heart just thinking about it, and he couldn't breathe. Chapter 45, Feng Li, I'm sorry, I tore your pajamas. Ye Chen went to the kitchen and cooked red date porridge for half an hour. When it came out, it was a bit mushy and had a mushy smell. After opening the door, Feng Li was half leaning lazily on the bed, wearing loose black short pajamas, revealing a large area of white legs. Ye Chen's throat tightened as he watched. Feng Li, this is my first time making red date porridge. It's a little mushy, why don't you drink it? It smells weird. Feng Li waved to Ye Chen, come here. Ye Chen sat obediently beside the woman like a big dog, very far away from her, about 2 arms distance away. Why are you so far away? Am I a monster if you sit next to me? Are you so afraid of me? Will I eat you? Ye Chen moved a little closer and could clearly smell her fragrance, which was very light and fresh. Feng Li leaned on the soft pillow and frowned. Ye Chen, my hand hurts a little. Ye Chen looked straight at the wall next to him. I'll feed you. How can you feed me if you don't look at me? I know where my mouth is? It's here. Feng Li grabbed Ye Chen's hand and placed it on his lips, and the woman's soft lips brushed against his fingers. Ye Chen felt his heartbeat quicken again. Turn around and look at me. Ye Chen slowly turned his head and lowered his eyes, afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see. Feng Li held Ye Chen's face with both hands and forced him to raise his head. Only then did Ye Chen see clearly what Feng Li was wearing. It was a low-cut lace pajamas with suspenders. From a distance, it looked like a normal pair of pajamas, but when he got closer, he could see clearly that it was all hollowed out. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and Ye Chen felt an unbearable heat all over his body. Boss Feng, let me feed you. Feng Li's eyes darkened. Boss Feng? Ye Chen immediately changed his words. Feng Li. Feng Li leaned on the pillow, and Ye Chen fed her porridge with a spoon, accidentally spilling the porridge on that embarrassing place. Feng Li looked at his chest and raised his eyebrows. Did you do it on purpose? Ye Chen shook his head awkwardly. No. No. He really didn't mean to do that. Why was his hand shaking? It just happened to fall there. Feng Li lifted Ye Chen's chin and said, wipe it off. Ye Chen. Me? Feng Li raised the corners of his eyes. Of course you have to clean up what you messed up. You have to wash your pajamas too. Ye Chen glanced at Feng Li's chest, took the napkin, held his breath, closed his eyes, and slowly approached. Feng Li looked at Ye Chen with a fearless look on his face, and the smile in the corners of his eyes became even more intense. I told you to wipe it off for me, Ye Chen, what are you afraid of? Open your eyes and watch me wipe it off. Ye Chen opened his eyes, his fingers accidentally touched the white roundness, and he instinctively retracted them. Feng Li usually looks indifferent, distant, cold and ruthless, but he actually has a hot body, a curvy figure, a waist that is so thin that it can be grasped with one hand, and especially his legs, which are long and straight. Ye Chen wiped the sweat off his body and finally wiped it clean. He breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Li, it's clean now. Change your clothes later and I'll help you wash them. Okay, no washing machine. You can't put my pajamas in the washing machine. You have to wash them by hand. Hand wash. Good. Ye Chen stammered. Feng Li looked at Ye Chen's blushing face and didn't want to tease him anymore. He picked up the red date porridge and drank a few mouthfuls. It tastes good. As long as you like it. After drinking, Ye Chen fled with the bowl. Feng Yan and Tuantuan were lying at the door and eavesdropping. As soon as the door opened, two people, one big and one small, rushed in. Ye Chen quickly caught the little Tuantuan. Feng Yan was in such a mess that her face almost fell to the ground. Tuantuan, did you fall? Tuantuan shook his head and pointed at Feng Yan on the ground. Auntie, fall. Ye Chen asked, Feng Yan, why are you outside with Tuantuan? Feng Yan got up from the ground awkwardly. Could she say she was eavesdropping? She wanted to hear what her sister and Ye Chen were doing in there, and whether they would create another little man. But the soundproof door is so good that I can't hear anything at all. I brought Tuantuan here. Tuantuan said she wanted to find her daddy, and she'll look for you if she can't see you for a while. The scapegoat, Xiao Tuantuan, looked at his aunt with a silly face and said, Aunt, look. Mom and Dad. Tuantuan, I don't want to watch it. Little Milk Bag shook his head seriously. Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad believes in Tuantuan, let's go outside first, Mom needs to rest. Tuantuan ran to his mother with his short legs, patted her arm, and said to her in a baby voice, Mom, go to sleep. It doesn't hurt. You really care about your mother. I've never seen you care about her so much before. Feng Li pinched the little kid's face. When Tuantuan saw that his mother was wearing so little, he quickly pulled the quilt over her and covered her with it. Then, he took his father's hand and left the room together. Night. Ye Chen secretly hid in the bathroom to wash clothes. It was his first time washing women's clothes, and they were Feng Li's clothes. Feng Li usually looks cold, but he also likes this kind of semi-transparent lace pajamas. Ye Chen rubbed it and then realized something was wrong. This pajamas seems to have been torn by him. After washing, take it out and unfold it. As expected, there are a lot of holes in it. There were already a lot of holes in it, and now there are even more holes. This pajamas should not be used anymore. Ye Chen entered Feng Li's room and explained awkwardly, Feng Li, I'm sorry, I ruined your pajamas. I'll buy you an identical pair. Feng Li said, it can still be worn even if it's torn. Don't waste it. Just hang it over there. Ye Chen hung the washed clothes on Feng Li's balcony. There were a lot of women's underwear on the clothes. His hand shook and a row of underwear fell off. Ye Chen. Quickly pick up the underwear on the ground and hang it up again. Looking at the clumsy Ye Chen, Feng Li smiled and said, don't worry, just hang up slowly. Ye Chen hung up his clothes and quickly fled from Feng Li's bedroom, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. I went to the bathroom and took a cold shower for 20 minutes, and almost caught a bad cold. The next day, Ye Chen lay in bed and couldn't get up. He fell asleep again with a dizzy head. Dad. Omega. Tuantuan lay on the bed, looking at his father and gently shook his arm. Baby, you're already up, you're so good. Daddy has a headache today, can you go downstairs and eat first? Tuantuan's little eyebrows wrinkled into a caterpillar, and he ran down on his two short legs and picked up 2 round glutinous rice balls. Dad, eat. Epsilon equals. Ye Chen took a bite and felt sweet in his heart. Thank you, Tuantuan. Dad, eat some meat. Ye Chen then saw that the baby was holding a piece of cut steak in his other hand. She is truly his sweet and caring baby daughter. Feng Li came in with a thermometer to take Ye Chen's temperature, 39.1 degrees. Isn't the amulet I prayed for you effective? Why are you always sick? Ye Chen was silent. He wondered if Feng Li would dislike him for being a sickly person. When he was 8 years old, he fell seriously ill and no one took him to see a doctor. His grandmother took him to see a doctor too late, and his body became very weak. Chapter 4646 Tuantuan's biological father. Did you bring the amulet with you? Ye Chen took out the amulet from his pocket and said, "Take it with you." Feng Li fed Ye Chen the medicine and asked, "What did you do last night?" Ye Chen would never say that he took a cold shower for 20 minutes. He shook his head guiltily, not daring to look Feng Li in the eye. "I didn't do anything." "Then why did you catch a cold suddenly?" "It may be because I am too weak. I will be fine after a while." "Tuantuan, go out first. Dad will pass on the cold to you." Tuantuan refused to go out and lay beside his father, drawing with a small drawing board. He drew a handsome and tall father. "Daddy, big." "Well, why are Daddy's legs so long?" "Dad, the biggest." Tuantuan lengthened his father's legs again. Feng Li chuckled, "Tuantuan, is your father a long-legged monster?" "Dad, big." Tuantuan lay on the bed with her little but sticking up and continued drawing. During the meal, Tuantuan stuffed a big chicken leg into his father's mouth and peeled shrimps for him. But the baby didn't know how to peel the shrimps, so he stomped his feet in anxiety and dropped the shrimps in his hands on the ground. Ye Chen ruffled Tuantuan's hair. "Tuantuan is already great, the best baby, and he can take care of his daddy." Tuantuan laughed happily and pressed his face against his father's. "Brother Donkey, Chener, what's the current situation of your song? Do you need brothers to help you compose music?" "Gohu, yes, Brother Donkey is a professional, we can help him, and then we can become famous with our brothers." A message came in the group. Ye Chen almost forgot that Lu Hao had a strong musical talent and a good sense of pitch, and had composed several lullabies. "Ye Chen, okay, Brother Lu, you must not sign a contract with Tianrui Group. It's a trap. I will terminate the contract after 6 months. Donkey brother, what should we do if we don't sign a contract with the company? Do we have to start our own company?" Ye Chen grasped the most important word, starting his own company. They can create their own studio. Although it is still a long way from being a company, it may actually be possible in the future. "Brother Donkey, let us build a studio first. Is it okay? I think the studio is too difficult now." "Yes, Chenair, it's very difficult to run a studio. We can't do it. We don't have the startup capital." Ye Chen was silent for a while, then replied, "Okay, you guys go find a company first, I've posted the lyrics in the group." "Good." Ye Chen continued to compose music in front of the computer, and the prelude had already been completed. The prelude composed by Lu Shiyue is very much in line with his style. "Dad, go to sleep." Tuantuan grabbed his father's arm with his two little hands and pointed at the bed. "Dad, I'm sick, go to sleep." Ye Chen picked up the little guy and put him on the table. "Baby, Daddy is not sleepy. Daddy still needs to write songs. Can you go draw first?" "Good. You are really Daddy's good baby." Ye Chen continued to study the song, while Tuantuan was drawing beside her father. Ye Chen didn't keep an eye on her for a while and almost lost track of his daughter. There were colorful paints all over the little kid's body, green and pink spots on his face, and white paint on his hair. "Tuantuan, why did you get yourself so dirty?" Tuantuan said in a sweet voice, "Daddy, draw." Omega. Ye Chen then saw what the baby had drawn: an apple, a banana, and a pink castle. Is this really something a baby under 3 years old can draw? Ye Chen picked up Xiao Tuantuan in amazement. "Tuantuan is awesome, the painting is so beautiful. Could it be that his precious daughter is the legendary genius?" Ye Chen was shocked. Whose genes were so excellent? Could it be that Tuantuan's biological father is a world-famous painter? Ye Chen immediately searched online for the most famous young painter in the imperial capital. Name: Jiang Yanchuan. Age: 28. Net worth: billion. Mount: Rolls-Royce. Could it be that Tuantuan's father is Jiang Yanchuan? This person is so outstanding. He is so young and already worth 1 billion. Tuantuan's two little paws were lying on the phone, looking back and forth. Not handsome. The baby pointed at the person above with his little hand and shook his head. Dad is handsome. Ye Chen didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This man was most likely Tuantuan's biological father. Ye Chen. A familiar voice sounded, and Ye Chen immediately turned off his phone. He didn't want Feng Li to see this person. Feng Li opened the door and saw that his daughter was covered in all kinds of colors. There was not a single clean place on her body. He was so angry that he almost fainted. "Feng Tang Tang, what are you doing?" You made yourself so dirty. The little kid raised his head and said in a baby voice, Draw, Tuantuan, draw. Omega. Drawing? What did you draw? Feng Li pinched the baby's little ears, and the baby pouted in grievance. Ye Chen showed Tuantuan's painting to Feng Li and whispered, Today Tuantuan drew fruits in a house. Tuantuan must be very talented in painting. Well, she loved drawing when she was a little over 1 year old. I don't know why. Tuantuan might be very interested in painting. I'll take her to change her clothes first. Ye Chen picked up the little baby, went to the bathroom and took a towel to wipe her face. Dad, Mom is bad. The baby lay limply in his father's arms and complained, feeling very aggrieved. What happened to Mom? The baby pointed a finger at his ear and said, Pinch Tuantuan, ear. Mom is not a bad person. I just don't want to see you so dirty. Ye Chen patiently changed the baby into clean clothes and carried Tuantuan downstairs. Feng Yan looked at Tuantuan's painting for 2 full minutes and asked, Tuantuan, did you really draw this? Our Tuantuan is simply a genius. Feng Yan hugged Tuantuan and gave him a kiss. You are really a genius, Aunt. Sister, Tuantuan is so good at drawing. He can even participate in the children's painting competition in July this year. Feng Li said calmly, Competition? You let a 3-year-old baby compete? Although Tuantuan is smarter than other babies of the same age, he is still a baby after all. Feng Yan nodded and said, Well, the age of the children's group is between 3 and 9 years old, which is just within Tuantuan's age range. Feng Yan, Tuantuan is too young to participate in the competition. She is so small that she can't even hold the drawing board. Tuantuan tugged at his father's hand and said in a milky voice, Dad, Tuantuan, you're not small anymore. She is already a big baby. If she wins the championship, her father will be very happy. Chapter 47:47 Feng Li, I didn't hurt you, did I? Ye Chen said, Since Tuantuan wants to go, let her go. If it really doesn't work, just treat it as a trip for fun. Feng Li did not refute, but looked at the little kid seriously and said, Tuantuan, if you really want to participate in the competition, there are still more than 2 months away, so you have to work hard on painting every day. Tuantuan's little head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Tuantuan draws. Okay, now that you've decided, go for it. Feng Yan encouraged, Our little Tuantuan is so good, maybe she can even win the championship. Feng Li said calmly, Last time, the first place in the children's art group was won by a 9-year-old baby. Do you think she can win the championship at the age of 3? Tuantuan looked at his mother angrily, like a little puffer fish. Tuantuan is the best. Dad believes in Tuantuan. Tuantuan is the best baby in Dad's heart. Ye Chen coaxed the baby into submission with just one sentence, and the baby kissed his father happily. Dad. In the next few days, Ye Chen was busy composing music and accompaniment, sitting in front of the computer all day. When Feng Li is working outside, Tuantuan will bring food to his father. 2 little hands held a plate with a bunch of grapes on it. Dad, eat some grapes. Omega. Thank you, baby. Ye Chen took a grape and put it in his mouth and continued to compose music. It took 3 days to get all the songs in order, and then the next step was recording. He needs to find a recording studio with good conditions. After all, Ye Chen was a college student who had not yet graduated. He could not afford to rent such an expensive recording studio. After contacting people for 2 days, he still could not find a suitable recording studio. At dinner that night, Feng Li asked, Ye Chen, do you want to use the recording studio? Well, if we don't find a recording studio with high-quality equipment, it will affect the sound quality. Ye Chen said seriously, After all, it's my first song, I want to do it well. Feng Li said, Feng Yan, take Ye Chen to Puyun Music Media Company tomorrow. The equipment there should be the best. Okay, sister, you want me to take him there? Feng Li added, You will go to the meeting on my behalf tomorrow, and I will take Ye Chen with me. Feng Yan opened her mouth wide. You want me to go again, sister? My brain won't work, my brain will be broken. An insignificant meeting. Ye Chen said, Feng Li, there's no need to bother. Just go to the meeting and don't worry about me. It's just a small matter, let's eat. Feng Li picked up some food for Ye Chen and said with a gentle expression. Tuantuan also picked up some food for his father, a big chicken drumstick, and said, Dad, eat the drumstick. Thank you, darling. Ye Chen was fed by both mother and daughter, feeling very happy. Puyun Music Media Company. The building in front of us is towering into the clouds and majestic. This is one of the largest music companies in the capital. I heard that this company has produced several superstars, including superstar Zhou Jingze and singer Deng Xian, and has held countless concerts. Ye Chen also has a small dream, to hold a concert, but this dream is too far away. Let's go in and take a look. The woman was wearing a black windbreaker, with big curly hair falling on her chest, and wearing high heels. She looked very imposing. When everyone saw Feng Li, they bowed respectfully. Boss Feng. Hello, Mr. Feng. Feng Li's face was cold without any change in expression, he just said him faintly. She only showed a different expression when she saw Ye Chen. A female employee said excitedly, "Ah! President Feng is so handsome, I'm crazy about him." Who's that guy behind Mr. Feng? He's so handsome. I don't know. I haven't seen him either. Could it be a young handsome guy? He can actually be so close to President Feng. I have never seen anyone so close to President Feng. He is also very handsome, much more handsome than those young handsome guys in the circle. Those in the circle are all monsters. Keep your voice down, maybe it's Mr. Feng's people. Mr. Feng likes that type, who looks like a college boy, sunny and handsome. I like him too. As soon as the words fell, a cold gaze swept over, and the female staff member who had just spoken was stunned in an instant. After Feng Li took Ye Chen away, she patted her chest and was so scared that she almost cried. The company's top executives also came. When they saw Feng Li, they were so scared that cold sweats broke out. They said respectfully, "Feng. President Feng, how come you have time to come here?" Puyun Music Media Company has always been run by Feng Yan, and they rarely see Feng Li. All the companies under the Feng Group respect and fear Feng Li. Feng Li sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, and said in a cold voice, "Turn on the music equipment, he wants to use the recording studio." Ye Chen handed the USB drive in his hand to the staff member next to him and said, "Excuse me." "No trouble. Boss Feng, I'll have someone prepare it right away. Please wait here for a while." Mr. Zhao glanced at Ye Chen and had already guessed most of what had happened. He immediately ordered people to prepare. "Come here, Ye Chen. Sit here and rest for a while. Don't be nervous." Ye Chen sat next to Feng Li. The cold Feng Li just now seemed like a different person now, and he gave manager Ye Chen the collar. It was finalized when the melody of this song was written. The accompaniment and post-processing took a bit of time, so I don't know how it will turn out. Ye Chen watched as everyone was busy preparing various audio equipment and completed 3 sound tests. "Boss Feng, we can start any time." Feng Li stood up and said, "Just keep recording. I'll go out first." "Good." Before leaving, Feng Li pinched Ye Chen's chin and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm outside. Call me if you need anything." Mr. Zhao. It turns out that Miss Feng likes this type of male college students. I thought she didn't like men. The door closed, Ye Chen closed his eyes, and an elegant melody came from inside. Feng Li folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the door and listened. After the recording was finished, Ye Chen cleared his throat and played the song again. The first recording session was a success. Ye Chen excitedly opened the door and bumped into the woman. Feeling the soft touch, Ye Chen's body stiffened for a moment, and he lowered his head, with his lips just touching the top of Feng Li's head. "Ye Chen. Why is Feng Li at the door?" A faint smile flashed across Feng Li's lips, and he asked in a low voice, "Is the recording done?" Ye Chen took a few steps back and said in a panic, "Yeah, right? I'm sorry, I was too excited just now, and I didn't see you when I came out. I hope I didn't hurt you." Feng Li laughed softly, "Broken? I'm not that fragile. You can't hurt me even if you hit me a few more times." Ye Chen. Why does this sentence feel so strange? Chapter 48 Feng Li's lipstick mark. As soon as Ye Chen came out, he ran into Li Jia head-on. The legendary heavenly sound, Li Jia. The song Blue Ocean was once famous throughout the entertainment industry. Before Ye Chen could speak, Li Jia said politely, "Boss Feng." Feng Li didn't even glance at it, and said calmly, "Yeah." Ye Chen asked in surprise, "Are you Li Jia?" "Well, you are." Ye Chen explained, "Ye Chen, I'm a newcomer, you may not know me." Ye Chen, the lyrics he wrote a few days ago were amazing. Is he the one who was plagiarized? It's me. Ye Chen nodded awkwardly, he didn't expect that he would become famous in this way. The lyrics are well written and very promising. You and Mr. Feng. Li Jia's eyes swept back and forth between Ye Chen and Feng Li. Mr. Feng Li, I have met him once before. I heard that he is cold and heartless and not interested in men. Why did he bring a man with him this time? Ye Chen continued, we are friends. President Feng saved me and is my benefactor. I see. Li Jia and Ye Chen exchanged contact information. Ye Chen was holding his cell phone and seemed to be in a good mood. Feng Li suddenly spoke with a cold voice, can he make you happy? Ah? Ye Chen looked confused. You exchanged contact information with him and you seemed very happy. Feng Li darkened his eyes and pulled Ye Chen into the car. Ye Chen said, he is Li Jia, the heavenly voice Li Jia, he has a great voice and is one of my idols. You don't like him? Ye Chen muttered quietly, he is a grown man, and I am also a grown man, how can I like him? Feng Li continued to ask, what other idols do you have? Zhou Jingzi, that's the king of pop, I definitely can't meet him. Never mind, Deng Xian is fine too, she's the queen of pop, I can't meet her either. Feng Li picked up the phone and made a call. Is Zhou Jingzi here? Ask him to come out. My car is right in front of the company. Ye Chen. What? Let the king come out? Feng Li frowned slightly and said, he's not here? Where's Deng Xian? You can ask her to come out, but quickly. Queen. Ye Chen finally saw Feng Li's power. You can call anyone from anywhere in the imperial capital. Feng Li hung up the phone and said, Zhou Jingzi is not here. He will be back in a few days. Can you meet Deng Xian first today? I will bring you here when I am free in 2 days. Ye Chen still felt like he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard and stammered, okay. Queen. How could a small newcomer like him really get to meet the queen of pop? So excited? Do you like Deng Xian? The woman's cold tone was somewhat dangerous. Ye Chen immediately explained, no, she is my idol, I am a little excited. 3 minutes later, a plump woman came out of the company. She looked no more than 30 years old. Ye Chen recognized it at a glance. It's Queen Deng. Ye Chen quickly opened the car door and got out, then politely went over to say hello. Who are you? I'm Ye Chen, one of your fans. Hello. The two were very close to each other, and Ye Chen was smiling brightly. Feng Li swept a cold gaze over Ye Chen, and Ye Chen felt a chill on his back. Why did the temperature suddenly drop? Deng Xian greeted Feng Li respectfully and then left. After getting in the car, Ye Chen was still very excited. He actually saw the legendary queen of singing just now. That's the queen of singing. Ye Chen sent a message in the dormitory group. Brother Lu, Brother Peng, brothers, I met the legendary singing queen Deng Xian, she is very beautiful and speaks well. What, Chen Er, are you still dreaming? Who is Deng Xian? She's a singing queen. Are you going to be a paparazzi and take photos secretly? Chen Er is still talking in her sleep. I heard that Deng Xian's concert is hard to get a ticket. Ye Chen, really, I saw it. Feng Li said coldly, I'm very happy. You are so happy to see Deng Xian. Do you like her? Ye Chen shook his head decisively and said, I admire the singer Deng Xian, not like her. Who do you like then? Ye Chen looked at the face so close to him and said in a panic, no one. Feng Li pushed Ye Chen into a corner and said in a domineering manner, I picked you up, you are mine. Ye Chen nodded randomly, I know, I don't like anyone else. He raised his hand to straighten Ye Chen's tie, and his cold white fingers gently touched Ye Chen's lips. From now on, stay away from other women, otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Ye Chen leaned on the backrest. Feng Li was right in front of him, very close to him, and he could clearly feel the softness on her chest. With his eyes lowered, the white flesh pressed against his chest, Ye Chen's throat rolled slightly, and he silently pulled Feng Li's coat up. Boss Feng, put on your clothes and don't catch a cold. Feng Li raised his cold eyes, tapped Ye Chen's chest, and whispered, you really care about me. Ye Chen's throat tightened and he stared at her face. The woman's facial features were three-dimensional and delicate, and her seductive rosy lips were shining with water. What a nice view. I really want to kiss you. Feng Li moved closer again, and his upturned nose brushed against Ye Chen's face, making him feel itchy and numb. Ye Chen's voice was hoarse, Feng Li, we are so close, it's not good. Feng Li chuckled, why not? It's not good if others see it. Ye Chen lowered his eyes, looking like he was bullied. So what? In the eyes of others, you are just my kept gigolo. No, Feng Li, you are not that kind of person. Feng Li continued to move closer, his soft lips pressed against Ye Chen's cheek. Then tell me, who am I? Ye Chen's pupils suddenly tightened and his body froze in place. The driver in front lowered the partition directly, and the air around them suddenly became eerily quiet. Ye Chen's heavy breathing could be clearly heard. After a long time, a cell phone rang. Feng Li answered the call and instantly returned to his cold and superior demeanor. Ye Chen secretly glanced at the woman next to him. She was holding a cell phone and speaking awkward words in a cold voice. Did Feng Li kiss him just now? Or is it his illusion? Ye Chen felt it was real, the soft touch on his face was still there. Why did Feng Li kiss him? The car stopped. Ye Chen opened the car door and fled, his legs weak. Tuantuan happily hugged his father's legs. Dad. Ye Chen picked up the little baby and held him high up. Baby, did you draw today? Tuantuan nodded happily, and suddenly saw a red mark on his father's face. Dad, it hurts. The baby pointed at the red mark with his little hand, and was so anxious that tears were about to come out, thinking that his father was hurt. Chapter 49 Feng Li, jealous, impossible. Feng Yan saw the red lipstick mark on Ye Chen's face and laughed out loud, holding her stomach. Tuantuan, your father is injured. Tuantuan shook his head. Dad, it hurts. Dad, stick with me. The baby took out a few cute band-aids from her little bag and put them on her dad's face. Put on a band-aid and it won't hurt. Ye Chen. Feng Li coughed a few times. Ye Chen, go wash your face first. Good. Ye Chen took Tuantuan to the bathroom. Feng Yan pushed Feng Li's arm and said, Sister, you are really awesome. You raped someone in the car? Feng Li whispered, No, he is timid. Feng Yan said rudely, Sister, this is not like your style. You always just grab whatever you like. Why don't you just lock the person in a small dark room? Maybe he'll behave himself in a few days. Feng Li said in a gentle voice, Ye Chen is different. Different? Are you serious? You know Grandpa will never let you marry an ordinary person. Feng Li sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, took a sip of tea from the glass, curled up her red lips, and a hint of contempt flashed across her eyes. Him? I have already taken away the old man's power. Do you think he is a threat to me? Feng Yan patted Feng Li's shoulders attentively, acting like a real servile person. Sister, you are really awesome. Those people in the second house are not good people. Feng Sun's child is about the same age as Tuantuan, and it's a boy. I heard that he grew up with the old man, and the old man likes him very much. So what? He's just a stupid kid. Tuantuan can fool him around. Her daughter, she knows best. He looks like a 2 or 3-year-old baby, cute and adorable, but he is actually a little black-hearted person. Ye Chen looked in the mirror and saw a very obvious lipstick mark on the right side of his face. What Feng Li left behind? Ye Chen felt indescribably happy, and it took him a while to reluctantly wipe off the lipstick marks. Dad, it doesn't hurt. Tuantuan pouted and kissed her father's face. Good boy, Daddy doesn't feel any pain. This is not a wound. Tuantuan knew of course that this was not a wound, it must have been kissed by his mother. Then, Tuantuan kissed his father all over his face, covering the places where his mother had kissed him. Hashtag Ye Chen the starry sky on the other shore. Hashtag Ye Chen's new song is released. Hashtag Ye Chen, a musical genius. Hashtag the other shore of the starry sky is so hot. Ye Chen's new song had just been released and it immediately topped the charts. Brother Ye Chen's voice is so nice, I can listen to it countless times. When will brother show up? Brother. Listen well. It is indeed my original song, and it sounds much better than the one sung by Zhang Tang. The response to Ye Chen's new song was so strong that even he himself did not expect it. He thought it was great if just one person listened, but on that day the number of listeners actually reached several million. Thanks to this song, Ye Chen gained more than 1 million fans that day. After counting the traffic of major platforms, he received more than 2 million yuan, which was directly deposited into his bank card. Ye Chen himself was stunned. He never expected that he would become a little famous. How come there is such a large amount of traffic? Group 7 exploded directly. Peng Pang, oh my god. Chen Air, you are amazing. You are famous now. You are in the top 3 of all the music charts. Maybe you will be the first tomorrow. Donkey brother, Chen, I will cling to your thighs from now on. You are my god. I also contributed to the accompaniment. I saw my name on it. Go who, aha. My roommate has become a star. Chen, I will cling to you from now on. I am your most caring secretary. Do you need a secretary? Ye Chen, I don't know why it's so popular. Ye Chen also had a guess that Feng Li was helping him behind the scenes, otherwise how could he, a newcomer, achieve such good results? Even the superstar Zhou Jingze at that time did not have such results. Chen, of course it's because you're lucky. You're such a good person, and God is helping you. Our Chen is a kind person who helps old ladies cross the road and rescues stray cats. A few people praised Ye Chen so much that he almost lost his mind. He's not that good, just average. Phone group. Feng Yan opened the office door and came in with her cell phone. Sister, Ye Chen song has been promoted with the maximum traffic. Today, I have taken all the top 10 hot searches. Don't worry, my future brother-in-law will definitely be a top star in the future. Feng Li continued to look at the documents in his hand, and seemed to be talking to himself. Well, he should be very happy now. Ye Chen's singing skills are very good, he is indeed a professional. After he becomes popular this time, many people should be able to see him. Ye Chen's fans have also increased so much, all of them are girlfriend fans, and they are calling out below that they want to be his girlfriend. My husband has already called me, these women are too shameless. Feng Yan was very angry, this was obviously her future brother-in-law. What did you say? Feng Li raised his head and asked coldly. Feng Yan stammered, Sister, Ye Chen has a lot of female fans today, and they all call him hubby. Feng Li said in a deep voice, block everyone. Feng Yan whispered, Sister, are you jealous? Jealous? What's that? When you hear others call Ye Chen hubby, you get angry and want to kill all those women. Feng Li did not answer this question and continued to read the documents. Sis, you're not really jealous, are you? I've never seen you jealous before. Those women are just scum in your eyes. Feng Yan was lying in front of Feng Li and chattering, so Feng Li impatiently drove her out. Jealousy, is it possible? Rich area. Yi family villa. Yi Mo looked at the hot searches on the list, all of which were occupied by Ye Chen in his new song, and felt more painful than killing him. Dad, Ye Chen is actually famous. He has no connections, no money, no traffic, nothing. How could he be famous? Is his luck really that good? Ye Mo was so jealous that his teeth were itching. The first time he released a new song, it wasn't so popular, and the Yi family also bought a lot of traffic for him. This Ye Chen has extremely good luck. Father Yi was calm and composed. Xiao Mo, don't worry, he can't make any waves, it's just a song, it will be forgotten in a few days. Your position is not something Ye Chen can shake overnight. Ye Mo said in a low voice, I hope so. I want to hold a concert recently and sing some of my old songs. After the new album was released, no one bought it. I can only make money from the old songs. Don't worry, don't you still have your grandma? With your grandma around, Ye Chen will never cut off contact with our family. Go and beg your grandma. Ye Chen listens to the old lady the most. Ye Mo suddenly realized and said, Dad, you still have a solution. I will bring grandma over in a few days. Then Ye Chen will have to go home obediently. The father and son smiled at each other and continued to plot against Ye Chen. Chapter 50-50. He was so happy after being kissed by Feng Li. Is he crazy? Noon. Ye Chen was feeding the baby. Tuantuan was wearing a pink little bag and sitting in his father's arms, eating with his mouth wide open. I am so tired. Feng Yan just came back and fell directly onto the sofa, lying dead. Ye Chen raised his head and asked, Feng Yan, why are you back? Tuantuan held the small fork and ate. Auntie, eat, eat. Feng Yan sighed, alas, we are all eating, and I don't know if my sister has any food to eat. Ye Chen immediately asked, is Feng Li very busy? Can't even eat? Feng Yan lay on the table, holding her chin with a sad face. Yes, my sister has been too busy recently. Her stomach problem has recurred. The food in the company is not to her liking. She hasn't eaten well in the past few days. I see that my sister has lost weight. My sister is so pitiful. She doesn't even have lunch. Ye Chen said worriedly, how about I go and bring her lunch? Feng Yan's evil plan succeeded, and she urged, my sister must have a good appetite when she sees you delivering food, so go quickly. Good. After Ye Chen fed Tuantuan, he asked the kitchen to prepare fresh meals and took the large insulated box to Feng Li's group. After getting off the car, Ye Chen held the incubator in one hand and held Tuantuan's hand with the other. The company's front desk recognized Miss Tuantuan at a glance and said respectfully, "Miss Tuantuan, why are you here?" "Who is?" When the ladies at the front desk saw Ye Chen, they all became crazy about him. He was even more handsome than a big star. "Dad, it's Dad." The baby spoke in a baby voice and hugged his father's legs possessively. He is her only father. Epsilon equals. Dad? Everyone looked confused. Could it be that he is Mr. Feng's man? Ye Chen was respectfully invited by the front desk to the president's office on the 66th floor. Ye Chen brought Tuantuan and knocked on the door. Feng Yan said coldly, "Come in." When I opened the door, I saw a woman sitting at her desk working on her computer, with a cold expression on her face. "Feng Li, it's me." Feng Li turned around and saw a big and a small person. They looked very similar. No one would believe if he told others that they were not father and daughter. "Why are you here? Aren't you busy today?" Ye Chen put the box on the table and opened it. There were 6 dishes and a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge inside. The new song has been released. I'm not very busy these days. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I brought you some food from home. Tuantuan tugged at his mother's arm with one of his little hands and said in a very cute voice, "Mom, let's eat." Feng Li pinched the baby's rosy little face and said, "Why are you here too? Don't you dislike coming to the company?" Tuantuan ran to his father angrily, "Mom, you are bad. Mom always pinches her face. The baby feels wronged." "Tuantuan, Mom is just joking with you. Mom loves you too." Ye Chen coaxed the little kid patiently. Feng Li rubbed the baby's head and said, "Tuantuan, go to Mommy's lounge. There are your dolls and small building blocks in there." Tuantuan walked with his short legs to the lounge to play with the dolls and build a big house for his father. After Tuantuan left, Feng Li bent down, put one hand on Ye Chen's side, and looked down at him. "You came to bring me food today?" Ye Chen nodded randomly, "Yeah." The slightly curly long hair fell on his face, making him feel itchy, and it went all the way to his heart. The face in front of him was so stunningly beautiful that Ye Chen's heartbeat quickened again and he swallowed. "This was the first time I was so close to a woman. You care about me so much?" Feng Li's charming voice sounded in his ears. I heard you had stomach problems, and there was nothing I could do to help you, so I thought of bringing you a meal." Ye Chen stuttered while speaking and almost bit his tongue. Feng Li lifted Ye Chen's chin, his cold eyes slightly raised. "What reward do you want?" "I don't want a reward. Eat quickly, or it will get cold." Before he could finish his words, Feng Li blocked his lips domineeringly. Ye Chen's pupils suddenly tightened, his whole body stiffened, and his mind went blank. Her lips were cool, soft, and sweet. The kiss ended quickly. Feng Li's lips were abnormally red, and his cold face was more charming. He said in a low voice, "This is a thank you gift for you. Do you like it?" Ye Chen was so shocked that he didn't recover for a long time. He was so scared that he ran away and forgot about Tuantuan in the office. Feng Li chuckled and continued eating. Ye Chen ran to the bathroom and washed his face thoroughly. Feng Li kissed him? Does Feng Li like him? Or does she just want to thank him? Ye Chen felt like his heart was about to jump out, and the tips of his ears were red and bleeding. "The first time I kissed, no, it was the first time I was forcefully kissed by a woman." He was not angry, but rather a little happy. Is he crazy? Being kissed forcefully and still so happy. Dad. Epsilon equals. Tuantuan built a big house, and when he came out to look for his father, he found that his father was missing, so he walked to his mother angrily. "Where's Dad?" Feng Li said calmly, "Your father has gone back." "Dad." Tuantuan was about to open the door with his 2 short legs, but the baby was too short to reach the door handle, and he jumped up and down in anxiety. "Dad." At this time, the door was opened. After Ye Chen came in, there was a little baby on his legs, crying pitifully, with tears in his big watery eyes, looking so pitiful. "Dad." Ye Chen asked distressfully, "Baby, why are you crying?" "Dad, I'm not leaving." Tuantuan hugged his father tightly with his 2 little arms. "Dad didn't leave. He went to wash his face." After saying that, Ye Chen secretly glanced at Feng Li, who was eating elegantly. There seemed to be a thin layer of ice around her, making people afraid to approach her, as if it was not her who had just done that. Dad, lots of stuff, big house. The sound of the baby's milk slurping could be heard, and her little hand pointed towards the room. Dad, look at the big house. Omega. Okay, Dad, let's go see the big house with lots of balls. Entering Feng Li's lounge, it was clean and tidy, with only a few sets of clothes to change into. There was a big house piled up on the floor, a pink Barbie castle. Tuantuan is awesome. Let's go back first. Mom still has to work. Let's not disturb her from working, okay? Go home. Ye Chen held little Tuantuan by the hand and said to Feng Li, Boss Feng, I'm going to take Tuantuan back first. Feng Li suddenly stood up and walked slowly towards him in high heels. Although she was a head shorter than Ye Chen, she had a strong aura. What did you call me just now? Ye Chen stammered, Feng Li. Mom, don't bully Dad. The baby grabbed his mother's legs with his two little hands. No, you are bullying Daddy. Feng Li didn't take the little kid seriously at all and kissed Ye Chen's lips provocatively. At this moment, Ye Chen suddenly turned his head and kissed his cheek with his cool lips, which made him feel numb and tingling. Oh Chen Air, come on. They've delivered it to your door. Ye Chen, I have never been in a relationship. I am still an innocent college student. The same super sweet article next door. Chapter 51 Ye Chen's fighting power is off the charts. Is he not a normal person? Feng Li stood on tiptoe and hooked Ye Chen's neck with his white fingers. Boss Feng, don't. Ye Chen retreated in panic. There was a wall behind him and he had nowhere to retreat. He pressed against the cold wall and in front of him was the soft body of a woman. Feng Li suddenly let go of his hand and personally tidied Ye Chen's clothes. I'll take my time later. Anyway, the person is hers and she can't escape. Mom, bully Dad. The little baby was so angry that he blocked his father with his little body and pushed his little head against his mother. No, bullying Daddy. See? Ye Chen picked up the little guy and said, Tuantuan, Mommy didn't bully Daddy. Tuantuan pouted her little mouth and kissed her father on the face, and then bit him several times. Feng Li picked up the little baby and asked in a deep voice, Feng Tang, how old are you? The baby cutely stretched out 3 little fingers and said, 3 years old. A 3-year-old is a big baby, and he is not allowed to kiss his father. Tuantuan stretched out his 2 little arms to look for his father. I want Daddy. Ye Chen took the baby into his arms and said, Tuantuan is still young, it's okay. I'll go back first. You work hard. Feng Li said, well, drive slowly on the road. Good. After leaving the office, Ye Chen's fingers gently stroked his lips, which seemed to still have the warmth left by Feng Li. Ye Chen put Tuantuan in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Tuantuan, let's go home. Go home. Tuantuan swung his 2 short legs, looked at the scenery outside and talked to his father. When he was thirsty, he drank from the small bottle hanging around his neck. Dad, Mom, don't kiss Dad. Dearest, Dad. Ye Chen was amused by the little guy and said softly, okay, Daddy will only kiss Tuantuan from now on. Tuantuan's head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. It's her father. Passing by an empty street, several cars suddenly blocked Ye Chen's way. Ye Chen sensed that the person coming was not friendly, and touched Tuantuan's little head. Don't be afraid, baby, Daddy is here. At this time, a very familiar person got out of the car in front. He stood in front of Ye Chen's car with an arrogant attitude. Ye Chen, come down, let's have a good talk. Why are you bringing a little kid with you? Is she your daughter? The person who spoke was Zhang Tong, with a sinister smile on his face. Ye Chen coaxed Tuantuan softly, be good, baby, wait for Daddy here, he will be back soon. Dad, don't be afraid. Tuantuan shook his little head and looked at the people around him with his big black eyes. Be good, sit here and don't move. Ye Chen calmed the little kid down and opened the car door. The people who came were Zhang Tang and Zhou Kuan, followed by dozens of bodyguards in black. They were tall and strong, with well-developed muscles, and they all looked like martial artists. Zhang Tang, what do you want to do? Zhang Tang's tone was extremely arrogant. I'm in a bad mood. I heard that you released a new song. It's quite popular. You must have made a lot of money. Ye Chen said in a low voice, if you want money, I can give it to you. Money? You think I only want money? I am now in disgrace because of you. Ye Chen, do you think you can escape today? Zhang Tang's face was gloomy and terrifying, but suddenly he laughed. Ye Chen said, "You brought this upon yourself, you can't blame others." "Don't blame others. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted at the time. I should have just dealt with you, and this wouldn't have happened." Zhang Tang raised his hand, and 8 bodyguards in black surrounded Ye Chen. "Beat him to death. I'll give 1 million to anyone who can kill him." Each of them had dragons and snakes tattooed on their bodies, and their eyes were vicious and cruel, as if they would be torn to pieces immediately if they showed the slightest flaw. "Ye Chen, I know you are very powerful, but now, no one can save you." He laughed grimly and shouted, "Come on." As soon as the words fell, 8 men rushed towards Ye Chen like arrows. 3 of the men went straight for his throat, chest, and abdomen. Another 3 attacked his lower body. The remaining 4 attacked from both sides. These people are professional killers with rich experience. Moreover, their methods are extremely cruel and bloody, and every move is deadly. Ye Chen moved with light footsteps, and his speed was so fast that no one could detect him. Immediately afterwards, the men in black discovered that Ye Chen had disappeared. Bang bang bang. Then they felt a sharp pain in their waist, and then they felt themselves flying out like a kite with a broken string. How is that possible? Zhang Tang's face turned pale. Just now, Ye Chen didn't even meet them face to face, and didn't even pause for long. In just a moment, he defeated the 8 men in black. Simple, crude, and straightforward. Go ahead and capture him. Zhang Tang roared. The bodyguards around him rushed forward quickly. Ye Chen's eyes were cold, and his aura suddenly changed. His fist smashed into the black-clad bodyguard in the front with a strong gust of wind, causing him to fly backwards and faint. At the same time, 2 other bodyguards approached, each holding a machete in their hands. A cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes, and he suddenly kicked sideways, hitting the left bodyguard in the chest and kicking him several meters away. Zhang Tang was horrified. Is this a normal person? Ye Chen is definitely not a normal person. Then he saw the bodyguard on the right was hit by Ye Chen's legs, flew out, and lay on the ground with his life or death unknown. He looked at Tuantuan in the car and suddenly had an idea. Ye Chen has knocked down more than 20 bodyguards, like a killing god. Everyone retreated and dared not step forward, just staring at him vigilantly. This is a monster. At this moment, a crying voice was heard. Dad! Ye Chen turned back suddenly. Tuantuan was grabbed by the neck by Zhang Tang. Dad! Dad! The baby struggled desperately but to no avail. Zhang Tang said with a ferocious face, Ye Chen, if you take another step forward, I will kill your daughter. Let my daughter go. Ye Chen's eyes were red and veins on his forehead were exposed. Let your sister go. If you dare to take another step forward, I will break her neck immediately. Zhang Tang roared, with madness in his eyes. I told you to let her go. Ye Chen gritted his teeth. Zhang Tang laughed loudly, his eyes full of resentment. Ye Chen, you have come to this day, you never thought. Weren't you very majestic? Why are you mute now? Zhang Tang said viciously, I've told you before, this time I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Your daughter is in my hands, how dare I touch her? Ye Chen felt as if his neck was being strangled. He dared not. Zhang Tang walked up to Ye Chen, punched him in the stomach, and said indifferently, kneel down and kowtow to me now to admit your mistake. Maybe when I am in a good mood, I will consider releasing your daughter. Ye Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm the murderous intent in his heart. Let my daughter go first, I promise you. Kneel down and apologize, otherwise, you will lose such a lovely daughter. Zhang Tang gently pinched Tuantuan's face. Chapter 52 Ye Chen, please, spare us. Ye Chen clenched his fists and had no choice but to compromise and not let Tuantuan get into danger. At this moment, Tuantuan suddenly opened his mouth and bit Zhang Tang's finger. Zhang Tang felt pain and abruptly let go of Tuantuan. Ye Chen took the opportunity to hold Tuantuan in his arms and took 2 steps back. Tuantuan's face flushed red, but she still stared at Zhang Tang stubbornly and cursed in a baby voice, bad guy. Ye Chen touched his daughter's head, his eyes full of tenderness. How dare you bite me? You're courting death. Zhang Tang was furious. Come on. Come on, all of you. Kill them father and daughter. Zhou Kuan just took a step forward when he was kicked away by Ye Chen. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. This Ye Chen is not a normal person at all. He put Tuantuan on the ground and said softly, Baby, Dad will stop them in a while, can you run faster? Tuantuan nodded, Dad, run. Quick. Okay, Tuantuan is such a good kid. Ye Chen was just about to rush forward, when at this moment, countless vehicles stopped and surrounded Zhang Tang's men. Zhang Tang's face turned pale. Who are you? Feng Yan got out of the car, her beautiful eyes frosty, and she snorted coldly, I advise you to surrender quickly, otherwise when my sister comes later, there will be no room for maneuver. Who do you think you are? How dare you block my way? Zhang Tang sneered. When the car door opened, what caught my eye was a pair of black high heels, long, straight legs, a black windbreaker that looked cool and sassy, big, slightly curly hair falling on the chest, and a face that was cool, noble, and incredibly beautiful. Everyone bowed and said respectfully, Boss Feng. Zhang Tang's pupils suddenly shrank and a panicked expression appeared on his face. The woman in front of him actually dared to surround him with a group of people. She must have an extraordinary background. The surname is Feng. Could it be the one from the Feng family? Zhang Tang couldn't help but tremble. Not only him, even his cousin didn't dare to mess with the people from the Feng family. You are President Feng. Zhang Tang forced himself to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. Feng Li. The woman opened her red lips and uttered two words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tang's face turned even paler and his whole body trembled. It's indeed her. Feng Li, the helmsman of the Feng family. She actually came in person. What is her relationship with Ye Chen? He actually came in person. However, the next second, Tuantuan's words almost scared Zhang Tang to death. Mom, bad guys, fight in groups. The little kid pointed at Zhang Tang and complained to his mother, his eyes full of tears. Zhang Tang just froze there, sweat pouring down his forehead and trembling all over. Mr. Feng has a daughter? How is that possible? It is rumored that Feng Li is not interested in men, so what is in front of me might be false. Don't be afraid. Feng Li reached out and rubbed Tuantuan's little head. What about you? Are you hurt? Feng Li asked with concern, raising his hand to tidy up Ye Chen's messy hair. Ye Chen was dazed for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm fine. He sent Feng Li a location message before getting off the bus. The time was too short, so he could only send one location message. Fortunately, Feng Li knew what it meant. Feng Li turned around and glared coldly at the person on the ground. How dare you touch my people? You are not Feng Li. I warn you, my cousin is the local tyrant here. If you want to touch me, you should think about yourself. Zhang Tang said sternly but weakly. Her eyes were cold as she glanced at Zhang Tang indifferently. Cousin, your cousin is Qinglong? How do you know? Zhang Tang asked in surprise. Feng Li raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Of course I know. Impossible. Zhang Tang looked terrified. Feng Yan whispered, what's impossible? Your cousin is just a dog under my sister's command. Zhang Tang's face turned pale. No. Impossible. Feng Yan said impatiently, he is a dog raised by my sister. Do you believe it or not, my sister can remove him from the imperial capital with just a few words? Zhang Tang was completely dumbfounded. He collapsed to the ground, feeling limp all over. How could Ye Chen be related to this person from the Feng family? No. Impossible. In just a moment, Qinglong arrived and walked respectfully to Feng Li. Boss Feng, what did you call me for? You're getting more and more powerful, Qinglong, by attacking my people. Feng Li's tone was so cold that it seemed as if even the air had turned into ice. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Qinglong's forehead. He was extremely nervous and quickly explained, Boss Feng has misunderstood. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's all Zhang Tang's fault. Zhang Tang was so scared that he was shaking all over. He said tremblingly, please spare me, Mr. Feng, please spare me. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't know Ye Chen was your man. He knelt down at Feng Li's feet and begged, Boss Feng, I will never dare to do this again. I will be your slave. Zhou Kuan immediately knelt on the ground, afraid that Ye Chen would notice him. Bullying daddy. Tuantuan stood up angrily, ran to Zhang Tang, and grabbed his arm with his little claws. Don't. Zhang Tang was bitten hard by Tuantuan's teeth, and the severe pain made him gasp. Zhang Tang was inconsolable. Boss Feng, Ye Chen was not injured, he injured more than 20 of our bodyguards. He doesn't seem like a normal person at all. How could a normal person have such strength? Could it be that Ye Chen is a monster? Zhang Tang didn't have time to think about it. He walked to Ye Chen and said, Ye Chen, I know you are a good person. Please beg President Feng to let her spare us. You are not injured either. Ye Chen said coldly, you just captured Tuantuan, she is still a baby less than 3 years old, you have no heart at all, you don't deserve to live. Ye Chen, please, save me. We have been colleagues for several days. I was just bewildered for a moment. Zhou Kuan begged bitterly. Zhang Tang and Zhou Kuan knelt beside Ye Chen and begged for mercy. The more arrogant you were before, the more humble you are now. Ye Chen kicked the two away and said, don't beg me. I'm not a saint. You don't deserve to live. Tuantuan nodded, puffing out his cheeks and looking at the bad guy in front of him, like a little puffer fish. See? Tuantuan, are you injured? Is there any pain? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Chen's eyes went dark and he fell backwards. Dad. Tuantuan lay beside his father with tears in his eyes. Feng Li's eyes flashed with worry. Ye Chen, wake up, Ye Chen. Sister, why did Ye Chen suddenly faint? Is he injured? Feng Li said coldly, Feng Yan, I leave this to you, take care of it. Yes. Feng Li took Ye Chen away first. Zhang Tang and others were covered in their mouths and taken into the car. Feng Yan held a sharp knife in her hand and said coldly, tell me, how do you want to die? Hua Xiaofeng, we were just joking, just a joke. Zhang Tang was so scared that he nearly peed his pants. He never expected that the person behind Ye Chen was Feng Li. Feng Yan asked someone to hold down Zhang Tang's hand and inserted a knife into his palm. You are the one who touched Tuantuan with this hand? Zhang Tang screamed like a pig being slaughtered, his whole body shaking with pain. It was more painful than if he were killed. No, I didn't touch Miss Tuantuan. Chapter 53:53 Where did his divine power go? Really? Touch Tuantuan with your dirty hands. Forget your 2 hands. Feng Yan raised the corners of her lips and pulled the blade out of Zhang Tang's hand. How dare you touch my sister's people? Ah! Zhang Tang screamed again, and his other hand was also disabled. Although Feng Yan looks heartless, she can be very ruthless when she strikes. Zhou Kuan was so scared that he hid in the corner, his face pale, his whole body trembling, and he even wet his pants. The thing he regrets most now is provoking Ye Chen. The ant he despised the most turned out to be Mr. Feng's man. Central Hospital. Ye Chen lay on the hospital bed with a pale face, his lips were bloodless, and a cute little baby lay beside him, clutching his clothes with 2 little hands. Dad, I'm not sleeping. Tuantuan touched his father's face for a while, then kissed his face, and said in a milky voice, I don't want to sleep. Ji Wenzhou put down the instrument. It's nothing serious. He just suffered from shock due to physical exhaustion. You said he knocked down more than 20 bodyguards by himself. This is definitely not the level of a normal person. Feng Li asked, not a normal person? Well, Mr. Feng, I think the person you picked up is a little strange. How could a normal person knock down 20 bodyguards? Feng Li held Ye Chen's hand. If he is not a normal person, then what is he? Could he be a monster? Dad, not a monster, it's Dad. Tuantuan hugged his father tightly with his little arms, lay in his father's arms, and waited for his father to wake up. Feng Li rubbed the little kid's head and said, yes, it's Tuantuan's father. I can't say for sure. If you like him, keep him. Judging from his appearance, he's no different from an ordinary person. Feng Li gently stroked Ye Chen's cheek with his fingers, and seemed to be talking to himself, he is just an ordinary person. Ji Wenzhou nodded calmly, that should be the case. It may be because Tuantuan encountered danger, which stimulated some characteristics in him. Tuantuan Dad. Little Milkbag held his father's hand and argued with his mother, Tuantuan, Daddy. Ye Chen vaguely heard someone calling him, and he felt weak all over, so tired. He finally opened his eyelids, looked at the mother and daughter in front of him, and reached out his hand with difficulty to rub Tuantuan's little head. Round and round. Dad, it hurts. Tuantuan lay in his father's arms, frowning and looking worried. Daddy doesn't feel any pain, baby, are you hurt? Let Daddy see. Tuantuan raised his head and saw a red pinch mark on his soft neck. The baby shook his head, Daddy, it doesn't hurt. Ye Chen said distressfully, baby, does it really not hurt? Tuantuan shook his head again, apply some medicine, it won't hurt. Ji Wenzhou has already applied medicine to Tuantuan. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Feng Li's cool fingers gently stroked his face. Ye Chen felt itchy, no more. Feng Li asked again, do you know why you can suddenly burst out with such powerful strength? Ye Chen continued to shake his head. I don't know, my mind was blank at the time, I just wanted to save Tuantuan. I felt my body became lighter, could it be because I practiced Taekwondo before? Ji Wenzhou explained, even if you practice Taekwondo to the highest level, you won't have the strength you have. Now punch this wooden board and let me see how strong you are. Ye Chen raised his fist and hit the wooden board, but the board didn't move at all. Ji Wenzhou shook his head and said, no, too weak, weaker than the average person. Ye Chen. So, how did he defeat so many people at that time? Feng Li advised, take a good rest and try again when you have recovered your strength. Dad, that's awesome. Tuantuan stretched out his two little hands, great. Beat, so many bad guys. Feng Yan pushed open the door and came in, and there seemed to be a smell of blood on her body. Sister, the person has been dealt with. No one will bully Ye Chen anymore. Yeah, well done. Feng Yan was very proud. Of course I am your most loyal sister. Zhang Tang actually dared to bully our Tuantuan and my future brother-in-law. He simply doesn't take me seriously. Future brother-in-law? Are you talking about him? Ye Chen pursed his lips. He was just an ordinary person. How could he be worthy of Feng Li? Auntie, great. Tuantuan climbed down from the bed and gave his aunt 2 thumbs up. Xiao Tuantuan, are you talking about Auntie Bang Bang? Feng Yan picked up Tuantuan and kissed him hard. Finally, I kissed the little devil. The little devil is only so well behaved in front of Ye Chen. Tuantuan pushed Feng Yan away, walked on his short legs to find his father again, and drew with a small notebook next to his father. Dad, Tuantuan draws Dad. Ye Chen said bitterly, the painting is really beautiful. Our Tuantuan will definitely be a famous painter in the future. There is no way he could be Tuantuan's father, because he has no talent for drawing. At this time, Feng Li took a few pieces of wood and threw them on the table. Ye Chen, Ji Wenzhou said he would let you take another test tonight. Ye Chen looked at the row of wooden boards in front of him, and then he confidently chose the thickest one, which was 5 centimeters thick. Feng Li, let me try it first. I'll just use this 5 centimeter board. Feng Yan dissuaded him, Ye Chen, why don't you choose a thinner one? I think 3 centimeters will be enough. I want to see if I can do it. Come on, Dad. Tuantuan clapped his hands and cheered for his father. Ye Chen raised his hand, concentrated his attention, and punched the wooden board, but the board remained motionless. How is that possible? This afternoon, he was clearly fighting against more than 20 bodyguards alone, but how come he suddenly failed? Where did his supernatural power go? Feng Li pulled Ye Chen to sit down, let's eat first. Ji Wenzhou said that you might have a stress reaction that triggered some ability of your body. I can do it. I really can. Ye Chen took another 4 centimeter wooden board, still without any movement, so he changed to 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, and 1 centimeter. He couldn't even break a 1 centimeter hole. Ye Chen sat dejectedly on the hospital bed. Is he a waste? Tuantuan ran to his father and smiled, Dad, great. Omega. Ye Chen pinched Tuantuan's pink face and said, thank you Tuantuan. His little baby is such an angel. Feng Li held Ye Chen's hand and said in a cold voice, don't be discouraged, try again next time. Ye Chen felt Feng Li's hand, cool and soft, he gently held it, okay. Is it really because of stress response? Chapter 54 Ye Chen, are you with this woman to make me jealous? The next day. Ye Chen went to the company, where he was praised by several senior executives. Ye Chen, congratulations, you have become a little famous this time. This is a very good result for your first song. You are a rising star in our company. Yes, Ye Chen, the company thinks you have great potential, so they want to renew your contract for 10 years, and they can also advance you 10 million yuan in salary for 10 years. Are you willing? Vice President Liu threw out a folder and said, if you are willing, please sign the contract quickly. Then the money will be in your pocket and you can use it however you want. Ye Chen took a quick look at this unfair treaty. This means that the copyright of all new songs he releases in the future will be in the hands of the company. These people are really calculating. Do they think he is a fool? Although he is a fool, he is not that stupid. Thank you, Vice President Liu, for your kindness. I think I'd better wait until I'm done with this 6-month internship. He signed a 6-month internship and was only working as a music assistant in the company. The copyright of the songs he released was entirely in his own hands. Although the salary is very low, only 5 or 6,000 yuan a month, I am just a small assistant. No one in the company could have imagined that this young assistant would become so popular. Ye Chen coughed a few times and looked at Vice President Liu. Vice President Liu immediately said, Ye Chen, the company will give you another chance to be Ye Mo's assistant. Ye Chen is a popular singer, second only to Zhou Tianwang. Some people call him the next Tianwang. If you follow him, your future will be bright. Ye Chen curled his lips coldly. Ye Tianwang? Then I'll wait and see. I still prefer to be alone. Ye Tianwang will not be interested in a newcomer like me. Ye Mo's face was gloomy. Ye Chen, don't be shameless. I let you be my assistant because I'm giving you face. Don't think that just because you have a little fame, you can be compared with me. Ye Chen's tone was calm. Of course I know I can't be compared with Ye Tianwang. I am not worthy of being your assistant. You should choose someone else. King Yi? Would Ye Chen feel uneasy when he heard this name? After all, none of his famous songs were original. Vice President Liu warned coldly, Ye Chen, I'm telling you, don't be ungrateful. Ye Chen is your senior, and he's been in the industry for 2 or 3 years. You should learn from him. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Liu. That's not necessary. Ye Chen stood up and left the meeting room. Vice President Liu and his colleagues' faces turned pale. No newcomer has ever dared to be so arrogant. Ye Chen became famous for a song. Has he become arrogant? He doesn't even know who he is anymore. He doesn't even take the words of us leaders seriously? Director Zhang said, Boss Liu is right. Ye Chen must have gotten carried away and doesn't take us seriously at all. However, his contract is still in our hands. He can only be a member of our company for the next 6 months, unless he wants to pay a penalty of 12 million. Ye Chen sneered. Ye Chen's song became popular because of Zhang Tang's plagiarism scandal. Otherwise, you think Ye Chen's song can be popular? I think it's just average. Ye Chen is right, it's just average, all hyped up, not as good as you write. You're the one who released an album, how can he compare? Several senior executives spoke politely to Ye Chen, not only because he was popular, but also because of his powerful background in being the young master of the Ye Group. Ye Chen left the room, and Lu Shuriwei followed him out. She caught up with Ye Chen and said, Ye Chen, don't be angry. Everyone in our company is like this. Fortunately, you signed for 6 months, unlike me, who signed for 10 years. 10 years? You actually signed a 10-year contract with a company like this. Lu Shuriwei whispered, well, I just came out and didn't know the situation. They tricked me into signing a 10-year contract. I've been here for 3 years, and I still have 7 years left. Ye Chen asked again, how much is your penalty for breach of contract? They won't let me leave. Lu Shuriwei is the cash cow of Tianruwei Group, and there is no way Tianruwei Group will let her go. Lu Shuriwei smiled bitterly, but it doesn't matter. The company gives me resources, and I bring them benefits. I am doing well here. Ye Chen, does the dinner you promised me last time still count? Lu Shuriwei smiled. Ye Chen scratched his head, of course it counts, you can do it anytime you want. How about we go to the Sky restaurant at noon today? I heard the food there is delicious. Good. Ye Chen and Lu Shuriwei left the company together. Not far away, there was a pink sports car parked. Shu Yi was standing in front of the car, wearing a light pink jacket and a hat of the same color. Ye Chen, why are you with her? Who is she? Shu Yi rushed to Ye Chen in a rage, pointing at Lu Shuriwei and questioning her. When she saw Ye Chen with other women, she became very annoyed and wanted to take Ye Chen away from her. This was her Ye Chen. Ye Chen, who carried her on his back every day when they were little. Ye Chen said coldly, Shui, she is one of my colleagues. I don't need to explain so much to you. There is no relationship between the two of us. Shui raised her head proudly and said confidently, Ye Chen, haven't you always liked me? Are you with her to make me jealous? I tell you, it's impossible. The person I like is brother Ye Mo. Ye Chen's expression was as indifferent as water. Shui, who you like has nothing to do with me. Please move aside. You are blocking my way. Shui whispered, impossible, we grew up together, and the person you have always liked is me. I never liked you before, I just treated you as my sister. Shui, don't let me down again. Ye Chen whispered. Shui wanted to say something, but her eyes lit up and she walked past Ye Chen to meet Ye Mo behind her. Brother Ye Mo, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Let's go to the Sky restaurant for dinner. I heard the scenery there is great. Well, let's go. Shui held Ye Mo's arm and looked at Ye Chen deliberately. Ye Chen must have her in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't have stayed out of a relationship and waited for her all these years. But Ye Chen is a fake young master, Ye Mo is the real young master. Shui followed Ye Mo and left. Ye Chen looked at Lu Shuriwa. I'm sorry, Shui was spoiled by me when she was a child. I always treated her as my sister. I don't know why she has become so willful and capricious now. It's okay. Let's go. Ye Chen was just about to take Lu Shuriwa into the car when his cell phone suddenly rang and a video call came in. Note, Feng Li. When Ye Chen saw these two words, he almost dropped his phone. After a moment, the video was connected and the woman's cold face appeared on the screen. Her facial features were perfect and flawless, not like a real person. You're not coming back for lunch today? I'm going to have lunch with a colleague. You don't have to wait for me. You can eat first. Feng Li narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a dangerous tone, colleague? Female? Chapter 55 Ye Chen, can I give birth to several daughters for you? Ye Chen stammered, yes, she helped me a lot, I want to thank her. Okay, go eat. Feng Li's lips curled up slightly, but that smile made Ye Chen feel creepy. I'll be back soon. Tuantuan's two little paws were resting on the screen, looking around. Omega. Dad. Ye Chen said softly, baby, you don't have to wait for daddy to eat today, can you eat by yourself? Tuantuan, let's eat. Tuantuan is so good. Dad will be back soon. Goodbye, Tuantuan. Ye Chen hung up the phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shuyue's face turned pale, and she asked in disbelief, Ye Chen, you already have a daughter? Tuantuan is not my biological daughter, but the daughter of a friend of mine. I am 22 years old, how could I have a daughter who is only 2 or 3 years old? Lu Shuyue's complexion gradually returned to normal. Why does she call you dad? Shouldn't she call you uncle? Ye Chen whispered, I don't know, maybe she recognized the wrong father, she doesn't have a father. Lu Shuyue frowned, is the baby so pitiful? Well, Tuantuan is very pitiful. Ye Chen's heart ached slightly. He loved this 3-year-old baby very much and already regarded Tuantuan as his own daughter. The other side. Feng Li looked at Tuantuan who was eating and suddenly said, your father is dating another woman. He has another baby, so he doesn't want you anymore. The small bowl in Tuantuan's hand suddenly fell to the ground. He raised his head, his big watery eyes filled with tears, and he was about to cry in the next second. We need a group. Dad likes her the most. The little kid pouted his lips, feeling very aggrieved. Feng Li continued, I have a good idea, do you want to listen to it? Tuantuan nodded and lay on his mother's face. It was unknown what the mother and daughter were discussing. Sky Restaurant. Ye Chen and Lu Shuriwei had just come in, and Shui, who was sitting by the window, stood up and said, Ye Chen, why are you still following me? Ye Chen replied, Shui, you misunderstood, my colleagues and I came here to eat. Shui sat down with an ugly look on her face, Ye Chen must be following me. He liked to follow me when he was a child. Ye Chen naturally also saw Ye Mo. It was really a rare opportunity for them to meet each other. Lu Shuyue chose an open space where she could overlook the scenery below. The transparent glass design made people feel as if they were floating in the air. Ye Chen simply ordered a few dishes and sent a voice message to Tuantuan. Tuantuan, have you finished your meal? No one answered. Every time he sends a message, Tuantuan replies immediately. Could it be that he is taking a nap? Lu Shuriwei whispered, Ye Chen, you seem to care about your friend's daughter a lot. Ye Chen put down his phone and said, well, in my eyes, Tuantuan is my biological daughter. Lu Shuriwei hesitated for a moment, looking embarrassed. But she is not your biological daughter. She has no blood relationship with you. If you want a biological daughter, you can find a woman to give birth to you. You are so handsome and have such good conditions. You must have many. For example, she is willing to do so. You can have as many children as you want. Ye Chen touched his nose embarrassedly. Find a woman to give birth to a daughter for him? Feng Li's face suddenly appeared in my mind. If he and Feng Li had a daughter, would she look exactly like Tuantuan? Ye Chen, Ye Chen, you are so bold. I haven't thought about this question yet. I just want to raise Tuantuan. Lu Shiyue dissuaded him, then she is not your biological daughter. What's the point of raising her? You should have a child of your own. In my eyes, Tuantuan is my biological daughter, my child. As soon as the voice fell, a sweet little voice was heard. Dad epsilon equals equals. The soft voice touches people's hearts. A chubby little pink kid ran to Ye Chen. It had big black eyes like grapes, a small and delicate nose, and a soft and pink face. The baby is wearing a cute pink dress with a small bottle of milk hanging around her neck. Her whole body is pink and tender, so cute. Ye Chen felt that his heart was about to be melted by cuteness, and he picked up the little baby. My baby, why did you run here to find your daddy? Tuantuan hugged his father tightly with his two little arms, fearing that his father would be snatched away. Dad, it hurts so much. Ye Chen looked anxious. Baby, where does it hurt? Tuantuan raised his head and pointed at his neck with his little hand. There was a red mark on his neck. It doesn't hurt. Daddy will blow on it and it will stop hurting. Ye Chen felt heartbroken and blew gently on the baby. Lu Shiyue asked with a smile, Ye Chen, is this your friend's daughter? She is so cute and pretty. She is not even 3 years old. She looks very young. Tuantuan raised his head in a baby voice, my own child. Lu Shiyue laughed out loud. It was the first time she saw such a cute baby, and she gently touched her soft little hand. Baby, how do you know you are your father's biological child? Your father is still so young, how could he have a daughter as old as you? Tuantuan hugged Ye Chen tightly, and said in a milky voice, Daddy, my biological child. Yes, it's my biological child. Ye Chen kissed the baby's fair and tender face and said, this is Daddy's biological child. In fact, at his age, it is possible that he has a daughter. He got married at the age of 18, and his daughter is just 3 years old now. Ye Chen was dreaming happily. Baby, why are you here? Where's your mother? Tuantuan pointed at the sports car outside with one hand. Mom? Feng Li is here too. Ye Chen quickly finished his meal and said goodbye to Lu Shiyue while hugging Tuantuan. Ye Chen, please drive slowly with Tuantuan. Lu Shiyue warned him worriedly. Okay, I'll go back first, you should go back soon too. Tuantuan, say goodbye to your aunt. Tuantuan stretched out a soft little hand and said in a soft voice, Auntie, goodbye. Baby is so good, see you next time. Ye Chen's clothes were messed up by Tuantuan's little hands, and Lu Shiyue raised her hand to tidy them up. Ye Chen, you don't even know how to tidy up your clothes when they're messy. You're so careless. Lu Shiyue said softly. Ye Chen smiled awkwardly, I didn't pay attention. Lu Shiyue raised her hand and gently stroked Ye Chen's face, you care too much about your friend's daughter. You hold her every day. People who don't know would think she is your biological daughter. Ye Chen stepped back slightly and avoided Lu Shiyue's hand. Think carefully about what I told you. Having your own children is the happiest thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the car window opened, and a beautiful face came into view, with a hint of coldness in the dark pupils like a coal pond. Ye Chen, get in the car. The voice is cold and clear, very nice to hear. Chapter 56 Ye Chen, how are you going to compensate me? Sleep with me? Lu Shiyue came back to her senses. It was the first time she saw such a beautiful woman. She looked very familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere. Where? Lu Shiyue couldn't remember it for a moment. Ye Chen got in the car and waved his little paws happily to Lu Shiyue, Auntie, goodbye. Goodbye Tuantuan, see you next time. The car left quickly and Lu Shiyue stood there looking at the vehicle going away. What is the relationship between Ye Chen and that woman? Humph, Lu Shiyue, do you like Ye Chen? Shui crossed her arms and walked out of the restaurant slowly. Ye Chen is my childhood sweetheart. Let me tell you, I am the only person he likes. Lu Shiyue was too lazy to pay attention to this willful and capricious little princess. She turned around, got in the car and left. You! Shui stomped her feet in anger. Lu Shiyue was going too far, she simply didn't take her seriously. Brother Yemo, they all bully me. And that Songwan Ning, she got thousands more votes than me. Others say that this time the school beauty will definitely be hers. Yemo gently rubbed Lu Shiyue's hair, be good, it's okay, it's just a position of school beauty. Brother Yemo, you have a lot fewer votes than Ye Chen. Those people are blind. Although Ye Chen is good looking, he is not as good looking as you. I get angry when Yemo is mentioned. He is a well-known singer with tens of millions of fans, but he can't even compete with Ye Chen for the position of school idol. What does Ye Chen have? Apart from that face, he is just a poor guy. Yemo's face was gloomy. It was the first time that he was outdone by that little bastard Ye Chen. He was unwilling to accept it. It's a pity that the maximum amount you can swipe is 10,000, and you can't swipe more than that. Brother Yemo, I want to buy a pair of pajamas. My pajamas are too conservative. Do you like them? Shui sat in the passenger seat, her face red and her head lowered. Yemo approached Shui and raised the corners of his lips in a wicked way. Baby, what type of pajamas do you want to buy? I can give you some advice. I think the cosplay suits are pretty good. How about getting 2 sets to play with? Shui's face turned even redder, and she said in a coquettish tone, Brother Yemo, you are not serious. Since you like it, I will give it a try. The smile on Yemo's lips became even more intense, and he pushed Shui into the corner and pampered her. Shui's almond-shaped eyes were shining with water, and she looked pitiful. Her fingers were trembling, and her voice was intermittent. Brother Yemo. We will be seen in the car. No one's paying attention, don't worry. I just finished my meal, so I'm going to digest it. Yemo had an evil smile on his face as he continued to work hard. Veins bulged on his forehead and a few drops of water oozed out. Although Chui is willful and capricious, she is beautiful and has a good figure. The most important thing is that Chui is the person Ye Chen has had a crush on for more than 10 years, and he just snatched her away. Wouldn't he feel a great sense of accomplishment? Another place. The temperature in the car was terribly cold. Ye Chen hugged the poor little baby tightly in his arms, and both father and daughter were shivering from the cold. Feng Li said coldly, You had a meal with a female colleague, and you were having a good time, talking and laughing, and she even sorted out your clothes? What's your relationship? Ye Chen answered truthfully, We are ordinary colleagues. Lu Shiyue is my senior schoolmate. She usually takes good care of me and sometimes brings me breakfast. With every word Ye Chen spoke, Feng Li's expression became colder, and her beautiful face was covered with frost. As Ye Chen finished speaking, his voice became lower and lower. She's so nice to you? Do you like her? Feng Li's cold gaze fell on Ye Chen's face, he lifted his chin, and his tone was full of danger. Ye Chen denied it repeatedly, No, I don't like her. I just treat her as my senior, just my sister. Sister? You treat her as your sister, but she may not treat you as her brother. Stay away from her in the future. Tuantuan grabbed his mother's hands with his 2 little hands and argued with her fiercely, No, you are bullying daddy. The baby opens his mouth and is about to bite his mother. Feng Li pinched the little guy's face, Ungrateful Feng Tang, now you're biting your mother, have you forgotten your mother now that you have a father? Tuantuan shook his head and hugged his mother's arm, Tuantuan, I want my mother. Epsilon equals. Feng Li picked up the little guy and asked, Do you like the gentle auntie just now? Tuantuan's little head shook like a rattle, I like mommy. Feng Li was amused by the little guy, with a smile in the corners of his cold eyes. Feng Tang, you still have some conscience. It was the first time that Ye Chen saw Feng Li smile so happily. Feng Li must like Tuantuan as her daughter very much, even though she was usually cold and icy. Don't talk to other women anymore. You said you picked it up, so it's mine. Remember that. Ye Chen nodded, and was forced into a corner by Feng Li again. Ye Chen is very tall, 1.88 meters tall, and Feng Li is 1.72 meters tall. Next to Ye Chen, he looks a little small. Feng Li held her hand, and the woman said in a domineering tone, This is mine too, no one else is allowed to touch it. Leng Bai's fingers touched the soft lips, and Feng Li raised his eyes, This is mine too. Ye Chen's throat tightened and he nodded again. Feng Li let go of Ye Chen and raised the corner of his lips, Ye Chen, you tore my pajamas last time, how are you going to compensate me? Sleep with me? Ye Chen was choked, I can buy you a similar one as compensation. Okay, here's the card for you, go buy it. Feng Li casually took out a gold card, but Ye Chen didn't take it. I still have some money, so I don't need your card. Feng Li took the card back and said, Okay, then use your own money to buy it for me. The car stopped at a top luxury store. Ye Chen opened the car door, got out, and patted his chest lightly. Every time Feng Li was close to him, his heartbeat would speed up, and when Feng Li touched him, he didn't resist at all. In the past, he hated women the most. Dad epsilon equals. Tuantuan climbed down from the car and hugged his father's legs with his two little arms. Ye Chen picked up the little guy and held him high. Tuantuan, go shopping for clothes with daddy. Buy some pretty clothes for Tuantuan, too. Good. Omega. Ye Chen took his obedient daughter shopping for clothes and chose a beautiful white princess dress for the baby. Tuantuan ran around in front of the mirror wearing the pretty little dress. Dad, Tuantuan is beautiful. Well, Tuantuan is the most beautiful baby. The waiter smiled and said, Sir, your baby is so cute. She is not even 3 years old. She will definitely grow up to be a beautiful girl. Ye Chen's mouth almost smiled to the back of his ears, thank you. His baby daughter will definitely be the most beautiful little princess in the world when she grows up. Tuantuan, I like it. Epsilon equals Tuantuan hugged a cute little doll, and Ye Chen felt his heart melted. Purchase. He buys his daughter whatever she wants because his baby is so adorable. Even if he wants the stars in the sky, he can pick them down for the baby. At this time, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old came in, pointed at the little doll in Tuantuan's hand, and said unruly, I want this doll, you give it to me. Chapter 57 Secretly Buying Pajamas for Feng Li. Tuantuan hugged the little doll tightly in his arms, hid behind his father, and frowned. Tuantuan likes it, I won't give it to you. The little girl said angrily to a middle-aged man next to her, Dad, I want the doll in her arms. I like that one. Okay, Dad will buy it for you, dear. Dad will buy you whatever you like. The man looked at Ye Chen's cheap clothes, a flash of contempt in his eyes, and took out $500 bills from his pocket. Is that enough? Give the doll to my daughter. Ye Chen said coldly, why? My daughter saw it first. Do you think you can solve it with a few bills? You poor bastard, don't be too much. How many more do you want? 2 more. Is that enough? I don't need your money. Ye Chen held Tuantuan and asked for money, then took out a platinum card. He has 5 million in cash, which is enough to get a platinum card. He has also received a lot of money recently, which is enough to buy things for his daughter. This poor guy actually has a platinum card. The middle-aged man was obviously shocked. Are young people nowadays so rich? He looks to be only around 20 years old, but his savings have reached 5 million? Dad, I want that doll. Hurry up and give it to me. Didn't you say I can have whatever I want? Be good, let's get something else, okay? Daddy will take you to buy something else. No, I want that. Ye Chen said coldly, this is my daughter who chose it first. You look like you are already 5 years old. You should know first come first served. The little girl rolled around on the ground in a naughty manner, attracting many people to watch. The man in the middle could only leave the store with his daughter in shame. The waiter respectfully placed the card in Ye Chen's hand. Sir, the total is 38,888, please keep your card. Ye Chen placed the little doll in Tuantuan's arms, your little doll. Thank you, Dad. Ye Chen couldn't resist his daughter's enthusiasm, and his face was covered with saliva, as if he had just washed his face. Tuantuan likes dolls. Daddy will bring you here to buy some in the future, okay? Yes, Dad, best. Omega. The baby's soft little face was pressed against Ye Chen's face. The father and daughter looked exactly like 2 peas in a pod. They were very beautiful and attracted a lot of attention. What a cute baby, what a young dad. Are all the handsome guys these days already married and fathers? I'm already old. Alas, as expected, a handsome and rich man has been picked up, and even the baby is so cute. Tuantuan looked around with a pair of big black eyes and hugged his father's neck with one little hand. Her father, no one is allowed to see. Carrot. She pouted her lips and continued to kiss her father. Daddy, Tuantuan daddy. Yes, it's Tuantuan's father. Ye Chen said helplessly. Passing by a high-end women's clothing store, Ye Chen stood outside and hesitated for a long time before going in. After all, she is an innocent college student who just graduated. How would she know what pajamas to buy? Ye Chen looked at them for a long time and felt that these pajamas were not normal. He blushed and prepared to leave. A pretty waitress asked, Sir, are you going to buy pajamas for your girlfriend? We have many styles here, including all kinds of sexy pajamas. I'm going to buy some clothes for my child's mother. Ye Chen's words were so painful that he almost bit his tongue. Your wife, you are such a handsome guy, your wife must be very beautiful. Ye Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. Yeah, it's pretty. I'm afraid there is no woman as beautiful as Feng Li in the entire imperial capital. Is this one okay? This is the latest batch of goods that came into our store. It's very popular. This is the last one. The waitress was holding a black lace nightgown in her hands, which was very fashionable. Ye Chen took a quick look and found that it was very similar to the pajamas he had washed and torn a few days ago. Okay, take this. Brother Yemo, I think the pajamas in the waiter's hand are pretty good, why don't you take that one? A familiar voice sounded, and two figures appeared in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen, why are you here too? What are you doing here? Shui walked to Ye Chen angrily. You are not buying pajamas for your girlfriend, Lu Shuriwei or Songwan Ning, you have already developed to this point. Ye Chen said calmly, Shui, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. It's really unlucky today. People are rushing to buy things, so it may not be suitable for traveling. Okay, Ye Chen, when did you become a bad person? You were obviously not like this before. You would blush when other girls talked to you. Shui pointed at the little kid in Ye Chen's arms and said, Who is this? Why does she look so much like you? She can't be your daughter, right? That's impossible. You never had a girlfriend before. Tuantuan held the little doll and raised his head, saying in a baby voice, Tuantuan, Daddy. You're talking nonsense. How could Ye Chen be your father? He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Shui's voice was so loud that it seemed to scare the little baby. The baby rubbed his eyes aggrievedly and was about to cry. Ye Chen patted the baby and coaxed him softly, Be good, Daddy is here, don't cry, be good. Dad, I'm scared. The little baby hugged his father's neck tenderly, with tears in his big grape-like eyes, looking so pitiful. Ye Chen, where did you pick up a daughter from? Ye Chen said in a low voice, Shui, you scared my daughter. I have nothing to do with you anymore. You have a boyfriend now. Please don't mess with me again in the future. Provoke you? Ye Chen, you are too narcissistic. Give me the clothes in your hand. I like this pajamas. Shui said righteously. Ye Chen said gloomily, Sorry, this is the clothes I bought for someone else. You always bought me whatever I wanted before, but now I want a pair of pajamas and you can't even give it to me. Ye Chen, you've really changed. Ye Mo said, Brother, Yi likes this dress, so you should give it to her. You don't have a girlfriend, so why did you buy this pajamas? Ye Chen probably has never even held a woman's hand. He has changed more than a dozen girlfriends. Ye Chen retorted, I bought it for my girlfriend, why should I give it to her? Girlfriend, you have a girlfriend. Is she the piano goddess Song Wan Ning? Ye Mo's brows were filled with resentment. He once pursued Song Wan Ning, but unfortunately she didn't even look at him. Now, Song Wan Ning was flattering herself and being with Ye Chen. How exactly is he worse than Ye Chen? Ye Chen is a poor loser, a fake young master, and he is nothing except that face. Chapter 58. She is so nice, how can I not like her? This is my business, waiter, pack up this dress, I want it. Ye Chen didn't want to make any unnecessary explanations to these people. Shui stamped her feet in anger, I want this dress. There is only one left. Miss, please go and choose something else. The dress has already been chosen by this gentleman. The waiter packed Ye Chen's food and said, Sir, the total is 388,000. Ye Chen was shocked for 2 seconds. A piece of clothing cost nearly 400,000 yuan. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel bad about it. But since he bought it for Feng Li, it didn't matter. He could still earn more money. Shui snorted, Ye Chen, you are a poor college student, are you sure you can come up with so much money? You just graduated in June this year, and your internship salary is only a few thousand yuan now. Even if you sell yourself, you can't come up with that much money. Miss Chu, there's no need to worry about that. Ye Chen swiped his gold card in front of Shui, then left the store holding his daughter in one hand and carrying clothes in the other. Shui pouted and muttered quietly, how could Ye Chen have so much money and a gold card? He is just an intern and earns 5,000 or 6,000 a month. Ye Mo reminded quietly, you forgot that his song became popular a few days ago, and he got a lot of money. Ye Chen is so lucky that he can get such good results with his first song. Ye Mo hugged Shui and smiled evilly, baby, buy some clothes first and wear them for me tonight. The bunny suit in the window was pretty good, and the wild cat suit is also okay. Pick one. Shui blushed and chose a set of wildcats. After all, she has always been portrayed as a pure goddess to the outside world, and this is the first time she has worn such clothes. Ye Chen got into the car with the clothes in his hand. Feng Li raised his eyes and asked, "Why did you take so long to buy clothes?" "I bought a small toy for Tuantuan, and he likes it." Tuantuan held a small doll in his two little hands and showed it to his mother happily. "Mom, a doll. Don't you dislike dolls? Last time your aunt bought you one, you threw it away." Tuantuan hugged his father's arm and said in a baby voice, "Daddy will buy it." Feng Li pinched the little guy's nose and said, "Dad bought it for you, and you can't bear to throw it away." The little guy nodded cutely and climbed into his father's arms again. "Dad, Tuantuan likes you." Ye Chen asked, "Will Tuantuan still lose toys?" Feng Li nodded and said, "She has a bad temper. No one can stop her when she gets angry, and she loves to throw things." Tuantuan shook his head and said in a soft and tender voice, "Daddy, Tuantuan, be good." Dad knows that Tuantuan is very well behaved. Ye Chen had never seen Tuantuan lose his temper. In his eyes, Tuantuan had always been a very well behaved baby. Feng Li asked again, "What size did you buy my clothes in?" Ye Chen scratched his head and said hesitantly, "Is size S okay?" Feng Li has a thin waist and long legs, so she should be a size S. "Well, I'll give it a try tonight." "Good." Ye Chen held Tuantuan and sat next to Feng Li. The distance between them was very close, and Ye Chen moved to the side unconsciously. Feng Li continued to move closer, forcing Ye Chen into a corner. "Did you have a good time having dinner with your female colleagues today?" "No. No, I wanted to thank her for helping me with the foreplay last time, so we had a simple meal together." "If you don't believe me, you can ask Tuantuan." Tuantuan was pushed to the front by his father with a confused look on his face. He looked at his father with his big black eyes, and the two of them stared at each other. "Dad, eat, Tuantuan, eat." The little guy raised his head and spoke to his mother in a baby voice. Feng Li asked calmly, "Tuantuan, do you like the ant just now?" Tuantuan nodded, "I like it." Feng Li pinched Tuantuan's face and continued to ask, "Do you like Mom or her?" The little guy quickly hugged his mother and said, "I like you, Mom." Epsilon equals. Feng Li's complexion finally improved, and he said to Ye Chen, "There is an art exhibition and auction tonight. You can go with me and buy some famous paintings together." "Well, I haven't been to the auction house yet." In the past, whenever Ye's father went to an auction, he would always bring Yemo with him. Yemo would also bring back all kinds of strange and weird things and beautiful antiques, and he could only look at them. After getting off the car, Ye Chen took the box and got out. Feng Yan came up and asked, "Ye Chen, is this the clothes you bought for my sister? What clothes are they? Let me see them. They are so mysterious. Could it be?" Feng Yan covered her mouth in shock. "No way, you two have reached that point." Ye Chen explained, "You think too much, it's just a pair of pajamas. I washed Feng Li's pajamas and ruined them last time. Should I give her one as compensation?" Feng Yan's pupils trembled, her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and after a while she asked, "You said you tore my sister's pajamas?" The servants around stared at Ye Chen one by one. Ye Chen felt embarrassed when being looked at, and immediately explained, "Feng Li and I are not in that kind of relationship, I just washed her pajamas." Ye Chen always felt that the more he looked, the darker it got, so he simply stopped explaining and looked at Feng Li, wanting him to explain. Feng Li didn't even want to explain. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. "Shueli, bring me the clothes I bought today." The maid brought a black velvet box, inside of which was a black haute couture suit. The fabric was clean and it was obvious that it was worth a lot of money. "Ye Chen, come here." Ye Chen walked over slowly. Feng Li picked up the clothes and put them in his arms. "Put them on and see if they fit you." Ye Chen looked at the maid next to him, and it seemed that he couldn't explain it clearly anymore. He and Feng Li are really just ordinary friends. Feng Yan's eyes flickered back and forth between the two of them. "Sister, you are so nice to Ye Chen. You haven't bought me any clothes yet. Next time." Feng Li's voice sounded faintly, and he looked up at Ye Chen. "Go change first." Ye Chen went to the room and changed into a suit. There was not a single wrinkle on his body. His broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs made him look even more handsome. Tuantuan hugged his father's legs with his two little paws and said in a sweet voice, "Daddy, you're handsome. The most handsome. Omega." The infatuated little Tuantuan looked at her father with her saliva dripping down her face. She climbed into her father's arms and kissed him on the face. "Dad." Ye Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy seemed to be a little nymphomaniac. Feng Li lifted Tuantuan from Ye Chen's arms. Feng Tang Tang, go stay on the sofa. Poor little Tuantuan was thrown on the sofa by his mother, with his cheeks puffed up like a little puffer fish. See? Feng Li raised his hand and tied Ye Chen's tie himself, saying in a cold tone, "This suit is nice and suits you very well." Ye Chen lowered his head in embarrassment when Feng Li praised him. Is that so? That's because you have good taste. Do you like this dress? I like it. Ye Chen answered decisively. She is so nice, how can you not like her? Tuantuan wants little stars and will cry if you don't give them to him. Chapter 59, the poor man Ye Chen is not worthy of being compared with him. Dad, Mom, bully Tuantuan. The little guy hugged his father's legs again and complained to his father in a wronged manner. Ye Chen picked up the little guy and said, "Daddy, hug me. I won't feel wronged anymore." Tuantuan lay in his father's arms, looking at his mother, and kissed his father on the face again, as if showing off to his mother. Feng Li pinched Tuantuan's face again. "Feng Tang Tang, how old are you?" Tuantuan, 3 years old. The baby held up 3 little fingers. Feng Li said coldly, 3 years old is already very old, get down from your father's arms and walk on your own. Tuantuan shook his head like a little rattle and buried his little head in his father's arms. "I want daddy, hug me." "Okay, dad will hold you. I will take Tuantuan to the auction tonight and buy some nice paintings for our Tuantuan." Tuantuan nodded happily and said, "Drawing. I love drawing the most." Evening. Ye Mo and Chu Yi returned home together. They had bought their clothes and were waiting to go back to their room to take off their pants. Father Yi suddenly placed 2 invitations on the table. Today is the charity auction of international painter Clita. You too should go and take a look and cultivate your artistic talents. Ye Mo, the cosplay clothes have already been bought, and now you ask him to go to an art exhibition to cultivate his sentiments? The father said coldly, "You don't want to go? After all, you are a star now. It will be good for you to know more people. There must be a lot of people going to the Clita auction today." Ye Mo glanced at Chu Yi and said hesitantly, "Dad, I'll go." Father Yi said with relief, "That's right, this is a ticket that Dad got with great difficulty. Only people from the upper class of the imperial capital can enter. I heard that another big shot will be there. You should go and have a look. Maybe you can get to know some of them. It will be good for you to get to know more people. The entire Yi group will be yours in the future. The more connections you have, the better." "Okay, Dad, I'll listen to you. Can I take Yi with me?" Father Yi nodded and said, "Of course, Yi is also a member of our family. Yi's father and I have already discussed the engagement ceremony for the 2 of you." Chu Yi shyly hugged Ye Mo's arm. "Are they getting engaged so soon?" "She's not ready yet." Ye Mo did not show too much excitement. "Okay, I'll listen to Dad." Ever since he met the president of Feng Group, he felt that all women were scum in his eyes and no one could compare to President Feng. "I hope Mr. Feng will also go to this auction." Ye Mo deliberately changed into a dark gray suit and asked his family's stylist to style his hair. He then looked at himself in the mirror for a long time. Still not as good as Ye Chen? What kind of genes does Ye Chen have? Isn't it just the genes of a slum? Why is he so handsome? Ye Mo laughed contemptuously. Why should he compete with poor man Ye Chen? Ye Chen couldn't even enter high-end places like charity auctions. Let's go together. Good. Ye Mo drove away from the Yi family in a luxury car. At the same time, Ye Chen and Feng Li also went out with Xia Chuanzi. Tuantuan picked out a white little princess dress for herself and asked her father to comb her hair beautifully. Although the baby is young, she also loves beauty. "Dad, Tuantuan, it's beautiful." Omega. The little guy uttered unclear words. "Well, our Tuantuan is the most beautiful little baby." Ye Chen pinched the baby's little hand, which was so soft and cute, and couldn't help but suck on the baby's little face. Feng Li glanced at him and asked calmly, "Do you like Tuantuan so much?" "Well, I didn't like babies before, but I like a baby as cute as Tuantuan." Ye Chen didn't know why he liked this little baby so much. Maybe he was destined to be with him. "Dad, I like it, Tuantuan." The little guy spoke to his father in a baby voice and laughed happily. Omega. Feng Li looked at the intimate father and daughter, and decisively put Xiao Tuantuan in his arms. After getting off the car, Ye Chen let Feng Li go first, and he followed with Tuantuan. After all, Feng Li is the president of Feng Group. If others see me, they will think I am her mistress. What if Feng Li's reputation is ruined? The two entered the venue one after the other, and their tickets were for VIP seats in the front row. As soon as Feng Li came in, he immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Many business tycoons came to greet him respectfully. Boss Feng, we unexpectedly invited you to this auction. Hello, I am the chairman of Zine, Wang Feng. Boss Feng, I'm the founder of Duo, Huang Chang. Boss Feng, I'm Lu Haiyang, the founder of Meiyin. There was a group of people surrounding Feng Li, and she just nodded lightly. Ye Chen was pushed far away by the big guys, and no one noticed this little unknown person like him. People came in droves, all wanting to meet the legendary president of Feng Group. Feng Li became impatient with being pestered and frowned slightly. The people behind him who wanted to say hello did not dare to step forward for fear of angering Feng Li. Feng Li sat in the first row. Ye Chen and Tuantuan sat next to Feng Li, an arm's length away from her. Who is that person next to Mr. Feng? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he a super rich second generation? I haven't seen him before. Maybe he is a new entrepreneur. This child is good looking and young. I didn't expect him to be so successful at such a young age. I am ashamed of myself. Mr. Huang, the founder of Duo, sighed. Ye Chen. He is just an ordinary person. Dad, drink milk. Epsilon equals. The baby moved his mouth, probably because he was thirsty. Ye Chen whispered, Feng Li, Tuantuan's bottle was forgotten in the car. I'll go get it. Good. Ye Chen carried Tuantuan out to get the bottle, and when he came back, the auction had not started yet. Tuantuan lay in his father's arms, with a small bottle of milk hanging around his neck. He opened his big black eyes and looked at the unfamiliar faces around him. What a cute baby. Oh my god, why is there such a cute baby? Can I touch her little face? Ye Chen was surrounded by a group of people. Tuantuan called sister in a baby voice, and a lot of candies were stuffed into his little hands. Ye Mo had just come in when he was blocked by a group of people in front of him. Through the crowd, he vaguely saw that familiar face. It's Ye Chen. Ye Chen? Why did he come here, and bring his cheap daughter with him? Ye Mo said in an unhappy tone, how could someone of Ye Chen's status come in here? Did he sneak in? Doesn't the security outside care? Chapter 60 Slap Ye Mo in the face. Shui nodded repeatedly and said, Brother Ye Mo is right. Ye Chen must have sneaked in. How could someone of his status get in here? Tuantuan got a lot of candies and showed them to his father happily. Daddy, sugar, more. Ye Mo walked forward slowly, his tone contemptuous and mocking. Ye Chen, how did you sneak in, and bring your cheap daughter with you? Ye Chen was originally in a good mood, but when he saw someone, his expression suddenly changed, and he said coldly, how I got in is not something that Master Yi needs to worry about. Ye Mo put one hand in his trouser pocket and smiled mockingly, you sneaked in, didn't you? I've asked someone to call security. Shui echoed, Ye Chen, how could you sneak in? This is not the place you should be. You'd better get out quickly. After hearing the noise, everyone looked over. He sneaked in. How is that possible? I don't think so. It's very strict here. Ye Mo continued, brother, it's not good for you to keep doing this. Even if you sneak in, you can't afford to take pictures of the things here. You should go back quickly. Ye Chen glared at Ye Mo coldly, do you always think you are superior to others? Ye Mo raised his eyebrows and whispered, isn't it? I am the real eldest master of the Yi family, and you are just a fake, a person from the slums. Bad guy. Tuantuan glared at Ye Mo angrily, like a little puffer fish. Ye Mo raised his hand and wanted to pinch Xiao Tuantuan's face, but Tuantuan bit him and Ye Mo almost cried out in pain. This kid is so strong. The cheap daughter that Ye Chen picked up is not a good person either, she is just as annoying. Shui asked with concern, Brother Ye Mo, are you okay? Ye Mo said in a low voice, it's okay. There were several purple teeth marks on Ye Mo's hand. Shui glared at Tuantuan, you little bastard actually bit someone and hurt Brother Ye Mo. Tuantuan said fiercely, bad guy. Those who bully dad are bad people. Shui was just about to teach this little guy a lesson when she was stopped by Ye Chen. He was very strong and his eyes were so stern that one could not help but feel a chill down one's spine. Ye Chen, what are you going to do? Are you going to beat me up for this little bastard? Ye Chen said coldly, apologize. What? Apologize to Tuantuan. Shui said angrily, you actually asked me to apologize to this little bastard, I won't apologize. Ye Chen's eyes became even darker, and he held Shui's wrist tightly. I'll say one more thing, apologize to my daughter. It was the first time that Shui saw Ye Chen like this. His expression was terrifying and his eyes looked as if he wanted to kill her. Ye Chen was obviously not like this before. He used to give her any delicious food behind her back. Shui, I'll say it one last time, apologize to my daughter. Ye Chen's cold and heavy voice made people's hair stand on end. Shui had forgotten the pain in her wrist and said to Tuantuan tremblingly, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a little bastard. Tuantuan refused to accept her apology, turned his face away and laid on his father's shoulder. At this time, several bodyguards in black came in. Ye Mo reminded, security is here, Ye Chen, you will be asked to leave soon. Please beg me, maybe I can give you a ticket to the auction venue. Ye Chen didn't say anything, but patted Tuantuan's little head, don't be angry anymore, little Tuantuan. Ye Mo was furious, Ye Chen, did you hear what I said? If you beg me, I will give you a ticket. Unnecessary. Several bodyguards in black walked up to Ye Chen. Ye Mo pointed at Ye Chen and said coldly, he doesn't have a ticket, he sneaked in, catch him and kick him out. Shui also said, he doesn't have a ticket, kick him and his daughter out. Ye Chen really went too far this time. He actually asked her to apologize to a little girl who was only 2 or 3 years old. Several black-clad bodyguards bowed respectfully to Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, please be patient, we will ask them to leave immediately. Hearing this, Ye Mo's face turned pale instantly. He doesn't have a ticket, but I do. Ye Mo took out his ticket, but unfortunately the bodyguard in black didn't listen to his explanation at all and directly asked the 2 people to leave. Ye Chen walked over and sat in the first row. Ha ha ha, are these 2 clowns? I have VIP seats, but he said I don't have tickets. It's so funny, it's just a clown, and he was kicked out. Everyone was talking about it, treating it as a joke, and Ye Mo was completely treated as a clown. Ye Mo listened to the discussions and laughter around him and stood at the door with a grim face. I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Being treated as a complete clown. Shui was about to cry, muttering softly, how could Ye Chen have a VIP ticket? How should I know? Who knows who he hooked up with and what despicable means he used? Ye Mo got into the car with a gloomy face. Shui reminded him, brother Ye Mo, why don't you start the car? I want to see who Ye Chen has hooked up with. Ye Mo sat in the car outside, waiting for Ye Chen to come out. Venue. As soon as Ye Chen sat down, Feng Li asked, who was that person just now? He's an insignificant person, so don't bother with him. But we're all mad as hell, like little pufferfish. Ye Chen poked the baby's little face. Tuantuan, don't be angry, daddy is fine. Tuantuan complained to his mother in a baby voice, Mom, bad guys are bullying. Dad. Mom knows. Don't be angry anymore. Mom is here for you. Feng Li pinched the baby's little face. Even though this little guy is so young, he already knows how to feel sorry for his father. Ye Chen coaxed baby Tuantuan, and the auction began. Standing on the stage was a female host, wearing a black cheongsam, with a hot body, holding a microphone, and having a clear and pleasant voice. Everyone is welcome to participate in Clita's charity auction. There are 8 exhibits today. The first exhibit is Missing You. This is a painting that Master Clita spent 3 years on. It is rumored that it was made for her youngest son. In front of me is a folio painting. The young woman in the middle has a kind smile on her face. Next to her is a 3 or 4-year-old child holding a big peach in his hand. The scene around her is beautiful. A very realistic oil painting. Ye Chen was fascinated by the scene. He didn't know why, but he always had a sense of déjà vu. Master Clita. He is an internationally renowned painter, and his paintings are said to be hard to come by. One of his paintings was once sold at a sky-high price of 800 million yuan. He had also heard a little about it. Ye Chen, do you like this work? Feng Li asked in a low voice. Well, I like it very much. It feels like déjà vu. There is also an indescribable familiarity.